What if Deku found love beyond worlds? With Koneko and Leone. This is Deku's ultimate harem.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Made Harem with Koneko and Leone movie. Before we start, please go support Josu Sickle 5 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. After the battle against the Quirks, a year had passed since that battle where unfortunately Koneko saw Issei and her sister Kuroka die, but not only her, but also her best friend Ravel Phoenix, and also Irina and Zenobia. After a while Koneko moves on, but with the desire to find someone to make her happy like Issei did, but she ends up finding out that the other girls who supposedly loved Issei were always cheating on him with Saji Gensuru, seeing that Koneko communicates with Sona and Serafala and the rest of the Citri clan to tell them everything and show them, but she is discovered, and the girls like Surziches and the rest of the demon clan begin to attack her until Koneko ends up dying, but in that a strange portal would absorb her, while Inakame got killed after killing the prime minister. Little by little Leone loses blood until she ends up dying, but a strange portal ends up absorbing her, and now both will live a new adventure in a world where 80% of the population has powers. Chapter 1. A betrayal of Koneko. And a strange portal in destiny. Hello people of Wattpad, how are you? I hope you are well. Well, here I bring you the first chapter of this story of Koneko and Leone in Boku no Hero Academia, but well, I had said that this story made me really want to write it, and I hope you like the story, and that it is to your liking of course, but well, without further filler, let's begin with the first chapter. Click on the intro of this story. Opening of this story. The opening of the first season of Boku no Hero Academia, Latin-Spanish cover. Singer. David Delgado, Laurel Square. This story begins a year later from the events of High School DxD until the battle against the Quirks where several lives were lost. Among those lives is the hero of the factions Hayabu Issei, the bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon, joined with girls from his entourage or harem, which are Zenobia IV and Irina Shidu, and also Ravel Phoenix and Kuroka Taoju, Koneko's sister, but even so they all worked together and were able to defeat the beast of the apocalypse. Present. In the streets of Kuoh City, we can see a certain 15-year-old girl with white hair and hazel eyes walking towards her academy. This girl is none other than Koneko Taoju, a member of the Grimmery clan, and the clan tower was a little happy since despite a year having passed, she still missed her sister and her friends, but more so that brown-haired boy who stole her heart. Koneko. It may have been a year, but I have to move on. I can't be like this all my life, and I'm sure that Issei-senpai would have wanted me to move on, and the same with the other girls. Saying that, Koneko would start thinking about something that is her confused. Koneko. As I remember, 3 months ago the president and the other girls were acting strange, and before the battle against the Quirks they were acting the same way. Now I wonder what it is, but well, Sona Kaichu and Serafal-sama told me to be careful of them, since they seem to suspect something. And that Koneko would continue walking until she would reach Kuoh Academy, but before going to her classroom, she would be stopped by Murayama and Caddis. Murayama. Hello Koneko-san. Koneko. Oh hello Murayama and Caddis-senpai, what do you need? Caddis. Well, I know it's been a year since Issei died, but we are really sorry for what happened to him. Murayama. We knew how important he was to you, so we sincerely apologize. Koneko. Thanks Murayama and Caddis-senpai, but well, I think we should go to class. Both girls would just nod their heads and then say goodbye to Koneko and go to their classrooms, and Koneko would do the same. Hours later. Koneko was with the Grimmery clan in the occult club, although Kiba and Gasper did not seem happy to be around the girls, something that Koneko missed a little. Rias. Well, let's see, it seems we have a contract for us. Okeno, Asia, Rasuius, and I will go to make that contract for the moment. Kiba, Gasper and Koneko, you can leave. All three at the same time. Hi President. So the three of them retreated, but on the way. Koneko. Hey Kiba and Gasper senpai, why did you seem unhappy being around all the girls? Kiba. It's not that, it's just that we're a little stressed, we had a tough week. Gasper. Yes, it's true, and Yusaka-sama has also asked us to take care of Kunu-chan. Koneko. Oh, I understand, but okay, I'm leaving. Take care. So Koneko would leave. Once Kiba and Gasper left, they would give a big sigh. Gasper. If she knew that we know what girls do. Kiba. Yes, but as Asel told us not to tell even Sona Kaichu or Sarah-sama or the rest of the Citri clan, because if we told everything would get out of control, plus Urziches doesn't care what the president does, it's as if he agreed with what the girls do. Gasper. You're right, but well, we better go. So the two would leave. Meanwhile Koneko would be on the roof of Kuoh Academy watching the sunset. Koneko. It's too sad that not even my sister and Ravel senpai are here, it's very sad I don't have anyone to talk to, but oh well, the sun is setting. At that moment Koneko would see that the stars were appearing, but at that moment she would begin to sing. When the song ended, Koneko saw that the moon had already risen and that the stars were shining brighter. Koneko. Well, I think I should go to the mansion, and if I find out anything about whatever is happening to the girls, I will use the magic circle that Sona Kaichu and Sarafel-sama gave me. At that Koneko would use a magic circle and disappear. In Issei's mansion, a magic circle would appear from which Koneko would come out and enter the mansion and would go up the mansion's elevator until she reached the second floor, but then she would feel the magical power of someone she knew. Koneko. This energy is from Saji-san of the Sona Kaichu clan, but what is he doing here? At that Koneko would take out her Nekomata mode and would approach the door of the room and she would smell the smell of hex. Koneko scared. Is this smell like hex? Maybe no it can't be. Koneko would quickly look through the door and see what she feared. There in the room were Rias and Akeno and Asia and Rasuius, but there would also be Lefei and Gabriel having hex with Saji Gensuru. Koneko couldn't believe the girls were having hex with another man who wasn't Issei, but she would quickly use the magic communication circle and communicate with Sona and Sarafel and the rest of the Citri clan. Sona. Koneko-san, what's going on? Did you find out something? Koneko. If the girls are having hex with Saji, that's why they behaved like that and also why Lefei and Gabriel-sama were there. Sarafel. But why would Rias-chan and the girls and also Lefei and Gabriel do something like that? Aren't they supposed to love Issei and swear eternal love to him? Upon hearing that Saji was having hex with the Gremory entourage and with Lefei and Gabriel, Momo and Raruko couldn't help but cry since their boyfriend was cheating on them, but they were being comforted by the other girls from the Citri clan. Tsubaki. Taoju-san, what else is going on? Koneko. They keep doing the same thing. But then Koneko would hear something she would never expect to hear. Rias. The good thing is that no one suspected this. Akeno. Yes, besides, Issei was just someone who didn't deserve our love and nobody thought that we never loved him. Asia. Even Surzich's-sama knows about this and it doesn't bother him. After all, Issei was just a hopeless pervert. Rasuius. If Saji-kun is also better than that stupid pervert. Lefei Gabriel. You are absolutely right. At that Koneko couldn't believe it and Sona and Sarafel and the rest of the Citri clan couldn't believe it either. The girls never loved Issei, but the one who couldn't believe what was happening was Koneko, since she couldn't believe that the girls were playing with Issei all the time. Koneko crying. No it can't be, how come they dared to play with Issei-senpai? Why? Sona. Koneko-san, listen to me carefully, you have to leave before they notice your presence and everything gets worse. Sarafel. Get out of there quickly, Koneko-chan, before they notice you. Koneko. Okay, I'll go as fast as I can, but first I have to. But Koneko wouldn't finish speaking because she would be hit by a sphere of destruction that would send her flying out of the mansion, causing her to crash outside the mansion, but when it crashed, the magic communication circle would disappear. Meanwhile at Kuoh Academy. Sona. No, it can't be, we lost communication. Sarafel. Sona-chan, did you hear the truth? It seems that someone attacked her. Momo. President, we have to go help Taoju-san. Baruko. It's true, she won't be able to defend herself against Ria-san and the girls. Sona. Fine, but first if I can't establish communication again, we'll go. In the meantime, get ready. Meanwhile at Issei's mansion. The girls together with Saji were together with Surzich's in front of Koneko. Surzich's. Now you know this, I won't allow you to open your mouth, so sister, finish off your tower. Koneko. Ria-senpai, you and the girls are damned, how dare you betray Issei-senpai when he always protected you from everything. At that Koneko would start to shed tears. Koneko crying. He sacrificed his arm in order to save you, Ria-senpai, and you Akeno-senpai, he helped you accept your fallen angel half, and you Asia-senpai, he saved you from dying because of Rainer, and you Rasuius, he took care of you during the time you were here with us, and you too, he saved you from dying even when he was about to die. Did all of that ever matter to you? Tell me already. Rias. He was just the worst pervert. I only used him to save me from my engagement, but now that you know about us and Saji-kun, it's better to kill you. Koneko. I will never allow that. At that Koneko would activate her Nekomata mode. Quickly all the girls began to attack Koneko with all their strength. Koneko at first was able to defend herself from the girls' attacks, but then she would receive another sphere of destruction from Surzich's, causing her to lower her guard. The girls would take advantage of that and begin to throw many magical attacks at Koneko, making her unable to defend herself from the attacks, but the girls would begin to hit her without any mercy, while Asia healed her so that the suffering would not stop. Until after so much suffering now Rias had Koneko by the neck and in that she would take out her evil rook piece. Rias. Well, with all this we did to you, it should be enough for you to die. In Rias he would throw Koneko to the ground, showing that she had several wounds and cuts and that her blood was coming out. Surziches. Okay, now let's get out of here. So everyone would leave in a magic circle, leaving Koneko lying on the ground. Koneko. Cough cough cough, I couldn't be strong enough to win, cough cough, Issei senpai, I'm sorry, I couldn't move on and find someone who makes me happy like you, cough cough cough, I'm sorry. Author's note. Listen to this soundtrack for this moment, end of note. At that, Koneko would just start crying while she was still on the ground bleeding out. Koneko. I don't understand why, cough cough, they did that because even though you're dead they did that to you and you never saw it before dying, cough cough cough. I just wanted to move on for you, Issei senpai, and for my sister and my friends. I wanted, cough cough, to be able to find someone who loves me like you loved me, cough cough cough, someone I can love and be able to form a family with them, cough cough cough, and be able to tell that person that I love them too, but that's not going to be possible anymore because I don't have any life left, cough cough. At least I can be with you, Issei senpai, and with Kuroka-ni-san, and also be with Ravel and Zenovia and Arena senpai, and be able to be happy with you all. And with those last words, Koneko would close her eyes and her heart would stop beating, showing that she had died. At that moment, Sona and Serafel arrived, along with the rest of the Citri clan, watching in horror as Koneko lay on the ground motionless, her eyes closed. All the girls couldn't help but cry, as they couldn't get there in time to save Koneko. At that moment, Sona approached Kaneko's body and she alone began to cry. Sona crying. Koneko-san, please forgive me, sniff sniff, we couldn't get here in time to save you, please forgive me, sniff sniff sniff, I'm really sorry. And that Sona would be hugged by her sister Serafel, who was also crying, and all the girls in the Citri entourage would only see Kaneko's lifeless body. Momo. This is very sad, sniff sniff sniff, we couldn't save Koneko-san and she didn't deserve to die, she still had to move on. Baruko. We couldn't avoid this, sniff sniff sniff, and now Koneko-san is dead. In that dream, a portal would appear out of nowhere, leaving everyone impressed. Tsubaki. But what the heck, how did a portal appear here? Sona. We must throw Koneko-san's body in there. Serafel. But Sona-chan, we can't do that, and what's the point of doing that if Koneko-chan is dead? Sona. Maybe, but that portal might be able to take Koneko-san to a place where she can rest in peace, don't you think? All the girls would start thinking until they all nodded their heads, thus pushing Koneko's body that would be absorbed by the portal, and then the portal would disappear. Seeing that, they all continued to cry, but then they would return to their homes with great sadness. Meanwhile, in another world, we see a blonde-haired girl with a kind of brown trench coat entering an alley, and this girl was none other than Leone, bearer of the Tigu Lionel, which was injured since, despite having killed the Prime Minister, he had managed to destroy the Tigu to Leone, and she was losing blood and was dying, she would just lie on the ground. Author's note. Listen to this melody for this moment, end of note. Leone. Well, at least I was able to kill the person responsible for the corruption in the country, but at least I can be with the others, and that makes me happy. I think that everything I experienced was the best thing that could have happened to me. At that, Leone would start coughing blood. Leone. Cough cough cough, everything I experienced with my friends who are really like my family was the best thing in the world, cough cough cough. I would have liked to drink to this victory, but it's my time to leave, cough 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 cough. Well, I hope I can see you guys, and so we can all be happy in the afterlife. He cough cough cough. Well, bye boss, and Akame, take care of yourselves. And so Leone would just close his eyes and smile and die. Author's note. It hurt me a lot to have to write this part, since Leone's death is the one that made me cry the most, since she is one of my favorite characters in Akame ga Kill, end of note. But out of nowhere a strange portal would appear below Leone, absorbing her in the process. What will happen now? Where will those portals take Koneko and Leone? Find out in the next chapter. Ending of this story. Heroes, the ending of the first season of My Hero Academia, in Latin Spanish. Singer. Alan Encio. Chapter 2. A new world where 80% of the population has powers. In the world or universe of Boku no Hero Academia, there was a green-haired boy with freckles together with a very muscular man on a beach. These people were none other than Izuku, Midoriya and Almight, the #1 hero and symbol of peace, and at that moment Izuku was training to be able to control the power of Almight, which is one for all. Right now Izuku was pulling something heavy since Almight was on top of the object. Almight. Come on young Midoriya, you have to try hard if you want to be able to control the power of one for all. Izuku. I know, but this is a little difficult since it's hard to drag something if you're on top, Almight. Almight. It's not that exaggerated, young Midoriya. Izuku. Well, I think you're right, Almight, if I want to enter the UA Academy I have to keep training. Suddenly the training would be interrupted because out of nowhere a portal would form above, something that would leave Izuku and Almight impressed. Izuku surprised. Almight, what is happening and why a portal appeared out of nowhere? Almight serious. I don't know young Midoriya, but if this has to do with a villain you should be careful, let me take care of this. From the portal two girls would come out and fall, one was blonde-haired and the other was a white-haired girl, who were none other than our protagonists Koneko and Leone, but both girls were somewhat injured, but then the portal would disappear. Izuku. But who are these girls and why did they come out of the strange portal? Almight. I don't know young Midoriya, but I don't know if these girls are villains. Izuku. But they are hurt and also the white-haired girl looks like she is my age and she is pretty. And she also asked me what kind of gift she and the other girl have. Saying that the white-haired girl was pretty made Izuku blush, something that would make All Might laugh. After that, both would grab the girls and take them to the hospital where they would be received by a doctor. Seeing how injured the girls were, he would quickly ask for the girls to be taken for a checkup to heal them. A week had passed later, and Leone and Koneko's wounds had almost healed until suddenly Koneko slowly opened her eyes until she could see what was in a hospital room that she did not know. Koneko. Where am I? This doesn't look like the Citri Hospital or the Kuoh City Hospital, and also how come I'm still alive? At that point Leone would wake up to Koneko's scandal, and she would also be surprised to see that she was almost completely cured and that she was alive. Leone. But what the hell, where the hell am I and how is it possible that I'm alive and who are you? Koneko. I was going to ask you the same thing, who are you? Did they send you to kill me? Leone. Why would I kill you? You're just a 15-year-old girl. I don't think you're corrupt or anything like that. Two nurses who were in charge of watching over Koneko and Leone would see that they were already awake, so they quickly went to tell the doctor. Nurse 1. Doctor. Doctor. Hey, what's happening? Why are you upset? Nurse 2. The patients have woken up. The nurses quickly took the doctor to the room where Koneko and Leone were, who had calmed down after arguing a bit. Doctor. Hello, I see that you have finally woken up. I am the doctor, both I and the nurses of this entire hospital were in charge of your treatment. You were very injured, luckily we were able to heal your wounds. Koneko. Well, thank you for helping us, doctor. Leone. Listen, but I have a question, how did we end up here in this hospital? Doctor. Well, it turns out that two people were found on the beach, very injured and unconscious. If it weren't for those two people who are the symbol of peace and that green-haired boy, they wouldn't be awake and talking to me. Koneko. I understand. Doctor. Well, I'll leave you to rest and if you have visitors, I'll let you know. So the doctor would leave the room. Leone. Wait a moment, I feel like my Tigu is here. Then that Leone would see that he had his Tigu Lionel on, but he would see that it was repaired. Leone. But wow. Koneko. Hey, I have a question, what is your name and what is Tigu? Leone. Well, about my name, well I'm Leone, and about the Tigus, well I'm going to explain it to you, so pay close attention. So Leone would tell everything about her world, about the Tigus, about the imperial capital and the corruption that existed in the country, about the Yagers and the Imperials, and also about how she was part of a group of assassins called Night Raid, who were part of the Revolutionary Army. Koneko was surprised because everything Leone had told her was unbelievable. Koneko. Wow Leone-san, everything you told me about your world is very incredible, but well, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Koneko Taoju, and now it's my turn to tell you about my world. So Koneko would begin to tell about her world, about the factions, about the sacred gears, about the celestial dragons, and all her adventures, until the battle against the Triixa, where she had lost the person she loved, and also lost her 3 friends, and also lost her sister. Leone had been surprised by everything Koneko had told her, but she would feel bad having heard about the losses of those she cared for and loved. Leone. I'm really sorry for what happened to you, Koneko. Koneko. And there's something else I must tell you. But then the doctor would come in telling Koneko and Leone that they had visitors, and then Almight and Izuku would come in, although Izuku was nervous. Almight. Good afternoon young ladies, how are you feeling? Koneko. Well we're fine, but who are you? Leone. Is it true we would like to know who you are? Izuku was still nervous, but that's it. Almight. Calm down young Midoriya, don't feel ashamed. At that Izuku would calm down and then give a big sigh. Izuku. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you, but I would like to know your 2 names. Koneko. Well, they still call me Koneko. Leone. And I am Leone and now who are you? Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya and it's a pleasure to meet you Koneko and Leone. Almight. My name is Toshinori Yaji, but my hero name is Almight. Koneko. Hero, perhaps you really are a hero who fights for justice and the good of all. Almight. That's right, young Koneko. Izuku. Hey girls, I would like to ask you where you come from and why a strange portal expelled you and what kind of gifts you have. Almight. Well young ladies Koneko and Leone, I'll ask you this. Are you villains? Leone. Answering your question, All Might, we are not villains or anything like that. Koneko. And we won't be able to answer the other question since we don't know what these gifts are. Izuku surprised. Wow. All Might. That's very strange. Leone. Let's be honest, we don't belong here, in fact we are not from this world or dimension as Koneko says. Koneko. That's true. So Koneko and Leone would begin to tell about their worlds and everything that exists in their worlds, leaving Izuku and All Might impressed. But suddenly Koneko would start shedding tears. All Might. Young lady Koneko is fine, why are you crying? Koneko crying. There's something else I didn't tell you, but saying it makes me feel sad. And that Koneko would tell Izuku and All Might what she told Leone about the battle against the Triixa and how she lost her sister Kuroka and her 3 friends and also lost the person she loved, but she would begin to tell how she discovered that the other girls were always deceiving Issei and how she was attacked to the point of death. Koneko would begin to cry inconsolably, but she would be hugged by Izuku, leaving her surprised and a little blushed. Izuku. You shouldn't cry, Koneko-chan, and also tell me something, would you like to be my friend? At that Koneko would wipe away her tears. Koneko. Of course, Izuku-senpai, thank you very much for encouraging me. Leone. Hey, you also have a friend even though we're from different worlds. All Might. I see that you suffered a lot, young Koneko, but you will be fine here. At that point Koneko would quickly remember the question Izuku had asked her. Koneko. Hey Izuku-senpai, you had asked me and Leone-sen about the gifts, and I would like to know what that is about the gifts. Leone. Ah yes, that's true, I would also like to know about the gifts. So Izuku and All Might telling Koneko and Leone about what quirks are and that 80% of the population is born with them and that over time, professional user heroes began to exist with permission to use their quirks in order to stop those who use their quirks for evil, who are the villains. And also telling that there are schools for those who aspire to be heroes. Hearing all that, Koneko and Leone were shocked by everything they heard. Koneko. This is incredible, a world where heroes and villains exist. Leone. This isn't anything like my world, but everything they told us is incredible. Izuku. Well girls, I'm training with All Might to be able to enter UA, which is the best academy for heroes. Leone. Wow, that sounds incredible. Koneko. Pews te felicito Izuku-senpai. All Might. Young Koneko and young Leone, what do you think if you enter the UA together with young Midoriya and that way you can become heroines? Koneko. That would be amazing, Mr. All Might, but there is a small problem. Leone. We are in this place and we still haven't fully recovered. But then the doctor would come in telling Koneko and Leone that they were going to leave the hospital in 3 days, something that made Koneko and Leone happy. Izuku. And about you staying, don't worry, you can stay at my house. Koneko. Thank you Izuku-senpai for helping us. Leone. Yes, it's true, thank you Midoriya. After that, Izuku and All Might said goodbye to Koneko and Leone while they began to talk a little more about the adventures they have lived. Meanwhile Izuku had arrived home and had spoken with his mother to see if Koneko and Leone could stay at his house, and he also told her about Koneko and Leone, although he didn't say that they were from another world, but Izuku's mother gladly accepted her son's request. And 3 days had passed and Koneko and Leone had recovered and had left the hospital, and when they left they met Izuku and they started walking. Izuku. And how do you feel, Koneko-chan? Koneko. Well, I still feel bad about what happened to me in my world. Izuku. You know, I'll tell you something that I always have in mind, no matter the situation and what happens to you, sometimes it's good to cry, but you don't always have to do it, no matter what happens, keep smiling. Izuku would give Koneko a happy smile, something that would make her blush too much, since that beautiful smile was a smile of happiness, purity, and good heart. Koneko blushing. Haha, thanks Izuku-senpai for cheering me up, and I'll tell you something, your smile is very pretty. That had made Izuku nervous and blushed, since he always gets nervous when he is with a girl, but in this case a girl gave him a compliment. Izuku blushed. Gra gra, thanks Koneko-chan. Leone. Hey lovebirds, if you've stopped saying nice things about each other, let's continue on our way. Hearing that, Izuku and Koneko blushed a lot. Upon arriving at Izuku's house, Izuku's mother greeted Koneko and Leone with a warm smile. Then everyone would be having dinner. Inko. My son told me how you ended up on that beach. I'm really sorry, but feel at home. Koneko Leone. Gracious Senor Midoriya. After that Izuku took Koneko and Leone to his room and prepared a bed for them to sleep. Koneko. Hey Izuku-senpai, tell me something, do you have a gift? Leone. I wondered the same thing too. Izuku. You know girls, I'm going to tell you a secret about myself since you told me about yourselves. You see, I was born without any gift, but even so, I never gave up and I kept going trying to be a hero. Leone. That's good and that's having an unbreakable will. Koneko. It's true, and you never gave up. Izuku. And I haven't even told you about One for All yet. Koneko Leone. And what is One for All? Izuku. It is a power that is transferred to another person so that they can be the next successor, and I am the successor of All Might, and that is why he has been training me, so that I can control One for All, and be able to enter the UA, and thus become a hero. Koneko. I understand everything, so that's why you train with Mr. All Might to be able to control One for All. Izuku. That's right, and I still have time to continue my training, since the UA entrance exams are still 2.5 months away. Leone. Well then we'll have time to help you train. Izuku. You guys will help me train. Koneko. Yes, Izuku-senpai, it's a way of thanking you for helping us and letting us live in your house with your mother. Izuku. Well, thank you very much, but it's time to sleep, so good night. So Izuku would fall asleep while Koneko and Leone also fell asleep, but Koneko would think of something. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. Espero que kiba y gas percent y también son kaichu y serafel sama y el resto del clan citri y azasel sensei estin bien. Out of your thoughts. So Koneko would fall asleep. Chapter 3. The Training, the second successor to One for All. Previously Koneko and Leone ended up in a world where 80% of the population has powers, or as they know it they're the gifts. Koneko and Leone met Izuku Midoriya and All Might, the #1 hero and the symbol of peace, and they told Koneko and Leone about their world, and they also told them about their worlds, and after that Koneko and Leone recovered from their injuries, and they will now live together with Izuku and his mother, and Izuku told Koneko and Leone about One for All, and after that talk the three fell asleep. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the intro. The next morning Koneko, Leone, and Izuku would get up and have breakfast, then the three of them would leave as they would go out for a walk for a while. While they were walking, Koneko saw that Izuku's world was almost the same as hers, but unlike Leone, she was surprised. Koneko. Well, this world is almost similar to mine, but some things change. Leone surprised. Speak for yourself Koneko, this world is nothing like mine. Izuku. Haha, I must assume so. But then they would pass by a street where many people were watching how the heroes fought against a villain and how All Might saved many civilians. All Might. Everything is fine now, you know why I'm here. This had left Koneko and Leone impressed. Koneko. Incredible, then it was true, he had saved many innocent lives, and always with a smile. Izuku. That's Koneko-chan, and he has also defeated several criminals and villains. Leone. Fabulous, this is the best thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Afterwards the three of them would go home since they had nothing else to do, and so the whole afternoon passed until nightfall, when the three of them had fallen asleep. The next day Izuku had gotten up early, but Koneko through her Nekomata senses, felt that Izuku got up. Koneko. Izuku-senpai, where are you going? Izuku. Remember when I told you and Leone-sen about One for All? Well, now I'm going to train. Koneko. I understand and I can accompany you. At that Leone would suddenly stand up. Leone. If you go, I'm in. That'd surprise Koneko and Izuku, but Izuku accepted that Leone went. Minutes later. The three had arrived at a beach, but they would see a skinny guy. Leone confused. Hey Midoriya, who is that skinny and weak guy? Koneko. It's true who he is, we've never seen him before. All Might. Young lady Koneko and young lady Leone, it's me All Might, forgive me if you see me now in this form. Koneko. Sir All Might, it really is you. Leone. But when we saw you saving many civilians and when you visited us in the hospital you were tall and muscular, but now you are thin and weak. And that All Might would tell Koneko and Leone the same thing he told Izuku in the original story about the mortal wound he had received in his organs. All Might. I received this wound a long time ago due to a battle against a villain, and a large part of my organs were destroyed, and I became like this due to many surgeries. I can only work as a hero for about 3 hours a day. This had impressed Koneko and Leone. Koneko. We understand, it was because of that villain that you got that wound. All Might. That's right, young Koneko, and that's why I asked that this battle not be published. Leone, one question Mr. All Might, apart from Izuku and the two of us, does anyone else know about his mortal wound? All Might. If apart from you and young Midoriya, those who know about my injury are the directors of the UA and a certain group of professionals. Koneko, by the way Mr. All Might, Izuku-senpai told us about One for All. All Might. Young Midoriya, I told you that One for All was a secret and that you couldn't tell anyone. Izuku nervous. Sorry All Might for revealing his secret. Leone. Wow, calm down sir All Might, we won't talk about the One for All, we know how to keep a secret, right Koneko? Koneko. Of course. All Might. Okay young Koneko and young Leone, I trust you will keep the secret. Koneko, by the way Mr. All Might, we would like to show you our skills. Leone. After all, our abilities can be considered a gift. All Might. Well, it would be incredible to see your skills, right, young Midoriya? Izuku. Yes, it's true. At that, Leone would stand in front and she would activate her Tigu Lionel, and now she would have her lion transformation. This had impressed the three of them, and then Leone would start destroying a pile of stones using her claws and destroying the stones in just 1 minute. Leone. And what did you think? All Might. Wow, you really surprised me, young Leone. Izuku. Well, do it yourself, Koneko-chan, I would like to see your skills. Koneko. Well, that's fine. At that moment Koneko had her gloves that she always uses at hand and would put them on. Koneko. Well, it's time. At that, Koneko would activate her Nekomata mode. This had impressed the boys, but it had made Izuku blush a lot since Koneko's Nekomata form made her prettier. At that point, Koneko would begin to destroy stones with a single blow to the point that instead of breaking them into pieces, she would turn them into dust until she would see a very large stone, and with a strong punch, she would break it into pieces, and the pieces would turn into dust, surprised beyond all might by the great strength that Koneko had. All Might. Wow, young Koneko, you have left me more than surprised. Leone. Wow, you have great strength, Koneko. Koneko. Heh, thanks. But Izuku was still blushing, something that Koneko and the others would notice. Koneko. Izuku-senpai, what's wrong with you? Leone. I think he was more surprised than Mr. All Might and I. Izuku nervous. That's right, Koneko, when you transformed into that form you looked very beautiful. That had surprised Koneko, but it made her red as a tomato. Koneko blushing. Gra, thank you, Izuku-senpai. After that, the three agreed to train together with Izuku and also give him more training. After that, a month had passed and Izuku together with Koneko and Leone had managed to clean the beach, and also Koneko and Leone's training had made Izuku stronger. All Might. I'm impressed, you managed to clean the beach and the training you gave young Midoriya was very helpful. Koneko. You're welcome, and thanks to that, Izuku-senpai will be able to have one for all. All Might. You're right, young Koneko. Izuku crying. I can't believe I made it, thank you so much, All Might, and thank you so much Koneko and Leone for being my training partners and for training me. Koneko. You're welcome, Izuku-senpai, that's what friends are for. Leone. To support each other. All Might. Well, although I still missed the UA entrance exam, there is something I must tell you, young Midoriya and young Koneko. At that, All Might take 2 strands of her hair and say the following words. All Might. This is something that someone once told me, something that you receive because you are lucky and something that they give you is because you are recognized. They are different in scenes, so you, young Midoriya and young Koneko, I will give you one for all, so that you can be my heirs. Take it. What All Might had said had impressed all 3 of them. Izuku. That Koneko will also have the one for all, but how is that possible? All Might. You see, young Midoriya, something that I did not tell you is that the one for all can be transferred to 2 people, and one of those 2 people can choose a successor in the future, and seeing the great strength of the young Koneko, and hearing everything that she lived, and that is what made me make the decision that you and the young Koneko be my heirs of the one for all, and what do you tell me, young Koneko, would you like to be my second heir of the one for all? Hearing that, Koneko was impressed, but she would respond later. Koneko. Yes, I agree to be the second bearer of one for all together with Izuku-senpai, in order to be a heroine. All Might. That's how you speak, young Koneko. Leone. This is incredible, now you two will be the bearers of the power of All Might. Izuku. Yes, it's incredible that Koneko-chan will also have one for all, but how will we have it? All Might. Eat them. This had left Izuku and Koneko with a strange face. Leone. Ha, seriously, they have to eat those strands of hair, ha. All Might. So that young Midoriya and young Koneko have my power, they have to eat these strands of my hair. Izuku and Koneko would end up eating All Might's hair strands, and then he would explain to them that they have to control one for all, because if they use it without being able to control it, they could hurt their bones, and after that the 3 would leave, and tomorrow their training to control one for all would begin. The next day the 3 of them would get up early to go to the beach and start training. Leone. Very well, it's time for your training to be able to control the one for all. Izuku. But how are we supposed to control it properly? Koneko. It's true, this is not like controlling Senjutsu. At that point Leone would start thinking of a solution for Izuku and Koneko to control one for all until. Leone. I have it, I know how you can control the one for all. Izuku. Koneko. And what is it? Leone. All Might said that if you concentrate the power of one for all in just one part of your body, you will end up breaking your bones, so why don't you try concentrating one for all on your entire body? Izuku. That sounds like the most convenient thing we have to do, don't you think so, Koneko-chan? Koneko. If you're right, let's try it. That's what Izuku and Koneko would start to focus on. And after a few seconds, green rays suddenly began to come out of Izuku's body and Kaneko's body, showing that they managed to concentrate one for all throughout their bodies. Izuku. Whoa, it worked. Koneko. Yes, this power feels so cool. Leone. Okay, but that should only be 5%, so while we have left until the entrance exam, I will help you train for one for all, so now get ready because our training begins today. Izuku Koneko. Yes, let's do it. And so Izuku and Kaneko's training would begin, where they used 5% of one for all to punch in the air and improve, and they also used one for all to be able to do the training that Leone gave them, something that was torture for them. And then in the next month the training was over, and now Izuku and Koneko could control 60% of one for all. Leone. Well done, they did it, now they can control 60% of one for all. Izuku Koneko. Thank you, Leone-san. Leone. Okay, now there are only 2 days left until the entrance exam, so we're ready. Koneko. I hope we can get into UA, I feel nervous. Izuku. I feel the same way, Koneko-chan, but I know we will make it and become heroes. At that the three would bump their fists and then shout. Izuku Koneko Leone. We will be great heroes. After that the three would start walking towards Izuku's house, but in training the friendship between Izuku and Koneko had grown bigger, but both felt affection for each other, but would not know how to say it. Izuku's thoughts. Izuku. I have to admit that Koneko is very beautiful, but I don't know if I should tell her what I feel, but I want to do it, I don't have to get nervous, well, although I always do. Out of your thoughts. Meanwhile Koneko would be thinking. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. Izuku-senpai is very handsome, and his smile is what I like about him, and also thanks to him I have a home in this world. Out of your thoughts. And so the three would continue walking towards Izuku's house. Chapter 4. The UA entrance exam begins. Previously Koneko and Leone learned a little more about the new world where they are passing through to show Izuku and Almight their abilities, and after having helped Izuku with his training, Almight chose Izuku and Koneko as their successors of One for All, and is explaining the reason after that, and with Leone's help now Izuku and Koneko master One for All to the maximum of 60%, and now the three are ready for the UA entrance test. What will happen now, find out. Hit the intro. Right now at the UA Academy, Koneko and Leone were arriving together with Izuku, and the three of them would see the UA Academy. Izuku. Well girls, we're here. Koneko surprised. Whoa, this academy is very big, bigger than Kuoh Academy. Leone. I've never seen a place like this before, but it's like the size of Night Raid's base. Izuku. That's right girls, this academy is one of the most prestigious in the country. Leone. And tell me you're nervous. Koneko. I'm honest and I do feel a little nervous. Izuku. And I'm nervous too. Leone. Don't worry, we'll make it. At that moment, a voice would be heard behind them. And what the hell are you doing here, Deku? At that, the three would turn around seeing a blonde with a shen hair known as Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku. Kaken. Leone. Hey Midoriya, who is this Muslim? Angry Bakugo. What the hell did you call me? Leone. What you heard, I told you I was a Muslim. Koneko. Well, who is Izuku-senpai? Izuku. He is Kaken, a friend of mine from childhood. Angry Bakugo. Stop with the nonsense, Deku, what the hell are you doing here and who are these idiots? Koneko. I don't recommend you insult me if you don't want to end up hurt. Izuku. They are my friends and let me just tell you something, Kaken, I'm not the same as before, I'm sure you'll be surprised in the tests. Bakugo. TSK, however you understand this, Deku, you and your blonde friend and your vanilla head girlfriend are nothing more than a hindrance, so don't get in my way or I'll kill you. So Bakugo would leave angry even though Izuku and Koneko had blushed from embarrassment. Leone. I think we should go in now. Izuku. Yes, you're right, Leone-san. Koneko. Yeah, let's go in now. When they were about to enter, Izuku was going to fall, but just like in the original story, Uraraka would help him not to fall. Uraraka. Are you okay? Izuku. Yes, I'm fine, thank you very much for the help. Koneko. Thank you very much for helping Izuku-senpai. Uraraka. You're welcome, it's the right thing to do, besides, you, like me, are having your first day at UA. Leone. Yes, we will take the entrance exam. Uraraka. That's amazing, well let's go in and do our best. Koneko, Leone, Izuku. Yes. Thus the four would enter the UA Academy. And just like in the original story, the professional hero present Mick would explain what the entrance exam consists of. Destroying robots and accumulating points. Fortunately, Izuku, Koneko, and Leone were in the same center of battle. Already at the entrance of the battle center, the three would be ready to begin the exam. Leone. Ready to show what we are. Izuku. I'm ready but I'm nervous. At that Koneko would grab Izuku's hand making it turn red. "Koneko. Calm down, Izuku-senpai. We trained for this. We have to show what we are capable of and you and I can become heroes." At that Izuku would calm down. "Izuku. Thank you very much Koneko-chan. Leone. Okay, they're ready." Izuku Koneko. "Yes we are ready." At that everyone would see Present Mick and he would say. "Present Mick. Come on, what are you waiting for? In a battle there is no countdown, so run, run, run." At that point everyone would start running and Leone would activate his Tigu Lionel. And while they were running, Koneko would put on her kitten gloves and activate her Nekomata mode. And that Izuku and Koneko would activate 15% of One for All. Quickly Izuku and Koneko would begin to destroy robots. Izuku. Wow this is so much fun. Koneko. You're right, Izuku-senpai. In that, the two would see that Leone was also destroying robots with her claws. Izuku. Come on, we have to keep going. Koneko. Understood. So the three of them were destroying robots without stopping, impressing everyone, including Bakugo who was there. Bakugo's thoughts. Bakugo. But what the hell is going on, how is Deku doing that? He's not supposed to have a gift and he's also a damn nerd. Out of your thoughts. Bakugo would start exploding robots non-stop. In the monitoring room the teachers were impressed to see the students' gifts in action and there was All Might watching his successors of One for All destroying robots together with Leone. Thoughts of All Might. All Might. It's incredible, the young Koneko and the young Midoriya are destroying the robots, even the young Leone is very impressive, in addition to the fact that the color of the young Midoriya's One for All is green and that of the young Koneko is white, that impresses me. Out of your thoughts. That's when Director Nezu would speak. Director Nezu. Wow, it seems like we have some good candidates to enter UA this year. Professor. Yes, but let's see how this goes since the real test is about to begin. At that point, that teacher would press a button. And in the center of the battle a strong tremor would be heard alerting the students until a giant robot would emerge from the ground. And then everyone would start running except Izuku, Koneko and Leone since they would see the girl they met at the entrance of UA and it was none other than Uraraka. Izuku. We have to help that girl. Leone. I'll take care of getting her out of there. You guys take down the giant robot. Izuku Koneko. Understood. At that Leone would run towards where Uraraka was, taking her out of the rubble, and at that Izuku and Koneko would jump towards the robot and then they would scream at the same time. Izuku Koneko. Smash. So the two of them gave a double blow to the robot, destroying it, but unlike the original story, Izuku wouldn't break his arm since he already had One for All controlled at 60%. At that Izuku and Koneko would fall to the ground on their feet. Leone. Wow, great work Midoriya and Koneko. Izuku Koneko. Haha thanks Leone-san. At that time it would end, meaning that the test was over. After that Izuku, Koneko and Leone would go home. Then a week had passed where right now Izuku, Koneko and Leone were waiting for the results of the entrance exam until Izuku's mother would arrive with 3 letters. Inko. Guys the results are in. And that Izuku, Koneko and Leone would go to Izuku's room and just like in the original story a hologram of All Might would appear impressing the three. Koneko Leone Izuku, it's you Mr. All Might. All Might. That's right my children, sorry if I didn't get in touch with you, but I have good news first, young Midoriya got 80 points in the entrance exam, placing first. Izuku had been impressed since he came in first place in the entrance exam. Koneko. That means Izuku-senpai passed the exam. All Might. That's right young Koneko, young Midoriya has passed the test. At that Izuku was shedding tears. Koneko. Congratulations Izuku-senpai, you did it. Izuku crying. You're right Koneko-chan, even I don't believe it, this is crazy. All Might. And as for you young Koneko, you came in second place with 73 points and young Leone came in fourth place with 65 points. Koneko and Leone were impressed and happy. Leone. It means we did it. All Might. That's right. Koneko. Izuku-senpai we did it. At that Koneko would hug Izuku tightly and being a little nervous he would reciprocate and then Leone would hug both of them. All Might. Young Koneko and young Leone and young Midoriya are in their hero academy. Izuku Koneko Leone. Yes sir All Might. After that the three would leave the room. Inko. And what happened? Izuku. Don't worry mom, we made it in. Hearing that, Izuku's mother would be happy and hug the three of them tightly. After that the three of them would go to sleep. And meanwhile in the world of High School DxD. Azazel, Kiba and Gasper buried themselves in what happened, becoming sad, but they knew that she was possibly in a better place. Meanwhile with the Citri clan, Sona had taken his evil piece from Saji, leaving him to die. Balsarafal with the help of Office finished off Lefay, and thanks to Graphius Surziches was fired from his position as Mao Lucifer, staying with Riaz and Akeno and Asia and Rasuius. He joined Gabriel who was kicked out of heaven, and they lost many things, and they felt angry. Meanwhile with the Citri clan the girls continued to feel sad, but Sona and Tsubaki tried to make the girls feel better. After a while the girls had left, and Sona and Tsubaki had stayed looking at the window while the night was present. Tsubaki. President, do you believe that Taoju-san's body is in another world or that there is a possibility that she is still alive? Sona. If that were possible, I would be glad that Koneko is alive and also that she is possibly in another world. Tsubaki. Well, President, we must go. So the two brunettes would leave without noticing a red magic circle was spying on them. Surziches. So there's a chance she's alive, I'll inform my sister and the other girls. So Surziches would disappear. Chapter 5. First day at UA, new friends. Previously, our protagonists, along with Izuku, took the entrance exam to enter UA. After that, the three of them managed to get into UA, with Izuku in first place, Koneko in second, and Leone in fourth. Find out what happens next. Hit the intro. In the world or dimension of Boku no Hero Academia. It was approximately 5:30 in the morning, and then Izuku would get up and see that Koneko was not there, something that missed him a little, so he left the room looking for Koneko in her house, but he couldn't find her, so he decided to leave his house and go to the roof, seeing Koneko sitting on the edge of the roof approaching her. Izuku. Hey Koneko-chan, are you okay? Koneko. Oh hello Izuku-senpai. Izuku. And tell me you're okay. Koneko. Yes, I'm fine. At that Izuku would sit next to Koneko seeing that she had a notebook in which she was drawing something. Izuku. And tell me what you're drawing Koneko-chan. Koneko. Well, it's a replica of the original drawing that was in my world, but if you want me to show it to you, look at it. And that Koneko would show the notebook where there was a drawing of Koneko in a wedding dress, together with Issei who had a formal suit. Izuku. Wow, it's incredible, your drawing is very cool Koneko-chan. Koneko. Jejij, thanks Izuku-senpai. Izuku. Hey, tell me, could you tell me a little about the people you lost in that battle that you told me and Almight and Leone about? Koneko sad. If it's okay I'll tell you. So Koneko would tell Izuku about her sister Kuroka, about her friends Zenovia IV, Irina Shido, and Ravel Phoenix, and then she would tell about Issei, but tears would begin to appear on Koneko's face. Izuku. Hey Koneko-chan, are you okay, why are you crying? Koneko crying. What happens is that remembering Issei-senpai hurts me a lot since sniff that day after the battle against the Trixa he was going to marry me and the other girls and my sister and Ravel, but sniff that day never happened since not only did he die, but I also lost my three best friends and sniff I lost my sister and I couldn't do anything to save them from dying. Koneko's face was full of tears, she couldn't contain her desire to cry. Koneko crying. I lost everything sniff my sister, my friends, that boy who stole my heart, sniff I lost everything, and also people I considered friends never were, and now sniff I don't know what I should do to move forward. At that Izuku would hug Koneko tightly and she would blush, but she would still continue crying. Izuku. Calm down Koneko-chan, I'm here, you don't have to be sad, I'll always be with you, and I'll protect you if necessary, and you won't have to suffer anymore. Now you're the second successor of All Might, you and I will be heroes. At that Koneko would wipe her tears and hug Izuku. Koneko. Thank you, Izuku-senpai. Izuku. Nothing good will happen, we'd better go in since today is our first day at UA. Koneko. You're right. Then they both returned inside the building, but as they walked, Koneko felt her heartbeat rapidly. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. What I'm feeling is what I felt when I was with Issei-senpai. Will I fall in love with Izuku-senpai? Out of your thoughts. Izuku and Koneko would continue walking. Hours later. Right now Izuku, Koneko, and Leone were looking for their respective classrooms since all three of them were in the same classroom. Koneko. Mr. All Might said our classroom is 1A. Leone. And where the hell could the living room be? Izuku. Maybe it's the next door. And that the three would arrive at a door which is the door they were looking for. Izuku. It's room 1A. Koneko surprised. Wow, what a great door. Leone. Don't even mention it, well let's go in. At that the three would open the door seeing the same discussion of the original story until everyone in the room saw Izuku and Koneko and Leone being impressed since they knew that Izuku was number 1 in the entrance test. At that Lita would approach the three. Lita. I am a student at the private academy Same, my name is. Leone. If we hear it, your name is Lita Tenya, right? Lita. Midoriya, you and Koneko, even Leone, did something heroic in the entrance exam, saving someone who was in danger, not caring about the giant robot, but still destroying it. You know, I hate to admit it, but you three are better than me. So everyone is looking at Lita with what the buck faces. Izuku? He don't worry. On that. Oh, but it's just you three. At that Izuku, Koneko and Leone would turn around and see Uraraka. Leone? Oh, but you're the girl we saved. Uraraka. That's right, and you three are incredible, you with those skills and lion claws, and your super strength when you pulled me out of the rubble was incredible, and you two with curly hair and you with the girl with the kitty clip, you with that great strength that ended up destroying the giant robot was super incredible. While they were talking, Bakugo looked furiously at Izuku and Koneko since they finished in the first two places. Bakugo's thoughts. Annoying Bakugo. That damn nerd Deku and that stupid white-haired girl, how dare they challenge me. Out of your thoughts. In that, just like in the original story, the class teacher would appear, who would be Aizawa Shota, whose hero name is Eraserhead, and he would tell them to put on their sports uniform, and so everyone would go out to the courtyard in their sports uniform. Aizawa. Well, today we will have a test where you can prove your gifts. And just like in the original story, the first test would be to throw a ball, where Izuku, having placed first in the test, would go to the front, and with only 5% of the one for all, he would throw the ball, achieving a score of 760 meters, impressing everyone. But like in the original story, Professor Aizawa would tell the students that whoever comes last will be expelled. Leone. I think you're going a bit too far, Professor. Aizawa. Welcome to the Go Beyond Plus Ultra Heroes course. This is how the tests would begin, some would be like in the original story, but others would have a small change until the ball test would arrive and everyone would pass until it would be Kaneko's turn. Aizawa. Okay, I know it's still your turn. At that point Koneko would come forward, but she wouldn't activate one for all, since she only needs her normal strength. Koneko. Okay, here I come. At that Koneko would throw the ball sending it far away. Aizawa. 800 metros. Everyone would be impressed, and then Izuku would pass, and he would now use 7% of one for all, thus obtaining. Aizawa. 915 metros. That had impressed everyone, but Bakugo, already fed up with this, would launch himself to attack Izuku, and he would get scared, but everyone would see that Bakugo fell to the ground unconscious, and everyone would see in amazement that Koneko had knocked out Bakugo. Koneko annoys. Try to scratch Izuku-senpai and I swear you regret it. Leone. Woo-oh, that is a good friend. After that Aizawa would show the test results and then say. Aizawa. Oh, by the way, I was lying about the expulsion. All. Wyatt. And that's what a black-haired girl would say. Girl. Of course it was a lie, it was obvious if you think about it. Leone. She has a point. Aizawa. Well, that would be all, you can leave. So the school day would end and at the exit were Izuku and Koneko and Leone talking. Leone. What a great idea to knock out the Muslim Koneko, it was amazing. Koneko. Haha, I only did it because I won't allow anyone to hurt Izuku-senpai. Izuku would only blush upon hearing Koneko's words, and then Lita would appear and start walking with the boys. Lita. Wow, I can't believe Professor Aizawa tricked us. Leone. Well, believe it or not, that's how it was. Someone would be hurt on that. Uraraka. Hey, are you going to the subway station? Can I go with you? Koneko. Sure, you can come with us. Uraraka. By the way, I didn't introduce myself before. My name is Uraraka Achako and if I'm not mistaken, you are Lita Tenya and you are Leone. Your name is Koneko Taoju and your name is Midoriya Deku. Izuku sorprendido. Deku. Uraraka. Yes, what happens is that Bakugo guy told you that. Izuku. He's been calling me that since we were kids. And just like in the original story, Uraraka would tell Izuku that the meaning of Deku is you can do it. On the way to the subway the boys would be talking about their gifts until it was Koneko and Leone's turn. Uraraka. By the way Koneko, what kind of gift do you and Leone-san have, since I saw in the entrance test that you got cat ears and a cat tail? Lita. I saw it too, and I was impressed, and your great strength is impressive. At that point, Koneko and Leone came up with only one idea. Leone. My gift is animal power. Koneko. And mine is Senjutsu power. Uraraka. Lita. Poter animal y Poter Senjutsu. Koneko. That's right, we'll tell you something about us, and I hope you believe us. So Koneko and Leone telling about how they are from another world and all their adventures, until Koneko would tell what happened in the battle against the Trixa, and how she discovered the girl's deception, and how she ended up in this world, along with Leone. It must be said that Uraraka and Lita were very impressed, but when they heard about Koneko they became sad since she lost her friends, her sister and a boy that she loved with all her heart. Lita. It's very sad what you girls went through. Uraraka. It's true, what happened to Koneko was also too cruel. Koneko. Don't worry, if it weren't for Izuku-senpai I wouldn't be able to move forward. Leone. Exactly, and we also have new friends in this world, and that makes us happy. Uraraka. It's good that you guys are moving forward. Lita. That's admirable. Izuku. Hey look, we arrived at the subway station. So the boys would get on the subway and they would arrive at their respective homes, and while Izuku and Koneko and Leone were walking, they continued talking a little more while they were on their way home. Koneko. You know I'd like to sing a little. Izuku. You know how to sing, Koneko-chan. Leone. If you know how to do it, show us your talent. Koneko. Well, that's fine. At that, Koneko would start the next song. As the song ended, Leone was impressed by Koneko's talent, and at that, Izuku began to applaud. Izuku. What a great talent you have, Koneko-chan, I also love how you sing. Koneko would just blush upon hearing that. Koneko blushing. Hehe, thanks Izuku-senpai. Leone. Well, leaving that aside, let's keep walking. So the three would continue walking, but Izuku and Koneko were thinking. Izuku's thoughts. Izuku. Wow, Koneko is very good at singing, she looks very pretty, but I still don't know if I can tell her how I feel about her. Out of your thoughts. Well, Koneko would be thinking. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. Now I understand if I'm in love with Izuku-senpai, but I hope he feels the same for me. Out of your thoughts. The three would continue walking towards Izuku's house. Chapter 6. Combat Training, an Unexpected Surprise. Previously, Koneko and Leone, along with Izuku, went to UA where they had their first class with Professor Izawa. After that, Koneko and Leone told Lita and Uraraka about them, who were impressed. After that, Izuku, Koneko, and Leone continued walking toward Izuku's house. Find out what will happen now. Hit the intro. Izuku, Koneko, and Leone had arrived at Izuku's house just in time since dinner was already ready, and so the three of them ate together with Izuku's mother. Inko. And how did your first day at UA go? Leone. Well, things went well for us and we even have new friends. Inko. That makes me happy. I'm sure you'll all be great heroes in the future. Izuku, Koneko, Leone. Thank you. After dinner the three of them would go to sleep. The next day at UA the kids were having English classes with Present Mick, although the class seemed boring to Leone and she fell asleep, making everyone sweat in I'm style. After that class the boys would go to the cafeteria where Izuku and Koneko and Leone together with Uraraka and Lita enjoyed the food. Until the afternoon they have basic hero training. Then Almight would appear in his Silver Age suit. Almight. I'm training out the door like a normal person. Everyone was impressed to see that Almight would be the teacher of their class. And just like in the original story, Almight would tell everyone that they would have combat training and show them the boxes containing their suits based on their gifts. After that, Almight would be waiting for everyone in the class until they all arrived in their hero costumes. Almight. They say that people make the man, young men and women now have to remember that they are heroes. I must admit that their costumes are great. Well, now we begin. On that, Lita would raise her hand. Lita. Excuse me, Almight, I don't know if you noticed that 3 students are missing here. Almight. Now that you mention it, young Lita, you are right, we only need the young girls Koneko and Leone and young Midoriya to arrive. Meanwhile, Koneko and Leone were already on their way to the testing area when they met Izuku, who was wearing his hero costume from the first season. Koneko blushing. Wow, you look very cute with your hero Izuku-senpai costume. That had made Izuku blush too. Izuku blushed. Hey, you look good too, Koneko-chan, and I see that your hero costume is that uniform you always wear. Koneko. Hehe, thanks. Leone. If you've stopped saying nice things about each other, let's go to the testing area. So the three would arrive at the testing area with their hero suits. Uraraka would approach them then. Uraraka. Oh guys, you look amazing in your hero costumes. Honestly, I had to specify what I wanted, but my costume ended up being very tight. Leone. You still look great. Uraraka. Although your hero costume Koneko looks like it's a school uniform. Koneko. Well, this uniform and my gloves are what I have from where I come from, remember when I told you? Uraraka. I remember now. Afterwards All Might explain what the training consisted of, that the villains have to protect a bomb, and the heroes have to recover the bomb. The teams would remain almost as in the original story, only here Leone would team up with Uraraka, and Izuku would team up with Koneko. Just like in the original story, Izuku's team would face Bakugo and Lita's team. Inside the building Bakugo and Lita were watching the bomb. Bakugo. Hey, tell me one thing, that damn Deku has a real gift. Lita. You're talking about Midoriya, he has the gift of super strength and seems to have mastered it well. Didn't you see what he and Koneko did in the entrance exam? Bakugo. I understand. But inside Bakugo was super furious. Meanwhile outside the building Izuku and Koneko were looking at the plans of the building, but Izuku was a little nervous. Koneko. Something's wrong with you, Izuku-senpai. Izuku. It's nothing, I'm just a little nervous since we'll have to face Kaken. Koneko. You and I are stronger than him, besides you don't have to worry after all you and I have mastered 60% of One for All. Koneko had said the last thing in Izuku's ear and he would just nod. Izuku. It's okay. And that the voice of Almight would be heard. Almight. Now let's start the training match between Team A versus Team D. At that moment, everyone was watching the training battle with Almight on the monitors. Uraraka. I hope they succeed. Leone. You're calm, Uraraka. Midoriya and Koneko will win this fight, I'm sure of that. Meanwhile, Izuku and Koneko had entered through a window of the building and so they began to walk to find the nuclear weapon. Izuku's thoughts. Izuku. I must think about how to attack if Kaken comes and tries to attack us with only 20% of One for All, it should be enough to face him. Out of your thoughts. Koneko was also thinking about something. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. If I need One for All I would use it if necessary, but in Bakugo's case, I just need to use my Nekomata form and face him or just knock him out. Out of your thoughts. While Izuku and Koneko were walking, Bakugo would suddenly appear in one of the hallways, throwing an explosion at them, but Izuku would quickly grab Koneko, dodging the explosion. Koneko. Izuku-senpai, are you okay? Your mask is damaged. Izuku. Don't worry, Koneko-chan, it's just a scratch. Bakugo. Come on, you pair of fools, don't dodge my attack. Koneko. I had a feeling you were going to come attack us alone. In the surveillance room they were surprised by Bakugo's surprise attack. Hiroshima. Hey Bakugo, that's cheating, a surprise attack is for cowards. Almight. A surprise attack is also part of a strategy, they are in the middle of a real battle. Mina. Both managed to dodge the attack. Haminari. Bakugo is going to attack them again. Leone. Come on Midoriya and Koneko, finish off that Muslim Bakugo. Back in the fight. Bakugo. I don't plan on doing enough damage to end the battle, but I'll be close. And that Bakugo would try to attack Izuku and Koneko, but Koneko would quickly throw a strong kick at Bakugo, causing him to crash into the wall. The students were impressed to see that Koneko stopped Bakugo with just one kick. Hiroshima. This is amazing, Koneko stopped Bakugo's attack with just one kick. Leone. I told you Midoriya and Koneko will win this battle. Uraraka. Come on Koneko and Deku, you can do it. Back in the fight. Bakugo would stand up even more furious. Angry Bakugo. Damn pair of idiots, I'm going to kill you first, you stupid girl, since I won't allow you to humiliate me. And that Bakugo would try to attack Koneko, but Izuku would activate 10% of One for All, stopping Bakugo's attack and then throwing Bakugo to the ground. Koneko. Well done Izuku-senpai, you managed to take down Bakugo, you are amazing. Izuku. You are too, Koneko-chan, since you gave that strong kick to Kaken to prevent him from attacking us. At that Bakugo would stand up again and just like in the original story Izuku would tell Bakugo that the meaning of Deku is you can do it. At that point Bakugo was already completely on his feet, very angry. Angry Bakugo. Deku, even if you're scared, that's what I hate about you. At that point, Bakugo would hear Lita talking to him over the wireless radio. Lita. Hey Bakugo, tell me what your status is, what's going on? Bakugo. Just shut up and defend the weapon. I'm very upset now. So Bakugo would cut off communication. Meanwhile with Lita. Lita. He cut me off, he left on his own, that's what's wrong with him. Back in the fight. Bakugo. Now let's get back to what we were talking about. At that point Bakugo was preparing to attack Izuku. Izuku. Koneko-chan, go quickly, I will try to stop Kaken, you look for the weapon already read. Koneko. It's okay Izuku-senpai, but take care of yourself. At that Koneko would run away and Bakugo would kick Izuku hard. But he would use the capture tape to then activate One for All at 10% and kick Bakugo, knocking him to the ground. Izuku. It's now or never. Quickly Izuku would run out of there with One for All activated and Bakugo would get up and start looking for Izuku, but couldn't find him. Annoyed Bakugo. Hey, damn Deku, bastard, all this time you were cheating on me, you and your stupid girlfriend have a gift, so come and fight me. Meanwhile Izuku continued running until he stopped. Izuku. I think I lost it, but that was close. At that point Izuku would see that Koneko was walking there. Izuku. Koneko-chan, here I am. At that Koneko would turn around and see Izuku. Koneko. It's you Izuku-senpai, I thought it was Bakugo. Izuku. Well, for now I lost him, but he'll come back at any moment. Koneko. Then I'll face him, you go and get the weapon. Izuku surprised. Wah. Koneko. Don't worry, I've faced worse guys than him, so you go. And that Bakugo would appear. Bakugo. I finally found you two stupid lovers. Koneko. Do it now, Izuku-senpai. Izuku. Understood. Quickly Izuku would activate 20% of One for All and run away. Bakugo. Damn Deku bastard, you won't escape, but first I'm going to kill you damn stupid girl, and then I'm going to kill your stupid boyfriend. Koneko would be. I want to see you try to accomplish that. Angry Bakugo. Then I'll kill you now. Quickly Bakugo would start throwing several explosions, but Koneko easily dodged them. Annoyed Bakugo. Hey, you stupid girl, stop dodging my attacks and use your gift. Koneko. Whatever you want, but you still won't beat me. Bakugo annoyed. Damn, now I'm going to kill you. In that Koneko would dodge Bakugo's attack and in that. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. One for all 13%. Out of your thoughts. White rays would start coming out of Koneko's body and she would approach Bakugo, kicking him and sending him into the wall. In the surveillance room everyone was extremely impressed. Haminari. Damn, she's really too strong. Momo. Leone-san is right, this fight already has a winner. Leone. Come on, I told you, and even Yaoi Rozu-san agrees with me. Back in the fight, Bakugo would get up angry, but then he would smile when he saw that one of his gloves was red. At that Koneko realizes that. Koneko would be. That's the funny thing Bakugo. Bakugo. This is already loaded. Koneko would be. What are you talking about? Bakugo. I'm going to tell you, damn stupid girl, my gift, which is explosion, allows me to store nitroglycerin from the sweaty granules on my hands. At that Bakugo would raise his hand. Bakugo. And I also asked them to make them like this, since these gloves can store nitroglycerin inside them, and I will use this against you, stupid girl, first for leaving me unconscious in the gift test, and now for all the hits you gave me. At that point Koneko would just stand there doing nothing. In the surveillance room Almight speak through the communicator. Almight. Young Bakugo, don't do it, do you want to kill young Koneko? Back in the fight. Bakugo. Now you stupid girl. At that Bakugo would remove the trigger from his glove and then scream. Bakugo. DEE. At that a great explosion was heading towards Koneko, but she would only activate her Nekomata form. Koneko. Take this. So Koneko would launch a burst of blue fire. And so Koneko's attack would end up destroying Bakugo's great explosion, causing the attack to be directed towards him, having to dodge it. Bakugo scared. But what the hell, how did she destroy my attack with her gift? In the surveillance room everyone was open-mouthed when they saw that Koneko destroyed Bakugo's attack. Seiya. I used blue fire to destroy Bakugo's attack. Todoroki. She has a strange gift. Leone. Yes, that's how you make Koneko. Almight. Young Bakugo, if you use that attack again your team will automatically lose. Back in the fight Bakugo would get very upset and start yelling until he would launch an attack, but Koneko with One for All still activated, would dodge it and then say. Koneko. It's over Bakugo. At that Koneko would give a strong punch to Bakugo's neck even if he was unconscious. Koneko. Your confident and cocky attitude reminds me of the wielder of the White Emperor Dragon. At that Izuku would speak to Koneko through the wireless radio. Izuku. Koneko-chan, are you okay? What happened to Kaken? Koneko. Don't worry, Izuku-senpai, I've already finished him off, but tell me, did you find the nuclear weapon? Izuku. Yes, I found it. Koneko. I'm going there. At that Koneko would run towards where Izuku was. And in that Izuku would see how Lita was acting as if he were a villain, something that would make Izuku laugh a little, but Lita heard him. Lita. Midoriya, I heard you. Izuku. Okay Lita, you caught me. Lita. Well, I'm surprised you came alone. Now I'll defeat you, hero. But then the wall would be destroyed, revealing that it was Koneko. Izuku. Koneko-chan, you arrived just in time. Lita. Wait a moment Koneko, how are you here and what happened to my partner Bakugo? Koneko. I already took care of that idiot and now you continue your villain. Izuku. Lita, what are you going to do now? We're 2 against 1. Lita. Okay, fine, you win, I give up. And that I would Almight speak through a loudspeaker. Almight. The team of heroes wins. At that Koneko would hug Izuku making him blush, but he would reciprocate the hug. Koneko. We did it, Izuku-senpai, we won. Izuku. Yes, you're right. Afterwards, the two would arrive at the surveillance room where everyone congratulated them on their victory. Leone. I knew you two were going to win. Kirishima. It was amazing the way you guys faced Bakugo. Mina. Also the way Koneko ended Bakugo's explosion was great. Kirishima. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Ijiro Kirishima. Siro. I am Siro Janta. Aoyama. I am Yuga Aoyama. Mina. I am Mina Shido. Tsayu. I am Asui Tsayu, but you can call me Tsayu. Sato. I am Sato. Momo. And I am Momo Yaoi Rozu. Koneko. It's a pleasure to meet you all guys. Afterwards, the fighting would continue as in the original story until the time of departure arrived. And that Izuku and Koneko were in a park eating ice cream, although Koneko invited Izuku. Izuku? Hey Koneko-chan, why did you invite me for ice cream if I'm the one who should be doing it? Koneko. I did it as a way of thanking you since, thanks to you Leone-san and I have a home in this world. Well, both looked at each other, both would blush. Izuku blushed. Koneko-chan, I would like to tell you something. Koneko blushed. You know I also want to tell you something Izuku-senpai. But before they could speak, a strange portal suddenly appeared, impressing them both. Izuku. Hey Koneko-chan, is it my imagination or is this a portal? Koneko. Yes, this is a portal. Leone, who was with Uraraka and Lita spying on Izuku and Koneko, would come out of their hiding place seeing the portal. Uraraka. Hey, Koneko and Deku are watching the same thing that Lita, Leone, and I are watching. Izuku. Koneko. Yes. Leone. It's incredible, it's a portal. Uraraka surprised. Wow. Koneko. Yes, Uraraka-san, since you remember when we told you how we came to this world. Lita. It's true, you told us that you, Leone, where you come from, were an assassin who killed to free the country from corruption, and you, Koneko, that in your world you were a demon, but that you ended up being betrayed. Izuku. What I wondered is if we will be absorbed by the portal or if someone will fall into our world. Suddenly, 3 people would come out of the portal and fall to the ground. This had impressed the boys, but they quickly approached and saw that the portal disappeared and that there were 2 girls and a boy there, but Koneko recognized the 2 girls who were there. Koneko surprised. It's impossible if they both should be dead. Leone. You know those girls. Koneko. Their names are Rainer and Mattel, they are fallen angels who served Kakabiel, a cadre of Grigori. Izuku. Kakabiel isn't that guy you said was a fan of wars. Lita. Uraraka. War fanatic. Koneko. That's right. Leone. But who could that boy be? Izuku. I don't know but they are hurt, we should take them to a hospital. Uraraka. Deku is right. But in that. If you could please help my human please. Lita. You said that. Down where the hands are. At that point, everyone would see the boy who was unconscious, but they would see that one of his hands had an eye and a mouth. Everyone. What the hell? Chapter 7. New friends, the League of Villains appears. Previously Almight was the teacher of the basic training class for heroes where everyone had impressive fights, and the Izuku and Koneko team beat the Bakugo and Lita team, where after that the 2 went to eat some ice cream, and both ended up blushing, but a portal appeared from where 3 people came out, who were 2 girls who are Rainer and Mattel, 2 fallen angels, and in that when they were going to help lift the 3, the boy's hand appeared an eye and a mouth surprising the boys. What will happen now, find out. Hit the intro. The boys looked impressed at the hand of the boy who was unconscious. Didn't you say you were going to help my human? Izuku. But what the heck, what kind of gift is that? Lita. I have no idea, but that hand is talking. Leone. Hey talking hand, what's your name? Migi. Oh, excuse my manners, my name is Migi, it's a pleasure to meet you. Koneko. The pleasure is ours, but for now let's take the 3 of them to the hospital. All? Yes. And so the boys would arrive at the hospital where they would be received by the doctor and he would promise to do everything possible to help. While Izuku, Koneko and Leone were on their way back home, the 3 of them were wondering a lot of things, but Koneko was wondering more about how Rainer and Mattel were still alive. A week had passed where, like in the original story, Izuku told Bakugo that his gift was something he received, which Bakugo didn't believe. And meanwhile Koneko and Leone told Almight about what happened in the park. Present. In the hospital, Rainer and Mattel would suddenly wake up. Rainer. But what the hell, where are we? Mattel. I don't know Rainer-sama, but this is strange. Rainer. Wait a minute, and Shinichi-kun. Mattel. I don't know. In that, the 2 would see the bed that was next to Mattel seeing the boy named Shinichi. Shinichi. Oh my head, what happened? At that Rainer would get up from her bed and quickly hug Shinichi tightly. Rainer. I was scared, I thought you were dead, Shinichi-kun. Shinichi. Don't worry, I'm tough and hard to kill. Quickly they both gave each other a tender kiss. Mattel. Cough cough, there are witnesses here who know. That's when Migi would appear. Migi. It's good to know they're still alive. Rainer. Oh hello Migi-san. Shinichi. But where are we if we were on the road? Mattel. No idea. And that the doctor who had treated Koneko and Leone. Doctor. Hello, it's good to see that you are okay. I am the doctor and I, along with the doctors and nurses, were in charge of your injuries. Shinichi. Excuse me, doctor, I would like to know how we got to this hospital. Doctor. Well, it turns out that some kids found you injured. If it weren't for those kids, you wouldn't be talking to me. Well, for now, I'm leaving. I'll let you know if you have visitors. So the doctor would leave. Later the doctor would tell them that the boys have a visitor and the door would open, revealing that it was Izuku and Koneko and Leone and with All Might in his muscular form. All Might. Good afternoon, young people. Koneko. They finally woke up. At that Rainer and Mattel were surprised to see Koneko. Rainer surprised. You are part of the Gremory clan. Koneko. You're wrong, I'm no longer part of the Gremory. Mattel. And who are you? Leone. Well, we already know about you too because Koneko told us the little she knew about you, but who is the boy? Shinichi. I'm Shinichi Izumi, it's a pleasure. Koneko. Well Rainer and Mattel, I don't intend to hurt you. I just want you to answer the questions that I will ask you and the questions that Mr. All Might and Izuku-senpai will ask you. Rainer Mattel. Okay fine we will answer the questions. Koneko. Okay, first question. How are you all alive? And how did you meet this boy who's normally called Shinichi and why does he have a talking hand? Izuku. Well, the question I'll ask is, how did the portal bring you to our world? And what kind of gifts do you have? All Might. Okay young ladies you are really villains. Rainer. Well answering your question Koneko it's a little difficult to explain, but I'll try to do it. Author's note. Wapid people, I'm thinking of doing a one-shot about how Rainer and Mattel met Shinichi, but it will be after the end of the note. After a long explanation. Koneko. So a world where there are parasites that get into people's brains. Leone. That sounds disgusting. Mattel. And answering your question Midoriya about how we ended up here, well after we defeated a very strong parasite called Godo, we were on the road, but we ended up fainting, and then when we woke up we were already here. Shinichi. Answering All Might's question, I can tell you that Rainer and Mattel are not villains like you think. Koneko. I can see that you two have changed Rainer and Mattel, so I believe you. Rainer. Thank you Koneko-san and answering your question Midoriya, we cannot answer the other question, since what do you mean by that about the gifts? Mattel. It's true, I'm also curious to know that. Shinichi. Me too. After Izuku and All Might met with Koneko and Leone, they would tell the three about the world they are in, and what the gifts are, about the heroes and villains, and about UA Academy. The three of them had been impressed by all the information. Rainer. A world where heroes exist, that sounds incredible. Shinichi. And besides, there are no parasites in this world. Migi. That's true and that's good. Koneko. I want to ask you guys what do you think about entering the UA Academy? Leone. If you enter the UA you can become heroes. Izuku. Yes, and here Shinichi would only have to fight villains, and you wouldn't have to worry about parasites if they don't exist here. All Might. So young people tell me you agree to enter the UA. Rainer Mattel Shinichi. Yes we accept. Migi. The good thing is that you recovered very quickly so you can leave the hospital today. All Might. And you don't have to worry because I'll get you a place to stay. Rainer Mattel Shinichi. Thank you very much Mr. All Might. After that everyone would leave leaving Rainer and Mattel and Shinichi. Later at the UA Academy, All Might had spoken with Director Nezu to discuss the issue of the boys and he agreed to let them enter the UA, but they had to take the entrance exam first. The next day Rainer, Mattel, and Shinichi would leave the hospital and then the three of them, along with Izuku, Koneko, and Leone, would arrive at the UA Academy and upon seeing the academy, the three of them were impressed. Shinichi. Whoa it's huge. Rainer. And I thought Kuoh Academy was big. Mattel. So we just have to take the entrance exam to get into the UA. Koneko. That's exactly what All Might told us. Leone. Don't worry, we'll be supporting you at all times. Izuku. So we better go inside. Hours later. Rainer, Mattel, and Shinichi were in the center of battle ready to begin the entrance exam. Present Mick. Well start run. At that point the three of them would start running while robots appeared. Shinichi. Migi, I need you to help me. Migi. Understood. At that Migi would take out two blades and start destroying robots, while Rainer and Mattel used spears of light to destroy the robots running throughout the battle center destroying robots. And in the surveillance room the teachers were impressed to see the skills of Rainer and Mattel and Shinichi. Director Nezu. Wow, these guys are really skilled. All Might. They have great skills. And there were Izuku, Koneko and Leone watching the boys destroy the robots. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. I see that they have improved their skills, it seems they could fight the entire Gremory clan. Out of your thoughts. One of the teachers would activate the 0-point robot, but it would quickly be destroyed by Rainer, Mattel, and Shinichi, so the three would be able to take the entrance exam. Hours later. Right now Rainer, Mattel, and Shinichi are in an apartment that Director Nezu gave them, but they were together with Koneko, Leone, and Izuku. Rainer. Hey Koneko, I would like to know something, why did you say you were no longer part of the Gremory? Mattel. It's true I didn't understand when you said that. Koneko sad. It's a long story, but I'll tell it to you. So Koneko telling everything that happened since Rainer and Mattel died until when she told that she was betrayed. Rainer. It's very sad what happened to you, sorry for having to make you tell that again Koneko. Koneko. Don't worry, I'm fine. Izuku. Well, we'll leave them since we have to go home. Leone. See you tomorrow. So Koneko and Leone and Izuku would leave. The next morning, Izuku, Koneko, and Leone would arrive at the entrance of the UA and they would see the trainer, Mattel, and Shinichi were there. Izuku. Oh hey guys. Shinichi. Hello Midoriya. Leone. Ready to go in. Rainer Mattel Shinichi. Yes. At that moment Uraraka and Lita would arrive and would see the boys impressed. Uraraka. Wow, those are the boys we found in the park. Lita. I see you're better now. Mattel. These are the other boys who found us. Koneko. That's right. Afterwards the boys would enter the UA Academy where in the class Rainer and Mattel and Shinichi would introduce themselves and after that, as in the original story, they would choose who would be the class president and just like in the original story the class president would be Ida and the vice president would be Aoi Rozu. Then in the next class like in the original story Professor Aizawa would tell everyone that they would have rescue training. Later Izuku would arrive outside even though he was wearing his sports uniform. And then Uraraka would approach Izuku. Uraraka. Deku why are you wearing the sports uniform? Izuku. Ah well it turns out that my hero suit ended up damaged in combat training. Then Koneko would arrive with her hero costume which is the Kuoh Academy uniform and Leone with her typical clothes that she wears. Koneko. Hello Uraraka-san. Leone. You're ready for rescue training. Uraraka. Yes I am. Then Mattel would arrive with her typical gothic clothes and Shinichi with a school uniform and then Rainer with a different outfit than the one she wears. Author's note. I found this image in a Wattpad story and decided to borrow it. I just hope the story's creator doesn't get mad at me. End of note. Koneko. And that Rainer suit. Rainer. Well when I arrived at Shinichi's world I found myself with this suit so I decided that this would be my hero suit. Leone. Well, the look suits you. At that Lita would scream. Lita. Class 1A, please line up to get on the bus. Be careful not to push each other. At that, the boys would break out in an anime-style sweat. Leone. He took being class president very seriously. Already on the bus the boys would be chatting a little until Mina would ask. Mina. I have a question girls, what kind of gifts do you have? Haminari. It's true, you guys are amazing at combat. Afterwards Koneko and Leone would tell the boys that they are from another world like Rainer and Mattel and Shinichi and they would tell about their adventures that they have lived although Koneko felt somewhat insecure, she would tell that she was betrayed. Leaving everyone impressed but at the same time sad about Koneko. Mina. Wow, everything you guys have experienced is incredible. Hiroshima. Although what happened to you is very sad, Koneko, I really can't believe what they did to you. Aoyama. I agree, it's too sad. Haminari. But the surprising thing is knowing that supernatural beings exist. Leone. Even I was surprised when I heard about it. Seiya. Hey Midoriya and Koneko. Izuku. Yes Asui. Koneko. What's going on Asui? Seiya. Can you tell me Seiya, her gifts are similar to All Might's. Hiroshima. It may be Seiya, but All Might's gift is different from Midoriya's and Koneko's. Leone. He has a point, they may look alike, but they are not the same. Then the boys would arrive at the USJ, where they would be received by the professional hero number 13, where then everyone would be in the USJ, where after 13's explanation, suddenly a portal would appear from where several villains would come out and Professor Aizawa would go to face them, while 13 took care of the boys. Leone. Shouldn't we help Professor Aizawa? Koneko. It's best if we get out of here for now, there's no need to fight. So everyone would start running towards the exit, but a villain called Kurogiri would appear. Kurogiri. We are the League of Villains and we came here to kill All Might, the symbol of peace, but since he is not here, we will kill you. Hearing that, Koneko and Leone quickly took the lead. Koneko. We won't let you hurt our friends. Leone. Get ready because you're going to face us. And that Rainer and Mattel and Shinichi would stand next to Koneko and Leone. Rainer Mattel. We'll help too. Shinichi. Hey Migi, I need your help. And Migi it would appear. Migi. Understood Shinichi. So the five would get into combat pose ready to face Kurogiri. Chapter 8. Battle against the villains, revelation of feelings. Leone quickly hit Kurogiri many times, but her blows did nothing to him. Leone. But what the hell, my punches didn't work. Koneko. It seems to be shock resistant. Kurogiri. I admit they are good at fighting, but my job is to scatter them and torture them to death. Then, like in the original story, Kurogiri would use his gift to make all the boys stay in different parts of the area. How in the original story Izuku would be inside a lake, but Koneko was there, and a villain with the appearance of a shark was about to attack them, but they would be saved by Tsuyu, and then she would use her tongue to take them out of the water. Izuku. Thank you very much Asui. Koneko. If it weren't for you, we would have drowned. Tsuyu. You're welcome, that's what friends are for. Meanwhile Leone would be in a rocky area together with Momo, Jiru, and Kaminari. Author's note. In this story, Kaminari is able to control his gift 100% without looking like an idiot. End of note. Kaminari. What do we do? Leone. There's only one thing to do. Fight. Meanwhile at the entrance of the USJ Arena and Mattel and Shinichi were helping those who remained there to face Kurogiri. Back with Izuku and Koneko. The boys would see that the villains were there. Izuku. Wait a minute guys, I think I know why the villains separated us from the others, maybe they don't know our gifts. Tsuyu. You have a point Midoriya, if they knew I was a frog they would have sent me to the fire zone. Mineta. And what can we do to get out of here? Koneko. We need a strategy to attack the villains and get out of here. Then the boys would plan a strategy and after that Izuku and Koneko would jump off the ship activating one for all at 10% and then both scream. Izuku Koneko. Delaware Smyosh. Thus making a large gust of air that would cause a whirlwind of water and then Tsuyu would hold Izuku and Koneko and then Mineta would throw his fears at the villains so that they would stick. After a while the boys would come out of the water. Tsuyu. Wow you two are amazing Midoriya and Koneko. Mineta. If it weren't for you guys we'd be dead already hahaha. Izuku. For now we have to return to the others. Koneko. And also that Professor Aizawa possibly continues fighting against the villains. So the boys would leave. The fighting would be like in the original story, while at the entrance, Lita had managed to escape to go and ask for help. Meanwhile Leone continued fighting together with Momo and Jiru and Kaminari, and thanks to Kaminari's gift, the villains were being electrocuted after that Momo would create a blanket and then Kaminari would use a lot of electricity and paralyze the villains. Afterwards the girls would get out of the blanket seeing Kaminari a little tired. Jiru. Hey Denki, are you okay? Kaminari. If you don't worry, I'm fine. Jiru. That's good, I thought you had killed yourself. Out of nowhere, they both gave each other a tender kiss without noticing that Leone and Momo were watching them. Leone. Hey lovebirds, we're here, remember? At that, Jiru and Kaminari would separate and then turn to look elsewhere, embarrassed. Momo. I think we should go with the others, they may need help. Leone. So we follow you, class vice president. And that the four would go with the others. Meanwhile Izuku and Koneko together with Tsuyu and Mineta would be watching how Professor Aizawa was facing the villains with only one arm since his other arm was hurt because of Shigaraki and in that the Nomu who is Shigaraki's creation would begin to hit Professor Aizawa and in that Kurogiri would arrive. Shigaraki. Kurogiri you finished with no .13. Kurogiri. I managed to injure 13 but one of the students escaped to ask for help. At that Shigaraki would start to scratch his neck annoyed and then say. Shigaraki. Kurogiri if you weren't our escape plan I would kill you. And just like in the original story, Shigaraki would try to touch Tsuyu to disintegrate her, but his arm would be stopped by Koneko and she would give Shigaraki a strong punch, making him retreat. Koneko. I won't allow you to hurt my friends, Shigaraki Tamura, right? That's your name. Shigaraki. Damn unhappy now I will finish you or rather my Nomu will. At that the Nomu would be ready to attack Koneko, but Koneko would say in her thoughts. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. One for all 45%. Out of your thoughts. At that point, Koneko would activate her Nekomata mode and begin to fight the Nomu while Izuku, Tsuyu, and Mineta took Professor Aizawa away. And then the others would arrive seeing the fierce battle of Koneko against the Nomu. Leone. Oh shit, I have to help Koneko. Quickly Leone would go to where Koneko was and hit the Nomu, sending it flying. Leone. You need help Koneko. Koneko. It would be very useful for me. At that point, both of them would start hitting the Nomu, but at that point, Shigaraki would start laughing. Shigaraki. No matter what they do, they won't be able to hurt Nomu since he can regenerate. Koneko. It's not noticeable. Leone. That's true. Shigaraki. What are they about? But Shigaraki would be surprised to see that the Nomu's wounds did not regenerate. Shigaraki. But what the hell, how is it possible that you are hurting Nomu? At that Leone would give a great flurry of blows to the Nomu and then Koneko would launch her Nekomata fire, but not before saying. Koneko. Disappear damn beast. Thus Koneko's Injutsu attack would disintegrate the Nomu, leaving Shigaraki very scared. Shigaraki. No it can't be how is it possible that that damn girl ended up with Nomu I can't see. Kurogiri. we'd better go, tomorrow. And that Kurogiri would make a portal, but not before looking at Koneko with hatred and then disappearing. At that everyone would approach to congratulate Koneko and Leone for defeating the beast. Hiroshima. That was amazing, you two faced that beast without caring about the danger. Mina. You two are amazing. Toru. Besides, if it weren't for you guys we'd be dead. Koneko. Haha, it's not that bad, besides we did it because we didn't want to save everyone. Leone. That's what a hero does. Then the UA teachers and Almight would arrive, seeing all the kids. Almight. Young people, I'm sorry for the delay, maybe you were scared and I couldn't do anything. Zero. Don't worry, Almight plus Koneko and Leone were in charge of defeating a very dangerous beast. Saito. Besides, if it weren't for the help of Rainer and Mattel and Shinichi Lida, I wouldn't have been able to go out and look for help. Almight. You really leave me surprised, young people, you stood up to some villains and you were brave, that's what it means to be a hero. At that point Izuku would approach Koneko. Izuku. What you did was incredible Koneko-chan, and I'm glad nothing bad happened to you. Koneko. Don't worry Izuku-senpai, after all I am and always will be strong. Then they would both look at each other and then blush. After all that the other villains would be stopped and arrested. Later at Izuku's house. Leone was asleep while Izuku and Koneko were getting ready to sleep, but Izuku wanted to say something to Koneko, but he was nervous, but he would still calm down. Izuku. Koneko-chan, would you like to go on a date with me? That had surprised Koneko, and she had turned very red, but she would calm down. Koneko. Of course, Izuku-senpai, I would like to have a date with you. Afterwards the two would go to sleep. Already the next morning Izuku would be waiting for Koneko, but Leone and her mother would see him. Inko. Son, what are you doing? Leone. And now what is Midoriya doing? And that Izuku would tell them that he would have a date with Koneko, surprising Leone and her mother. Inko. Well son, I wish you luck. Leone. Good luck Midoriya. Then Koneko would come out with the following clothes. Koneko. And how do I look? Izuku super blushed. You look very beautiful. Koneko blushing. Haha thanks Izuku-senpai. Afterwards, they would both go on their date, but Leone would be following them. Izuku and Koneko would be having their date, first they would go to eat at a restaurant, and then the two would go to the mall while they saw everything, and without noticing that Leone was following them. Afterwards Izuku and Koneko would arrive at the park and then both eat ice cream, and after finishing they would both look at each other and then blush since they both wanted to express their feelings but did not know how to do it. Izuku. Koneko-chan, since we're alone, I'd like to tell you something. Koneko. Actually, I'd like to tell you something too. Izuku nervous. Okay Koneko, this is what I wanted to tell you. I didn't want to say it because I thought this would affect our relationship, but I gathered my courage. Koneko-chan, I love you. That had surprised Koneko, but she would say. Koneko. You know Izuku-senpai, since Issei-senpai's death I promised to find someone who would make me happy like him, but in my world I couldn't do it until I met you, but just like you, I'm not going to deny it anymore, and I love you too, Izuku-senpai. And so both of them would be impressed and very blushing. Izuku blushed. Koneko-chan, tell me, would you like to be my girlfriend? Koneko blushed. Of course Izuku-senpai, since nothing would make me happier than being by your side. And then both of them would slowly approach each other and then both give each other a tender and loving kiss without noticing how Leone was still spying on them, but she was crying with happiness. Leone whispering. I'm so glad you're happy Koneko, after everything that happened to you, you deserve to be happy. Back with Izuku and Koneko, both would separate due to lack of air. Izuku. And tell me Koneko-chan, what would you like to do now? Koneko. How about we go for a walk? Izuku. It's okay. So both would start walking, but in that. Izuku. Hey Koneko-chan, would you like to hear a song sung by me? Koneko. Of course Izuku-senpai. At that Izuku would start singing the next song. While Izuku sang the song they both continued walking and passed by many places. They also went to a fair where they both had a good time, and the song continued while they continued enjoying their date. Then the two would arrive at a plaza where they both would be walking, while Izuku continued singing the song, until the two would arrive at the beach that they cleaned together, seeing the ocean and the full moon, and then they both would look into each other's eyes. Izuku. I love you Koneko-chan. Koneko. I love you too, Izuku-senpai. And then they both gave each other a tender and passionate kiss while the moon illuminated them without even realizing that Leone was spying on them. And then the song would end and Leone would come out of hiding. Leone. How cute you are, you make the perfect couple. Izuku and Koneko were surprised to see Leone. Koneko. But what the hell were you spying on us Leone-san? Leone. If they ever saw me. Izuku. I think we didn't realize. Leone. Well, let's go home, and by the way Midoriya, you sing well as Koneko, without a doubt you make the perfect couple. Izuku Koneko. Thank you Leon-san. So the three of them would go home to sleep. Meanwhile in the world of high school DxD. At the student council, Sona was at her desk while waiting for information. Tsubaki. President, you should calm down. I'm sure everything went as planned. Sona. I hope so Tsubaki, because if they discover the magic circle we put there will be lost. And that would enter the rest of Sona's entourage along with Azazel and Kiba and Gasper, and also Serafel. Azazel. Any signs? Sona. Let's look at the magic circle. And that Sona would open a magic circle where the occult club would be seen, where in the room were Riaz and Akeno and Asia, and Rasuius together with Gabriel and Serziches was also there with a strange machine. Kiba. What is that machine? Gasper. I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. Meanwhile at the occult club. Riaz. Well brother, why did you need us? Serziches. Remember when I told you that Sona sent Kaneko's body to a strange portal? Riaz. Yes, why? Serziches. I have my suspicions that she might still be alive. That had impressed the girls. Meanwhile in the student council everyone was impressed. Sona. So it is possible that she is alive. Serafel. But perhaps Serziches knows how to find her. Azazel. That's impossible since it takes a long time to find the world where the girl might be. Kiba. Ugh, thank goodness. Back at the occult club. Akeno. And what can we do? How can we find her to finish her off? Asia. It's true, she has to be dead. Rasuius. Thought the same. Gabriel. Calm down girls, let's listen to Serziches first. Serziches. Well, I've managed to create a portal that will take us to another world, but for now, only one person can go to that world where she might be. Riaz. And who will go? Serziches. Here I have something that I was able to create using the blood that was left in the park where we finished her off, and also I put energy of destruction into it to make it strong, and now look at this. At that Serziches would press a button and the machine would begin to glow an intense crimson color, making the girls cover their eyes. Meanwhile at the student council. Everyone would be covering their eyes. Serafel. What's going on? Sona. I don't know, that machine is emitting a great brightness. Back at the occult club. The machine would stop glowing and the door would open. Author's note. Listen to this melody for this moment, end of note. At that moment the door of the machine would open and a girl would come out, but seeing that girl would leave the girls impressed. Gabriel. What the hell? Ria surprised. Brother, perhaps you. Serziches. That's right. In the student council everyone was impressed by what they were seeing and couldn't believe it. Kiba. It can't be. Asper. But how the hell did he do that? Azazel. That bucking son of a bitch. Scared Serafel. What the hell is going on Sona-chan? She sounds scared. No I don't know. Back at the occult club. How can I help Serziches Sama? At that Serziches would open a magic portal. Serziches. Enter this portal and find this girl and kill her. At that Serziches would show the unknown girl a picture of Koneko. Akeno. She's a bitch and that's why you have to finish her off. Asia. It is also a danger to everyone. Rasuius. That's why Serziches Sama entrusted you with this. Gabriel. Then we're counting on you to do this job. Don't worry, I can handle this. At that point the unknown girl would walk towards the magic portal, but not before turning around. Serziches. I'm counting on you. In that, the face of the unknown girl would be shown, who is none other than an evil girl made with the power of destruction and evil, and that girl is. Serziches. Dark Koneko. Dark Koneko. I understand Serziches Sama, I will finish off that damn thing. At that Dark Koneko would cross the portal and then disappear. Riaz. I wait and finish her off. Serziches. She will do it, and if she fails I along with the girls will go to finish her off, and if we also fail well you will have to go. Riaz. Understood brother. Meanwhile in the student council, Sona would disappear the magic circle seeing everyone scared. Azazel. This is bad, if the girl is still alive she will have a big problem. Serafel. It's true, if Koneko-chan is still alive that copy of her could finish her off. Kiba. Let's just hope Koneko can defeat her copy. Asper. I hope so too. At that moment, Sona would look out the window as she saw that it was starting to rain. Sona's thoughts. Sona. Koneko, I hope you're alive and I know you can beat that copy of yourself. I have hope that you can do it. Out of your thoughts. And Sona he would return with the others while the rain continued to fall. Chapter 9. The UA Sports Festival is on its way. Previously, after managing to stop the League of Villains, everyone managed to save themselves from the attack after what happened, and the next day Izuku and Koneko would have a date where they both said what they felt for each other, thus both becoming a couple. But while that happened in the world of high school, DxD Surzachas would send a copy of Koneko called Dark Koneko to the world, where she would possibly find Koneko to kill her, but in the student council, Sona would look out the window hoping that Koneko would defeat her evil copy. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. It had been a few weeks after the League of Villains, and at night at the UA Academy, some professional heroes and Almight would be discussing what happened with the League of Villains, and that fortunately they were not hurt, but Almight would say in their thoughts. Thoughts of Almight. Almight. I wish I had been there in time. I would have liked to see how the young Koneko and the young Leone finished off that beast called Nomu, but I wonder what percentage of one for all the young Midoriya and the young Koneko have managed to master. If I remember correctly, they had a 60% mastery of one for all. Out of your thoughts. This is how people would continue talking about what happened. Meanwhile at Izuku's house. Koneko, Leone, and Izuku were talking a little about what happened with the League of Villains a few weeks ago. Koneko. Well, despite everything we did, Professor Aizawa and number 13 ended up injured. Izuku. Don't blame yourself, Koneko-chan, if it weren't for you and Leone-san we wouldn't have been able to survive that attack. Leone. That's true, you shouldn't feel bad, Koneko. Don't worry. After all, we beat up that idiot called Shigaraki tomorrow. Koneko. You have a point. Leone. Well, I'll go see if Mrs. Inko has dinner ready. I'll be right back, lovebirds. Izuku. Koneko. Okay. Leone. And don't do anything wrong. At that Leone would close the door leaving Izuku and Koneko blushing. Izuku. You know, I feel a little sad since I couldn't do anything to prevent Professor Aizawa and number 13 from getting hurt, and I know how to master one for all 60%, but I still couldn't do anything. At that Koneko would grab Izuku's hand. Koneko. Don't feel bad, Izuku-senpai, you helped a lot. If it weren't for the plan you and I made to escape from the ship, the villains would have defeated us. And at that Koneko would look at Izuku blushing. Koneko blushed. Also after that we had our date where you and I became a couple, and that makes me feel happy, since you gave me the hope of moving forward and finding someone who would make me happy, and that is you, my Izuku-senpai, and I love you with all my heart. Izuku would blush upon hearing Koneko's words. Izuku blushed. I also love you with all my heart, Koneko-chan, and I'm glad I met you since you helped me train, and you and I will be great heroes. At that moment, both would give each other a tender kiss, but at that moment, the door would open. Leone. Hey, dinner is ready. Izuku. Koneko. Okay, let's go. This is how they would go to breakfast. Author's note. Leone sleeps in one room while Koneko sleeps in Izuku's room since the bed she has fits two people and she sleeps with him, and don't be suspicious XD. End of note. The next morning Izuku would wake up but would not see Koneko by his side, but when he was going to get up, he would see that there was a lump on top of him and he would remove the sheet, showing that it was Koneko who was sleeping with a smile on Izuku, but also her Nekomata features were out. Izuku super blushed. KK. Koneko-chan wakes up, it's already daytime. And that Koneko would wake up seeing Izuku and making a kitten gesture. Koneko. Good morning, my Izuku-senpai. Izuku. Hehe, you look very cute when you do that, but well, we have to get ready to go to UA. Koneko. Oh right, but before. At that Koneko would give Izuku a kiss and he would blush in return. Hours later. At UA in class everyone was talking about the League of Villains and that this event had become popular. Leone. Hey yaoi Rozu-san. Momo. What's up, Leone-san? Leone. You know something, I was really impressed when I saw that Jiro and Kaminari became a couple. At that Momo would see that Jiro and Kaminari were talking a little while holding hands. Momo. Well, I don't know what you're surprised about. After all, we saw how the two of them kissed when the villains happened. Leone. You're right, but they make a nice couple. It's the same as Izuku and Koneko, they also make a nice couple, don't you think? Momo. You have a point, besides knowing everything that happened to Koneko-san in her world, it's good to see that she is happy here. In that, like in the original story, Aizawa would arrive, but he was bandaged. Seeing Professor Aizawa like this would surprise everyone. Kaminari. It's too professional. Shinichi. Don't even mention it. Rainer Mattel. He really came back to teach us despite being injured, sensei. Aizawa. My recovery doesn't matter, all that matters is that I can teach them, and this fight isn't over yet. Everyone wouldn't understand what Aizawa meant by that, but everyone would think it was about the villains. Aizawa. The UA Academy Sports Festival is approaching. Everyone surprised. Sports Festival. Koneko. Leone. A sports festival. Shinichi. I asked him what it will be. Rainer. Shinichi-kun asked me the same thing. Jiro. Sensei, it's safe to have a sports festival after they managed to infiltrate in here. Haminari. Jiru is right, they could do it again. Mattel. And I agree with them. Izawa. Don't worry, the security level was increased 5 times more than last year. Afterwards Izawa would explain about the UA Sports Festival. Momo. Not to mention that all the professional heroes in the country will be watching us for possible recruitment. Haminari. Also, upon graduation, we have a better chance of getting into a famous hero agency. Shinichi. Wow, just wow. Rainer Mattel. We didn't expect that. Leone. Sounds super exciting. Koneko. It's amazing, it will definitely be something great. After class the kids would be chatting a little about the sports festival. Haminari. They know without a doubt that Midoriya and Koneko will be the ones who stand out the most at the sports festival, because after all, they are the first 2 places in the entrance exam. Jiru. Yes, you have a denki point, but also Leone-san, being someone of incredible strength. Koneko. Maybe, but you guys will still stand out at the sports festival, I'm sure of that. At that Uraraka would put on a determined face raising her fist. Uraraka. We will show who we are and give our best. Leone. Yes, that's how you talk, friend. So Izuku, Koneko, and Lita would raise their fists just like Uraraka and Leone, but all 3 would have an anime-style sweat drop. Mina. They seem excited. Seiya. That's noticeable. Rainer. Well, but there is a point to something, we have to give our best if we want to stand out in the sports festival. Mattel. And thus be recruited by a hero agency. Shinichi. It will be super exciting. Later it was already lunchtime and Izuku, Koneko and Leone together with Uraraka and Lita would be talking about their motivations to be heroes, and Uraraka would tell why she wants to be a professional heroine, leaving the boys impressed, and Lita would start to applaud. Leone. Well, it's a good motivation, Uraraka, that you want to help your parents. That's what a daughter would do for her parents. Koneko. Exactly. Izuku. Your motivation is good, Uraraka, and we are sure that you will become a great heroine. Uraraka. Thanks guys. Then All Might appear out of nowhere. All Might. Young Midoriya and young Koneko and Leone would like to have lunch with me. That'd surprise the 3, but they would accept. Later in All Might's office he would return to his skeletal form. All Might. I guess you already know why I call them Truth. Leone. Of course, you want to ask Izuku and Koneko how much they have mastered One for All, right? All Might. You got it exactly right, young Leone. Izuku. Well for now we continue with 60% of One for All, it's what we can control for the moment. Koneko. Exactly. Leone. But don't worry, All Might. I'll train Izuku and Koneko to master One for All. I'm sure the training I'll give them will be very good for them. All Might. I hope so, young Leone, and I hope you 3 give your best at the sports festival. I trust you. Later at dismissal time, when they opened the door they would see many students blocking the entrance. Leone. And now what the hell is going on here? Mineta. Why are there so many people? Lita. No idea. Bakugo. They investigate their opponents, it's normal that after the news of the League of Villains and that we were there, it's normal that they want to know about us, now out of my way, stupid extras. Koneko. It seems like it will never change. Izuku. No, Koneko-chan Kaken would remain the same as always. Leone. An explosive Muslim with anger issues. Angry Bakugo. Stop calling me that, damn blonde. Leone. Nope, I'm not going to keep telling you like that because that's what you are, an explosive Muslim. At that moment, a boy with purple hair would speak and it was none other than Shinso. Shinso. I came to see what the group was like first. How arrogant you are. I hope everyone isn't like that. Leone. No, don't worry, the only arrogant one here is this explosive Muslim. Annoyed Bakugo. Stop calling me that, stupid blonde girl. Then that Shinso would see Izuku and Koneko. Shinso. Hey, you're the boy who came first in the entrance exam and you're the girl who came second and you and your friend also destroyed a beast that was with the villains. Koneko. That's right. Shinso. It will be interesting to see what you 2 are capable of at the sports festival. At that, a silver-haired boy would speak very excitedly and this was none other than Tetsutetsu. Tetsutetsu. Hey you guys, I'm from Class B and I heard that you guys fought some villains and I'll tell you not to believe such a thing. That would make everyone break out in an anime-style sweat. Just like in the original story, everyone would start training for the sports festival. The next morning. It was 6 a.m. and on a rocky mountain near the city, Izuku and Leone would be waiting for Koneko. Leone. He asked me what he had to go get. Izuku. I hope it doesn't take that long. On that. Koneko. But I'm behind you Izuku-senpai. At that, Izuku would turn around and blush like a tomato when he saw Koneko doing a stretch, but she was wearing training clothes. Leone. I must admit that the Koneko look suits you well. Koneko. Thank you, and what do you think, Izuku-senpai? Izuku super blushed. Well, me and I think you look very beautiful, the look suits you, haha. Koneko blushing. Haha, thanks Izuku-senpai. At that, Koneko would activate her Nekomata mode, but Leone and Izuku would be surprised to see that Koneko had 2 cattails. Author's note. Pretend you have the workout clothes, end of note. Izuku blushed more. Wow, you look very pretty, Koneko-chan, haha, but still you always look very beautiful no matter what. Koneko super blushed. Gra gra gra, thanks Izuku-senpai. At that, Koneko would give Izuku a kiss and he would reciprocate, still blushing. Leone. Okay, lovebirds, pay attention. Look at these cement blocks. Izuku. Koneko. Guess why? Leone. Well, the training consists of doing push-ups with 2 blocks on your back and then putting them on your back and running all over this place, that will be our training. That had surprised Izuku and Koneko. Days later. The 3 of them would be about to leave Izuku's house. Inko. Good luck, son, and I'll support you girls from here too. Izuku. Thanks, mom. Koneko. Leone. Thank you, Mrs. Midoriya. Later. The boys would be in a place preparing, but in that Todoroki would tell Izuku the same thing as in the original story, but Izuku would accept the challenge. Izuku. If you and I ever face each other, I'll give my best, be sure of that, Todoroki. Todoroki. I hope so. Leone. Hey Todoroki, if you ever face me, I assure you that I will show you what I am capable of. Todoroki. We'll see about that. In that, the two would be looking at each other with a challenging look, impressing everyone. Izuku. I think Leone-san wants to face Todoroki. Koneko. Don't even say it, Izuku-senpai. In that, Bakugo would be watching everything with fury. Bakugo's thoughts. Bakugo annoyed. I hate what that idiot half and half said, but he has a point, I won't let that damn Deku or his stupid girlfriend beat me again. Out of your thoughts. At that point, everyone would be called and enter the stadium. Present Mick. Welcome to 1A grade. At that, everyone would scream with excitement. Koneko. This is going to be super exciting. Leone. Don't even mention it. So our protagonists along with Class 1A would be ready for the UA Sports Festival. Chapter 10. The first events of the sports festival begin. Previously, our protagonists and Izuku had talked a little about what happened weeks ago with the League of Villains, and the next day Aizawa returned, but he was bandaged as if he were a mummy XD, and he would explain to everyone about the UA Sports Festival. After that, everyone began to train, including Izuku and Koneko, who would be trained again by Leone, after which the UA Sports Festival would finally begin. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. After introducing Class 1A, the other grades would then be introduced. Then the professional heroine Midnight would appear, making some boys blush a little. Midnight. Okay, before we begin, the representative of Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya, will come forward. Hearing that, Izuku would get very nervous. Izuku nervous. I'll go ahead. At that, Koneko would grab Izuku's hand. Koneko. Izuku-senpai, don't get nervous, you can do it, I trust you and I'm with you, you don't have to worry. Upon hearing what Koneko told him, Izuku calmed down and then went up on stage, then took a deep breath and then said. Izuku. Well, I'm not very good at this speech thing, but I'll just tell you to give your best since we're all here because we all want to be heroes, so let's go further plus ultra. At that, everyone would start clapping and shouting plus ultra. After Midnight would explain that the first thing they would do would be an obstacle course with everyone going to their positions ready to start the race. Midnight. Empison. So everyone started running. But everyone would be trapped, but in that a great gust of ice would appear and it was Todoroki who had frozen everyone's feet. Todoroki. Sorry guys, but that's how it is. At that point, some students from Class 1A had freed themselves from the ice, including Momo and Leone, as well as Mina, Kirishima, Aoyama, and also Rainer and Mattel, who would be flying with their wings. Also Izuku and Koneko, who had her Nekomata form outside, but had her 2 cattails, in addition to having one for all activated at 20% like Izuku. Author's note. Pretend that Izuku and Koneko are wearing the sports uniform, end of note. Izuku. It's good that we managed to free ourselves, don't you think, Koneko-chan? Koneko. Yes, but it seems Todoroki doesn't beat around the bush. And that Bakugo would be following Todoroki angrily. Bakugo. Half and half bastard, you're not going to get away. Leone. Oh, don't believe it, explosive Muslim, the one who will beat Todoroki will be me, not you. At that point, the first obstacle of the race would appear ahead. The robots for the entrance exam. But Todoroki with a blast of ice would finish off the robots, then Bakugo using his explosions would destroy some robots, while Rainer and Mattel used their spears of light and Leone with her lion claws to pieces the robots. Meanwhile, some small robots would attack the students who were there, but 2 robots would approach Izuku and Koneko, but using one for all, they would give them strong blows, destroying them, and then they would destroy the last 2 giant robots. Izuku Koneko. Smash. Thus they would destroy the 2 giant robots, impressing the public. Present Mick. It's incredible that many of the students have managed to destroy and pass the first obstacle. This is impressive. Meanwhile Izuku and Koneko were running fast to catch up with those in first place. Izuku. It seems like they are very fast, but it seems that Leone-san overtook us too much. Koneko. Don't worry, Izuku-senpai, I'm sure we'll catch up. At that point, all the students would reach the second obstacle of the race, which was to cross a cliff using some ropes. For some it would be easy to cross, for example Shinichi, instead of going through the ropes he jumped using his abilities, while Todoroki used his ice to slide, Bakugo used his explosions, and Leone jumped from rock to rock, while Rainer and Mattel had stopped to rest a little. Rainer. Ugh, this is too intense. Mattel. You don't even need to say it. At that, Izuku and Koneko, who still had the one for all, would start jumping from rock to rock, impressing everyone. Present Mick. These young people never cease to impress us all with their gifts and abilities. This gets more and more exciting, but let's see how they do with the third obstacle of the race. In that, the third and final obstacle of the race would be a minefield. Leone. So minefield, that's nothing. In that Leone would be dodging the places where there were explosive mines, but in front of her a very annoying Bakugo would appear. Annoyed Bakugo. Damn blonde, don't declare war on the wrong person. Leone. I don't care what you say, you bucking explosive Muslim. At that point, Bakugo would start throwing several of his explosions, but Leone would easily dodge them, but then Todoroki would appear. Todoroki. Let's see how good you are at dodging attacks, Leone-san. At that point the 3 would start to fight. Present Mick. This is incredible, 3 students from the first year A class are fighting for first place, this can get more exciting. At that, a green ray would appear in front of them, showing that it was Izuku who still had one for all activated. Annoyed Bakugo. Damn Deku bastard, I won't let you win. Todoroki. Shit, I forgot about the others. Leone. Don't believe it, Midoriya, I'll be the one who won. But then a white ray would pass by the 3 of them, seeing that it was Koneko. Bakugo very upset. Those damn idiots don't think they'll escape. At that point the 3 were about to overtake Koneko, but she would say. Koneko. I don't think so. So Koneko would throw a Delaware smash at them that would end up throwing Bakugo, Todoroki and Leone backwards. Koneko. That will be enough. And that Izuku would end up coming in first place. Present Mick. And the winner of this race is the participant Izuku Midoriya. Then Koneko would come in second place and just like Izuku she would deactivate one for all. Izuku tired. Ugh, that was close, I thought I wouldn't make it. And that Izuku would be hugged by Koneko. Koneko. Congratulations Izuku-senpai, you won the obstacle course. I'm very happy for you. Izuku. Jejij, thanks Koneko-chan. The other students would arrive at that point. After midnight would show the next event of the sports festival, which was a cavalry battle. But midnight would say that the contestant who came in first would have the 10 million point band, impressing Izuku and everyone watching him. Izuku nervous. This is bad. Afterwards everyone would be forming their teams, but nobody wanted to team up with Izuku. Izuku. I guess because I have the 10 million band, no one wants to be with me. Koneko. Don't worry, Izuku-senpai, I'm here with you, I'll be on your team. Izuku. Hey, thanks Koneko-chan. In order to complete the formation of the team, Uraraka and Rainer would join them, thus devising their strategy. Then the cavalry battle would begin and as expected everyone would go against Izuku's team, but Rainer would take out her fallen angel wings and the boys would begin to fly, impressing everyone. Tetsu. What the hell can those guys fly? Meanwhile up above. Izuku. If it works for the moment they won't come for us. At that point, Shinso's team would appear and using their quirk would make Izuku start acting weird, being about to give him the $10 million band, but Koneko would throw a Delaware smash at Shinso's group, making Shinso's team fall back to the ground. Izuku. AK Paso. Koneko. You almost gave that Shinso guy the 10 million band, but don't worry Izuku-senpai, I was able to stop that guy's gift. Uraraka. Hey, we're about to fall. Rainer. The good thing is that with your gift you made us less burdensome. So the boys would fall back to the ground, but in that. Bakugo. Where do you think Deku is going, you bastard, you and your stupid girlfriend have unfinished business. And that before Bakugo grabbed the 10 million band, Izuku would activate One for All, and with a Delaware smash, he would make Bakugo fly. Koneko. Well done Izuku-senpai. Brainer. What a good strategy Midoriya-san. This is how the sound of a trumpet would sound indicating that the cavalry battle was over. Afterwards everyone would go have some lunch, but Todoroki would talk to Izuku telling him the same thing about the original story, but Bakugo would also join in the conversation. Bakugo. Listen, damn Deku, you and your stupid girlfriend and your damn blonde friend will be defeated by me, and I will return all the beatings you gave me. That's what everyone would look at. Izuku. Okay Kaken, you'll see that if I ever face you, I'll show you everything I am now. Then the last event of the sports festival would be a one-on-one tournament, so the names of the participants would be displayed on the screen. Everyone would see that in amazement, but how in the original story Izuku would have to fight against Shinso, while Koneko would have to fight against Mattel, and Leone would have to fight against Tetsu. Koneko. Looks like I have to fight Mattel-san. Leone. Well I'll face the active guy over there. Then the last event of the sports festival would begin. The battle between Izuku and Shinso would be like the original story, only here Izuku would be able to defeat Shinso more easily, now having controlled One for All at 69%, so Izuku would move on to the second round. Then the second fight of the first round would take place. Present Mick. Well let's welcome the girl who surprises us with her skills from the hero course of Class 1A Koneko Taoju. At that Koneko would climb onto the platform. Present Mick. Now from the Heroes Course 2, and that his flying skills are good from Class 1A to Mattel. At that Mattel would go up to the platform. At that Koneko would show that she had her kitten gloves on. Mattel. I hope and don't hold back Koneko-san, I want to see all your strength and determination. At that Mattel would take out his spear of light. Koneko. Well, I hope you don't hold back either, Mattel-san. At that Koneko would get into a combat pose. Midnight. If you are ready, start. Mattel quickly launched an attack, starting to use his spear of light to scratch Koneko, but she easily dodged it. Mattel. You're fast, but I still won't give up. And that Mattel would continue trying to find an opening to hit Koneko, while everyone else would be watching how the battle was going. Izuku. I wonder who of the two will win. Leone. I think Koneko has it made. That's when Migi would appear. Shinichi. Is something wrong, Migi? Migi. Apparently Leone-san has a point, I think if we see this well, Koneko has already won this fight. Rainer. I think that's true. Uraraka. The fight is getting more and more exciting. Lita. That's true. Back in the fight. Mattel kept trying to attack Koneko, but she would be hitting her trying to destroy the spear of light. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. I need more speed, One for All 10%. Out of your thoughts. From Koneko's body, white rays would come out, so Koneko would finish destroying Mattel's spear of light with one blow. Mattel. Curse. Koneko. Delaware Smash. So with a gust of air Koneko would throw Mattel off the platform. Midnight. Contestant Mattel is off the platform, so contestant Koneko Taoju moves on to the next round. At that point, everyone would start clapping, and Koneko would deactivate One for All and approach Mattel, offering her hand. Koneko. It was a good fight, don't you think, Mattel-san? At that Mattel would grab Koneko's hand and then say. Mattel. Yes, it was a good fight. So Mattel would rise. The third fight of the first round would follow. Present Mick. Now for the next battle, welcome the girl with the skills and characteristics of a lion from the 1A Leone class of heroes. At that Leone would climb onto the platform. Present Mick. Now welcome the boy with a strong steel, the boy with great passion from the hero course of Class 2B Tetsu. So Tetsu would climb onto the platform. Tetsu. See what I wanted. Leone's thoughts. Leone. How could I notice the gift? This type is almost the same as Kirishima's hardening, but this time a metal hardening. I must be careful. Out of your thoughts. Midnight. Begin. So Tetsu would activate his hardening and start attacking Leone, but with Leonelle already activated, she would start giving strong punches and kicks that would start destroying Tetsu's hardening. Tetsu. But that is impossible. Leone. Nothing is impossible for me. With a strong punch to the stomach, Leone would knock Tetsu off the platform. Midnight. Participant Tetsu is off the platform, so the winner is participant Leone. At that everyone would start applauding, and Leone would deactivate her Tigu and would go to where Tetsu was, extending her hand to him. Leone. Hey, good fight, you left me impressed with your toughness. At that Tetsu would accept the hand. Tetsu. Thanks for the fight. Leone. You're welcome. Afterwards the first round fights would be the same as the original story, but unlike here in the Battle of Kaminari against Tabara, he would lose because he was tired from using too much electricity, while Momo had to fight against Shinichi, where Momo would lose, despite the fact that at that time, Migi was asleep at that time. Afterwards, Mina would defeat Aoyama, while Rainer would have to fight against Kirishima, losing since her spears of light were destroyed by Kirishima's hardening. While Todoroki, being angry with his father, would beat Zero in a brutal way, impressing everyone. Leone. Super incredible. Seeing this made me want to fight Todoroki even more. Until the last battle of the first round would arrive, which would be between Uraraka and Bakugo. Izuku and Koneko and Leone and Lita would be with Uraraka talking a little before the battle. Izuku. Be careful Uraraka-san, knowing Kaken he won't hold back. Koneko. You must be careful and try to find an opening to attack him. Leone. Lita. But above all, good luck. At that Uraraka would rise. Uraraka. Thanks guys, and that's why. At that, before opening the door, Uraraka would raise his thumb. Uraraka. See you in the final. So the boys would just nod. This is how the last fight of the first round between Uraraka and Bakugo would begin. Unfortunately, as in the original story, Uraraka would be defeated by Bakugo, and he had no mercy against her. Everyone was impressed, but Izuku and Koneko and Leone and Lita were too worried when they saw how Uraraka turned out. Leone. That damn Muslim had no mercy on her. Lita. I can't believe it. Izuku. How did I know that even though it was her, Kaken didn't hold back and had no mercy on her? Koneko. You're right, Izuku-senpai, but for now, let's wait for Uraraka-san to recover. That's what Koneko would be thinking. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. Izuku-senpai is right, not even when it comes to Uraraka, that wretch Bakugo had no mercy on her, but if I had faced him, I'd have to lower his sumos. Out of your thoughts. So everyone would take a break to wait for the second round to begin. Chapter 11. A super exciting battle, Leone vs Todoroki. Previously the UA Sports Festival had begun, where in the first part of the festival, which was an obstacle course, our protagonists and Izuku would manage to pass to the next test, which was in a cavalry battle, and after that the last event of the sports festival would begin, which was a one-on-one battle tournament where Izuku faced Shinso, while Koneko faced Mattel, Koneko winning the battle, while Leone won her battle against Tetsutetsu. Then for the final of the first round, Bakugo defeated Uraraka. In a brutal way, impressing everyone. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. The second round of the tournament was about to begin, but seeing who was going to face each other would literally impress everyone. Since everyone would see that the next ones to face each other were none other than Izuku and Koneko, and these two would also be surprised. Koneko surprised. But what the hell do I have to fight against Izuku-senpai? Izuku surprised. I really have to face my girlfriend. Present Mick. It's time for the fight to begin. Meanwhile in the stands everyone was impressed. Rainer. I didn't expect those two to have to fight each other. Kirishima. Not even me. Momo. Only one of the two can win, but I don't think they want to fight each other, after all they are a couple. Leone. I agree with you, Yaoi Rozu-san. Back in the fight. Izuku and Koneko didn't move, they both didn't want to fight each other. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Shigaraki was watching the fight and would be looking at Koneko with great hatred. Shigaraki. That damn girl and her friend are the ones responsible for the plan failing. Returning to the fight. That's what Koneko would talk about. Koneko. I'm sorry Izuku-senpai, but I'm not going to fight you, I don't want to do it so I. At that moment Koneko would be hugged by Izuku, surprising everyone in the stadium and the spectators. Koneko blushed. CC-senpai, what's happening? Izuku. Koneko, I wouldn't want to fight you either, that's why you should get to the finals and show everyone who you are. At that Izuku would separate from the hug. Izuku. I won't participate, I give up. That had surprised all the students and spectators, and also the professional heroes who were there, and All Might be in their skeletal form watching this. Thoughts of All Might. All Might. Young Midoriya loves young Koneko too much, no one can judge him, he has a big heart and great kindness, that is why I chose you and young Koneko, young Midoriya, so that you two can be the successors of One for All. Out of your thoughts. And that Midnight would speak. Midnight. El participe Izuku Midoriya si rin por lo tanto la participe Koneko tauju paso la siguiente ronda. At that everyone would start applauding, but before Izuku got off the platform Koneko would grab him by the arm. Izuku. Hey Koneko-chan, something is happening. But then Koneko would passionately kiss Izuku, making him blush, but he would reciprocate the kiss, making everyone find that scene very beautiful. Meanwhile at Izuku's house, Mrs. Inko would be crying in a funny way seeing everything that was happening. Inko crying. Izuku, my son, it's a beautiful gesture on your part to do that for Koneko-san, who is your girlfriend, I'm proud of you. Back at the stadium. The two would break from the kiss and then both walk off the stage holding hands while the others in the stands were watching everything. Leone. That's love. Momo. Literally. Then the other fights would take place where Lita would defeat Hibara using his speed while Kirishima faced Mina, winning the fight until we would reach the last fight of the second round between Leone against Shinichi. Present Mick. Well, let's welcome the boy with a talking hand and who has great agility and resistance from the hero course of Class 1A Shinichi Izumi. At that Shinichi would climb onto the platform. Shinichi. Migi, I hope you're ready and don't fall asleep. Migi. No, don't worry, I won't fall asleep. Present Mick. Now welcome the girl who impresses us with her skills and characteristics of a wild lion from the hero course of Class 1A Leone. At that Leone would climb onto the platform. Meanwhile the others would be watching this. Koneko. With Leone-san facing Shinichi. Izuku. How he said his abilities come from Migi, but he also has good speed and resistance. Rainer. I'm still worried about Shinichi-kun, it's unknown when Migi might fall asleep. Mattel. Of course, if Migi falls asleep in a situation like this, Shinichi will have to figure it out. Back in the fight. Midnight. Begin. Shinichi. Migi Ahara. Migi quickly took out his blades and began attacking Leone at maximum speed while she defended herself by dodging. Present Mick. Incredible, the contestant Leone dodges the blades of contestant Shinichi Izumi too quickly, this gets more and more exciting. At that Shinichi was slowly getting closer. Shinichi's thoughts. Shinichi. I have to try to hit her, if I do, maybe I can get her off the platform. Out of your thoughts. At that point Shinichi was already close to Leone who was still dodging Migi's blades. Shinichi. Now. At that, Shinichi would give Leone a strong punch in the stomach, causing everyone to be surprised. Shinichi. I guess I already won, right? At that, Shinichi's arm would be grabbed by Leone, surprising Shinichi. Leone. Your strategy was very good, but this time victory will be mine. At that Leone would start spinning around and around until she would throw Shinichi off the platform causing him to crash into the wall. Midnight. Contestant Shinichi Izumi is out of bounds, therefore contestant Leone is the winner. Everyone would applaud, but the boys were impressed. Uraraka. It's easy for her to win or what? Lita. Well, maybe that's because she has experience in combat. Meanwhile, somewhere in the city, a professional hero would be seen and it was none other than Ingenium, Lita's older brother. Ingenium. Squadron A copy me, go north, while Squadron B you go east. And that the communicator people would say understood. Ingenium. It has to be him, it's more than clear that it is him, I found you a hero killer. Meanwhile in a city that is the city of Hosu, I think that is the name of the city XD, in an alley, a strange portal would appear from where none other than Dark Koneko would come out who had a lifeless face. Dark Koneko. This must be the world where that damn thing is. Well, when I find her, I'll kill her and fulfill the mission that Surzich's Sama, President Rias, and the girls entrusted me with. Thus Dark Koneko would disappear into the shadows. Returning to the sports festival. It was time to start the third round of the third round. Author's note. I'll just tell you that the final of the sports festival will be Koneko vs Bakugo, since that would be something incredible, end of note. At that everyone would be impressed since the first fight of the third round would be Leone against Todoroki. Koneko. It seems that Leone-san will finally face Todoroki. Izuku. Yes, it will be interesting to see this fight. Someone who would be attentive to what was going to happen was Bakugo. Bakugo's thoughts. Bakugo. If the damn half and half wins, he will have to face Deku's stupid girlfriend, but if the stupid blonde wins, she will have to face Deku's stupid girlfriend, and whoever wins of the two will go on to the finals to face me. Out of your thoughts. Present Mick would speak about that. Present Mick. Well, it's time to start with the third round, so welcome the ice boy who has a very cold character from the hero course of Class 1A Shoto Todoroki. At that everyone would scream with excitement. Present Mick. And on the other side the girl who never ceases to amaze with her strength and abilities, as if she were the king of beasts himself who refuses to miss the hero course of Class 1A Leone. At that everyone would scream while Leone and Todoroki climbed onto the platform. Leone's thoughts. Leone. You thought I wouldn't notice, Todoroki? I know you have a second gift that must come from your other arm, but I don't understand your reason for not using it. Out of your thoughts. Midnight. Begin. Todoroki quickly launched an ice attack, but Leone using her claws destroyed it. Leone. Wow, that was close. But Todoroki would do the same attack again, but he would destroy it again, but Todoroki would talk about that. Todoroki. Leone-san, I'll ask you not to hold back if you want to face me so much, don't hold back. Leone. Well, if that's what you want, I'm not going to hold back at all. At that Leone would launch an attack against Todoroki, thus destroying several ice attacks, but Leone easily dodged some of the attacks. Todoroki. You won't beat me that easily. At that Todoroki would launch a great ice attack, but Leone. You won't beat me. At that Leone would hit the ice attack destroying the attack and the blast of the blow would give Todoroki but Leone. Ah. At that, everyone would see Leone seeing some blood coming out of his fist. Present Mick. How incredible when using her fist the participant Leone ended up hurt, it seems that some of her bones were broken. In the stands the boys were impressed. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. It seems like it's like using a very high percentage of one for all without being able to control it 100%. It seems that Leone-san hurt her fingers by using too much force. Out of your thoughts. Lita. This is incredible, but it seems that Leone took a risk by making that move. Uraraka. This is getting more intense. Back in the fight. Todoroki would get up. Todoroki. It seems you have your tricks, but I'm still not going to lose, but I suggest you give up Leone-san after all, if you do the same thing again, you'll hurt your arm instead of just your fingers. Leone in pain. Giving up is not something I usually do, besides I was waiting to face you. At that Todoroki would start running on his ice, but Leone using her claws with her other hand would destroy the attack, but Todoroki would be in the air. Todoroki. This is over. At that Todoroki would launch an ice attack at Leone, but she would destroy the attack by jumping and kicking Todoroki, throwing him to the ground. Leone. You won't beat me that easily, even though one of my fingers is broken. At that Todoroki would get up. Todoroki. You still won't get me off the platform that easily. At that Todoroki would launch a slightly larger ice attack, but at that Leone would raise her arm where her fingers are broken. Leone. Take this. At that Leone with all his strength would hit the ground launching a great gust of air making Todoroki retreat, but Leone. Ah. In that, Leone's arm would be broken, impressing all the students and spectators, even the professionals. Present Mick. Contestant Leone ended up destroying her arm, how impressive. At that Todoroki would get up, but Leone would see that his arm was shaking. Leone. Hey Todoroki, why don't you face me with your fire half? Added surprise Todoroki. Todoroki annoyed. How the hell do you know about that? Leone. Well before coming here to the platform I ran into your father and there he told me that you have one half of ice and one half of fire and that's why Bakugo should call you half and half and also it's not fair that I fight with everything and you only use your ice half. Todoroki would be surprised but would firmly stick to his word not to use his other half. Todoroki. I will never use my stupid old man's powers. I will win using my mother's powers. Todoroki would launch another ice attack, but Leone would raise her other fist. Leone. Don't be an idiot. At that Leone would hit the ice attack with much more force, causing another blast of air to hit Todoroki but again. Leone. Ah take me away. At that point everyone would be seeing that Leone's other arm was destroyed. Leone. Todoroki come and fight with your fire half or don't you want to beat me? Todoroki. I won't do it, I won't use my old man's powers, you understand. At that Todoroki would run towards Leone, but she would also run towards him. Leone. You are a huge idiot. That would surprise Todoroki, but he would receive a strong blow from Leone in the stomach, causing him to step back, but not before freezing one of Leone's arms. Todoroki. You should give up already. Leone in pain. Never now, apart from winning you, I have to make you understand something. Todoroki. And what is it? At that Leone would clench his fist. Leone. First I will defeat you and show you what it is to be a beast and I will also make you understand how to use your fire power. At that Leone would be running towards Todoroki. Present Mick. This is incredible even though she is hurt she doesn't think about giving up the fight how exciting. And that Leone would be hitting Todoroki without him being able to defend himself. Leone. Listen to me Todoroki, that power is not your father's, that power is yours, understand this, damn it. And that Todoroki would be amazed by what Leone said but in that. Leone. Show your stupid father that this power is not his but yours. At that Leone would give Todoroki a strong punch in the stomach making him step back, but Leone was in a lot of pain. Todoroki. No, I won't do it, I'll keep going, I'll keep going. Leone. Understand it, damn it, you're not you, father, you're Shoto Todoroki. And that Todoroki would see that Leone was surprisingly shedding some tears, and that Todoroki would remember the words that his mother had told him when he was little, so he would finally activate his fire half, surprising everyone. Izuku. Incredible Leone-san managed to make Todoroki use his fire side. Koneko. It's incredible Leone-san has a big heart, not for nothing did she say that she is the positive and optimistic one of her team where she comes from. Lita. This is incredible. Uraraka Rainer Mattel. Hey mucho calor demasiado. Back in the fight. That's what Todoroki would talk about. Todoroki. The lioness. At that Leone would wipe away the tears he had. Todoroki. Me too, I want to be a hero too. At that Leone would smile and Todoroki would smile back. At that Endeavor would scream. Endeavor. That's Shoto. Now win this fight and show why you're my son. At that Todoroki would shed a tear. Leone in pain. I'm glad you're finally accepting your fire half, knowing that that power is yours and not your father's. Todoroki. Even despite this situation you still smile, you're crazy. Leone. I'm just glad I could accomplish my goal, and now I'll show you why I'm a very strong assassin. Todoroki. Then prove it to me. At that Todoroki would unleash more power. Leone. With pleasure. And that Leone would be accumulating more strength. Midnight and Cements would try to stop the fight, but they couldn't. At that Todoroki would launch an ice attack, but Leone would jump dodging the attack. Leone's claws were shining, and she was ready to launch her attack. Leone. Claws. But before Todoroki launches his attack he would say. Todoroki. Leone-san, thank you. Leone. Explosive AIIs. Thus Leone and Todoroki's attacks would collide, creating a huge explosion. At that point, everyone would take cover from the air and the explosion, and when the smoke cleared, Leone would be seen injured with some of her clothing destroyed, and she was on the platform, which was destroyed. Izuku. Why Todoroki? Koneko. Where will it be? At that everyone would look to the left seeing Todoroki in a large pile of ice, but it was out of bounds. Midnight. Participant Todoroki is out of bounds, therefore participant Leone is the winner. At that everyone would start applauding, but Leone would quickly go to where Todoroki was and start moving him. Leone. Todoroki. Wake up please. On that. Todoroki. Cough cough cough, thanks Leone-san, thank you very much. Leone would quickly hug Todoroki tightly and he would be impressed but would surprisingly reciprocate the hug and everyone would see this with a big smile. Rainer. It looks like you'll have to fight Leone-san. Koneko. Koneko. I know, I'm excited. Back with Leone and Todoroki. Todoroki. Hey Leone-san, it's not that it bothers me, but some of my bones hurt and I can't move. Leone. Don't worry, I'll take you. At that Leone would help Todoroki get up and would take him to the infirmary while everyone watched that. Izuku. That was really intense, don't you think, Koneko-chan? Koneko. Super intense, but for now I must be prepared to fight against Leone-san, this will be super interesting. At that Bakugo was impressed. Bakugo's thoughts. Bakugo. Well, if the stupid blonde Leone wins her fight against Deku's stupid girlfriend, she will be the one I face, but if not then I will face Deku's stupid girlfriend. Out of your thoughts. At that Bakugo would stand up and say. Bakugo. Listen, you damn Deku's girlfriend, if you beat your stupid blonde friend, you'll have to face me, and I assure you that I'll beat you, and this won't be like the Almight test, you heard me. At that everyone would be surprised, but Koneko would get up. Koneko. We'll see, Bakugo, I'll be the one who won, and just like you had no mercy against Uraraka-san, I won't have mercy against you either, did you hear me, idiot? Angry Bakugo. Well then we'll see. So Bakugo would leave. Izuku. Be very careful Koneko-chan, if you beat Leone-san you will have to face Kaken, so be very careful. At that Koneko would give Izuku a kiss making him blush, but he would reciprocate the kiss. Koneko. Don't worry, Izuku-senpai, I'll lower Bakugo's sumos so he can learn once and for all. And that everyone would support Koneko wishing her luck in her fight against Leone. But there would be a break to rebuild the platform. Chapter 12. The fourth round, Koneko vs Leone, a surprising battle. Previously the third round began, and the first battle was Leone vs Todoroki, where these two would have an epic battle in which Leone managed to make Todoroki use his fire half, and thus the battle would end with Leone's victory, so she would take Todoroki to the infirmary. What will happen now, find out. Hit the new intro. Meanwhile, as in the original story, Stain, the hero killer, would hurt Lita's brother. Back at the sports festival. In the infirmary Leone was watching how recovery girl healed Todoroki's wounds when Izuku and Koneko arrived along with Uraraka and Lita. Izuku. And how do you feel Todoroki? Todoroki. Well, some of my bones still hurt, but I'll recover. Leone. And what happened, haven't the next fight started yet? Koneko. Well, due to the damage to the platform, they haven't started yet. Uraraka. So we still have to wait for the next fights. Lita. Therefore you must recover Todoroki. Todoroki. Thanks guys. After that the platform would be rebuilt and the other fights would happen until the fourth round would start and then whoever wins the next fight would go on to the finals and the next fight would be between Koneko against Leone. Present Mick. Now the winner of the next battle will be the one who goes to the final. Now let's start with this battle. Welcome the student who surprises us with her great strength and lion skills from the hero course of Class 1A Leone. At that Leone would climb onto the platform. Present Mick. And now welcome the girl who has cat-like features, great strength, great skill and agility, in addition to her strange ability to throw a blue-colored fire from the hero course of Class 1A Koneko Taoju. At that Koneko would climb onto the platform. In the stands everyone would be watching and then Todoroki would arrive. Izuku. Oh Todoroki, are you feeling better now? Todoroki. Yes, I feel better now, Midoriya. That's where Todoroki would sit. Todoroki. Whoever wins this fight will be the one who faces Bakugo, right? Izuku. Yes, even if Koneko-chan wins and faces Kaken, I will get very nervous. I know that Koneko-chan is very strong, but even so, Kaken does not hold back with anyone. Todoroki. Calm down for now, let's watch the fight. But Bakugo had listened to what Todoroki said, paying close attention to the fight. Back in the fight. Leone. Let's give it our best, Koneko. At that Leone would activate his Tigu Lionel and get into combat stance. Koneko. Of course Leone-san, I will do my best. At that Koneko would activate her Nekomata mode with her two cattails and would get into a combat pose. Midnight. If you are both ready, start. This is how the fight would begin. Author's note. Listen to this song for this fight. End of note. Leone would quickly launch an attack, but Koneko would activate one for all at 40% and then say. Koneko. Smash. So Koneko would throw a Delaware smash making Leone retreat, but she would attack again, but again, Koneko would use the Delaware smash making Leone fall as she retreated. Present Mick. Incredible, the participant Leone can't get close to attack because of the gusts of air, these are impressive. At that Leone would rise. Leone. You won't be able to dodge me all the time, Koneko, so fight. At that Leone would launch an attack, but Koneko would give her a strong punch in the stomach, causing Leone to spit a little blood, surprising everyone and even Todoroki, who was impressed to see that Koneko's blow made Leone spit blood. Todoroki surprised. Impressive, Koneko's strength surpasses Leone's, and with a single blow, Leone spat blood. Back in the fight, Leone would wake up somewhat sore. Leone. I forgot that you have great strength, but it's still my turn. At that point Leone would begin to move at great speed across the platform, surprising Koneko. Koneko surprised. Damn, Leone-san is too fast, I have to be careful. At that moment, Koneko would be looking everywhere so as not to get distracted until Leone would appear behind her. Koneko. I have you in Detroit smash. So the Detroit smash would make Leone rise up and Koneko would jump and then both would start fighting in the air, hitting and kicking each other non-stop while they slowly fell back to the platform. Present Mick. This is awesome. They are fighting in the air and little by little they are falling to the ground. At that point they would both fall back onto the platform and then Leone would say. Leone. Wild Claw. At that Leone would launch her attack, but Koneko with a burst of Senjutsu would destroy Leone's attack and hit her, leaving her somewhat hurt. Leone. Only one can make it to the final and that will be me. Koneko. No, you. At that, both would clash their fists, causing a great gust of air that would make everyone cover their eyes. At that point, Koneko and Leone would retreat and the two would launch themselves into the attack, preparing a blow. Koneko. Detroit. At that moment, both of them were about to punch each other. Leone. Tomas Tuo. Koneko. Smash. So Leone's punch would hit Koneko in the face and Koneko's Detroit smash would hit Leone in the face, surprising everyone, but Koneko's punch was stronger, which would cause Leone to be thrown off the platform, colliding abruptly with the wall. Midnight. Contestant Leone is out of bounds, so contestant Koneko Taoju moves on to the final round. At that everyone would start clapping because everyone loved the fight. Izuku. It seems that final Koneko will face Kaken. Todoroki. Then we'll see who wins this sports festival. Rainer Mattel. This fight was great. Shinichi. Don't even mention it. And that Bakugo would be looking towards where Koneko was still thinking. Bakugo's thoughts. Bakugo. It seems that in the end I will have to face Deku's stupid girlfriend, but well, this time I will win. I will not allow you to humiliate me again, you stupid girl. Out of your thoughts. At that Leone would climb onto the platform. Leone. It was a good fight, don't you think, Koneko? Koneko. Yes, it was, Leone-san. Leone. I knew I couldn't beat you, after all you're too strong. Koneko. You are too, Leone-san, the truth is I thought I couldn't beat you. Leone. Well, that's how it was and you beat me fair and square. Koneko. Haha, thanks, Leone-san. At that Leone would smile and extend his hand. Leone. Best friends forever. At that Koneko would smile and then shake Leone's hand. Koneko. Best friends forever. At that, they both would hug each other. Minutes later. As in the original story, they would inform Lita about what happened to her brother, even if he was leaving the sports festival. And that the boys would be talking to Koneko. Uraraka. Buena suerte Koneko-san. Leone. We'll all be supporting you. Koneko. Thanks girls. At that Leone would activate his Tigu Lionel and then say while making a good luck sign. Leone. Win and lower the sums of the stupid explosive Muslim Bakugo and good luck friend. Koneko, thank you Saint Leone. At that Koneko would see Izuku who was nervous. Koneko. Izuku, are you still okay? Izuku. Hey, if it's just that I'm worried, I'm sure Kaken won't have any mercy on you either. At that Koneko would grab Izuku's hands making him get nervous and blush. Koneko. Don't worry Izuku-senpai, I'll be fine and I'll win and show who I am like you said. Izuku. Well, that calms me down. At that moment Koneko was going to leave, but then Izuku, nervous, would give Koneko a kiss making her blush, but she would reciprocate her boyfriend's kiss. Izuku. For good luck he. Koneko blushed. Thank you Izuku-senpai, I love you very much. Izuku blushed. And I you. At that Koneko would leave the room while the three went to the stands. At that moment, some drums would sound. Present Mick. After so many impressive fights we finally reached the grand final of this event that will determine who will be the champion of the sports festival, but well, let's welcome the explosive boy with a very serious and grumpy character from the hero course of Class 1A Kitsuki Bakugo. At that point, Bakugo would appear, starting to walk towards the platform. Present Mick. From the other side, let's welcome the girl with cat features, great agility, great strength and dexterity, and a great blue fire attack from the hero class, the girl who impresses us with her skills and strength from Class 1A Koneko Taoju. At that moment Koneko would appear walking towards the platform. In the stands everyone would watch attentively. Jiru. Possibly Koneko has already won this fight after all, Bakugo couldn't beat her once. Haminari. You have a love point, but still no one should underestimate Bakugo. Hiroshima. That's true, but we still can't lose sight of this fight. Momo. Why will the winner be the winner of the sports festival? Leone. Exactly Yaoi Rozu-san. Shinichi. Hey Migi, what are the odds of Koneko winning? That's when Migi would appear. Migi. I don't know how to say it, since the fight can take a turn of events at any moment. Rainer. That's if you have a point, Migi-san. Mattel. Still, let's keep our eyes open. The others in the class would nod. Todoroki. Midoriya, are you still feeling nervous? Izuku. Yes a little, but I'm sure Koneko-chan will win. Back on the platform. Once Koneko and Bakugo got on the platform, Bakugo looked at Koneko, annoyed. Bakugo annoyed. Get ready you stupid girl, why won't you beat me this time? Did you hear me? At that Koneko would look at Bakugo and then say. Koneko would be. We'll see about that Bakugo, because I'll be the one who wins this battle and maybe I'll make your sumos go down, but I'm still going to beat you. At that Koneko would get into a combat stance looking at Bakugo, it would still be. Present Mick. If both of you are ready. At that point, the two would still look ready to start the fight. Present Mick. Komi-ncen. And so the grand finale of the sports festival would begin. Chapter 13. The grand final of the sports festival, Koneko vs Bakugo. Previously, the fourth round began, where Koneko and Leone faced each other. In the end, Koneko ended up winning the fight. Afterwards, the final was about to begin. Now, the last battle is about to begin. Koneko vs Bakugo. Who will win? What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. Present Mick. Komi-ncen. Bakugo would quickly launch an attack using his explosions. Bakugo. Now you stupid girl, I'm going to finish you off. At that Koneko would activate her Nekomata mode with her two cattails. Koneko. You can't beat me. At that Koneko would launch an attack with her fists wrapped in Nekomata fire. At that, both would clash their fists, creating a large gust of air that made everyone cover their eyes. Present Mick. Incredible, with just one hit he was able to create this huge burst of air, how impressive. Back in the fight. Koneko would recoil just like Bakugo. Bakugo annoyed. You won't be able to beat me, damn stupid girl. I told you this time it wouldn't be like the Almight test. Like I told you, I won't have mercy on you. Now DE. At that Bakugo would launch himself again with his explosions and would try to kick Koneko, but she would roll dodging the kick. Koneko. You won't be able to beat me, I've shown you, and you won't be able to beat me. Bakugo annoyed. We'll see about that, damn it. Then that Bakugo would start hitting Koneko, but she would dodge the blows, and Koneko would start hitting Bakugo, but she would dodge Koneko's blows. At that point, both would start hitting and kicking each other in the style of Dragon Ball Super, but sometimes both would dodge each other. In the stands everyone was impressed as they were surprised that Bakugo could keep up with Koneko. Mattel. Incredible, it seems that Bakugo was training. Rainer. It is true that she is able to keep up with Koneko's speed. That's what Migi would talk about. Migi. Actually Bakugo is losing speed since going at the speed at which Koneko-san fights will tire him out little by little. Everyone was surprised. Todoroki. Basically Bakugo will lose speed little by little. Leone. Basically yes. At that Izuku would be watching the fight closely while he was worried. Izuku's thoughts. Izuku. I know I shouldn't worry, but still Kaken won't hold back with Koneko-chan after all she beat him in All Might training, but still be careful Koneko-chan, I don't want anything to happen to you. Out of your thoughts. Back in the fight. Koneko continued dodging Bakugo's blows and did the same, dodging Koneko's blows until they both retreated. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. Shit, I still haven't managed to get him to tire, I have to increase my speed one for all 56%. Out of your thoughts. White rays would come out of Koneko's body. Meanwhile the professionals watched the fight closely, but more than All Might. Thoughts of All Might. All Might. Young Koneko must not exceed the percentage of 1 for all that she controls. If she does, she could break her bones. Out of your thoughts. Back in the fight. Bakugo. No matter how much you increase your speed you won't beat me again. At that point Bakugo was preparing to launch a huge explosion. Koneko. We'll see that Bakugo. At that Koneko was preparing to launch a Senjutsu attack. Present Mick. Incredible, it seems that both are about to launch an attack, it will be super exciting. At that point Bakugo would run towards Koneko and she would do the same. At that point, both would be at a considerable distance and Bakugo would be ready to launch the screaming explosion. Angry Bakugo. Muri. At that point, Koneko is ready, I would say. Koneko. This is over. At that point, both would launch their attacks. In that, both attacks would collide, impressing all the spectators. But due to the clash of attacks a fire tornado would form. At that the tornado would explode, pushing back both Bakugo and Koneko. Koneko. It seems you can't hold back. Bakugo annoyed. Shut up stupid, don't think I'm going to give up because I won't have mercy on you. At that Bakugo would launch another attack, but. Koneko. Delaware Smash. So Koneko's Delaware Smash would make Bakugo retreat. Angry Bakugo. Damn stupid girl, that won't work for you, I'm not your stupid blonde friend. And that Bakugo would be propelling himself at maximum speed. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. Despite my efforts I can't get him to get tired, should I have no other option, even if it breaks my arm one for all 72%. Out of your thoughts. So Koneko would release a large blast of air. Bakugo. DEE. Koneko. Detroit Smash. So Koneko would give Bakugo a strong Detroit Smash in the stomach, making him fly away, but that's it. Koneko. Ah, take me away. And that everyone would see Koneko, but Izuku and Leone would worry too much when they saw that the arm that Koneko used to hit Bakugo was broken. Present Mick. This is unexpected, the participant Koneko Taoju with a strong punch that she gave to the participant Bakugo ended up breaking one of his arms. In the stands, Izuku was worried since he apparently knew that Koneko used a very high percentage of 1 for all, more than she could control. Izuku's thoughts. Izuku worried. It can't be, apparently Koneko-chan used 1 for all, but in a very high percentage more than she can control, please be careful Koneko-chan. Out of your thoughts. Back in the fight. Bakugo was getting up annoyed, but Koneko would again give him another Detroit Smash that would make Bakugo rise until he fell to the ground hurt but again. Koneko. Ah damn. And that everyone would see that Koneko ended up breaking her other arm, worrying Izuku and the others even more. Leone. Maybe he's trying to do the same thing as me, beating up Bakugo but breaking his bones in the process. Momo. I don't think she can endure so much, we all know about her strength, but it seems she's going too far this time. Jiru. If he continues like this, he'll end up destroying his arms. Back in the fight. Bakugo would get up seeing Koneko who had both of her arms broken. Bakugo super angry. Damn stupid girl, this time I'm going to kill you so DEE. So Bakugo with his explosions would start hitting Koneko non-stop, making her spit out too much blood until Bakugo would throw her into the sky and then propel himself with his explosions to then prepare a big explosion and scream. Bakugo. DEE. At that point, Bakugo's explosion would make Koneko crash into the platform and everyone would see that Koneko wasn't moving. Bakugo. Now you're like the round-faced idiot, your body can't take it anymore, so this is over. At that point Bakugo would be approaching while Koneko didn't move. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. And you are not going to beat me, I will show everyone who I am and I will win this festival and you will not beat me because I am Koneko Taoju, bearer of 1 for all, just like my Izuku senpai. Out of your thoughts. At that moment Bakugo was about to launch an explosion that would surely knock Koneko off the platform, and everyone else was very worried when they saw that Koneko wasn't moving, but suddenly Koneko would get up and grab Bakugo's arm. Bakugo surprised. What the buck? Koneko. Surprise. At that Koneko would give a strong punch to Bakugo, making her retreat. At that Bakugo would get up, annoyed but impressed to see that Koneko was still moving. Bakugo. Damn stupid girl, how can you keep moving? This time you won't beat me, did you hear me? The screamer in that corner. Koneko. Bakugo, listen to me, I told you I would have no mercy on you, now I will show you why you can't beat me. At that, Koneko at a rapid speed would begin to hit Bakugo, making him unable to defend himself, but quickly the two would be exchanging several punches and kicks without stopping, creating large air currents, causing everyone to cover their eyes while the battle continued, in which both would retreat to prepare their maximum attacks, and then both would run. Bakugo. Now you damn stupid girl. Koneko. Detroit's my ash. Thus Koneko's fist would connect with Bakugo's explosion, creating an explosion bigger than the explosion from the battle between Leone and Todoroki. After the big explosion, everyone would see in amazement the destroyed platform, and that there was Koneko with her sports uniform somewhat destroyed, and that her two arms were broken, and that some blood was coming out of them. Author's note. Something like that, just pretend that his arms are broken, and that it's also the UA sports uniform, end of note. But everyone would see Bakugo off the platform, and all unconscious in that Midnight would speak. Midnight. The participant Kitsuki Bakugo is out of the limits of the platform, therefore the winner of this fight, and the sports festival is the participant Koneko Taoju. At that everyone would start to applaud, but Izuku would activate One for All, and go down and see Koneko, although she would blush, but Izuku would take off his sports uniform shirt and put it on Koneko, who would blush for not realizing that her sports uniform was somewhat destroyed. Izuku. You did it, Koneko-chan, you won. Koneko. Haha, thanks Izuku-senpai, I'm glad you're by my side. And that Koneko, despite having her arms broken, would hug Izuku, who would reciprocate the blushing hug, but these two would be hugged by Leone and the rest of the class, who congratulated Koneko for her victory. After a few minutes, thanks to Recovery Girl, Koneko's arms were healed, and just like in the original, Almight would award the medals, only this time, medals would be given to the 5 most outstanding performers of the sports festival. Position 5. Izuku Midoriya. Position 4. Shoto Todoroki. Puesto 3. Kitsuki Bakugo. Position 2. Leone. And that All Might would give a medal to each one, of course it cost Bakugo a little, but in the end it was possible, then All Might would give a medal to Koneko along with a trophy. All Might. Congratulations young Koneko. Koneko. Thank you Sir All Might. At that, everyone would start clapping while shouting, but Izuku, Koneko, Leone, and also Uraraka would notice something. Lita wasn't there at the award ceremony, but they thought that Lita had to go to resolve something. The next day. It was the weekend, and besides the UA students would have a break after the sports festival. At Izuku's house. He would wake up but would not see Koneko, which seemed strange to him, so he got up and looked at a note on the table, observing that the handwriting was Leone's, and would begin to read. Leone's note. Hi Midoriya, if you were Koneko, come, this note is because I accompanied your mother to run an errand a little far from the city. But don't worry, while I'm here, your mother will be safe. We won't be back until tomorrow. But anyway, have fun, and Koneko should already know what I mean, haha, bye. End of Leone's note. At that Izuku would blush upon reading the part about having fun, but then he would go to the rooftop of the place where his apartment was and would see Koneko eating while looking at the horizon. Izuku. Koneko-chan, are you okay? Koneko. AC estoy bien Izuku-senpai. At that Izuku would sit next to Koneko. Izuku. You know, I thought Kaken would end up leaving you dead, but luckily that didn't happen because I didn't want anything to happen to you. Koneko. Don't worry Izuku-senpai, luckily I was able to beat him, but I did overdo it when I used One for All. Izuku. Don't even mention it, but I'll go down and have some breakfast, then I'll go train a little. Do you want to join me? Koneko. Yes, that's okay. Hours later. Izuku and Koneko were in a forest, and Izuku would be training, but Koneko had fallen asleep, but she would wake up seeing Izuku a little hurt, something that would worry her, so she would quickly approach. Koneko worried. Izuku-senpai, are you okay? What happened to you? Why are you hurt? Izuku in pain. Haha, don't worry Koneko-chan, I just overdid it. Later Izuku and Koneko had dinner together, but Izuku was still hurt, but Koneko had an idea, although she would blush like a tomato thinking about it. Koneko. Izuku-senpai, I have an idea to heal your wounds. Izuku. And what is it? Koneko blushed. Just wait for me in your room. Then Izuku would be waiting in the room, but the door would open showing Koneko, who was wearing a robe but didn't have her bra, showing a little of her small breasts, something that would make Izuku blush literally too much. Izuku super blushed. KKK Koneko-chan, why are you dressed like that? Koneko blushed. Why, I will show you the way to cure you. A few seconds later now Izuku was nervous, too nervous since he was hugging Koneko, who released a blue aura, implying that she was using Senjutsu to heal Izuku. Koneko, smiling. What do you think, Izuku-senpai? Izuku nervous. Well, I know it feels very good, I feel how my wounds heal little by little. But Koneko would be hugging her boyfriend with a worried face, she was seriously scared seeing how he was hurt from his training. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. This is Izuku-senpai's vital energy. Apparently, his training hurt him too much. I don't want Izuku-senpai to die because I couldn't bear to lose the boy who helped me move forward and who makes me happy, as if he were a Sei-senpai. Out of your thoughts. Then Koneko hugs Izuku tighter. Then Koneko looks into Izuku's eyes. Koneko. Please don't overdo it again with the training you did today, Izuku-senpai, please. At that Izuku would smile and then say. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll try not to overdo it with training, but I do that so I can control one for all to the fullest. At that Koneko would smile. Koneko. It's okay. At that the blue aura would disappear. Koneko nervous. Izuku-senpai, you know there's an easier way to heal your wounds a little faster. Izuku. Seriously, wow, what kind of mode is that? Is that something your power can do? At that Koneko blushed more while putting her hands on her cheeks. Koneko super blushed. That you and I become one, plus this would be my first time doing this. Izuku. Ah, okay, well then, wait a moment, you said that you and I should become one, that's not TTT having SSSS hex. Izuku was super nervous and blushing, but then Koneko would approach. Koneko. Don't you want to do it with me? Izuku super nervous and blushing. No, it's not that, it's just that I'm not a pervert, besides that I respect you, Koneko-chan, since a boyfriend always has to respect his girlfriend. Koneko. Izuku-senpai, I know that you respect me and I like that about you, but I would like to be yours, and you don't have to fear since I can't get pregnant unless I'm in my mating season, and for that there's still a long way to go. I've counted and calculated the days and months until my mating season, and there's still a long way to go, therefore you don't have to fear, but please let me be yours. Izuku was super blushing since if he did it, it would be his first time, and it would be with his first girlfriend, the love of his life with whom he fell in love since he met her when he came to this world, and then Izuku calmed down. Izuku. It's fine. At that moment Izuku was slowly getting closer to Koneko's lips and she was doing the same. Koneko. Senpai. Izuku. Koneko. At that moment, both of them would give each other a passionate kiss, but at that moment, the kiss was transforming into a passionate kiss, but with some lust. Author's note. Oh hell, people of Wattpad, I know I'm going to regret it, but anyway, I'll write lemon right now, but I'm warning you that for those who don't like lemon, just don't read it, and for those who like it, enjoy it, and it's very likely that I'll end up fainting again. XD end of note. Author's note 2. And listen to the following song end of note. And that the two would continue with the kiss and then separate, and in that Izuku, very nervous, would begin to kiss Koneko's neck, causing her to begin to moan as she felt the kisses of her beloved. Lemon skipped. Minutes later. Now the two of them were covered in Izuku's bed while they hugged each other affectionately. Izuku. Te-amo Koneko-chan. Koneko. I love you too, Izuku-senpai. Author's note. Koneko still had her Nekomata form activated end of note. Izuku. I think we should rest. Koneko. Yes, you're right, but would you like to listen to a song before going to sleep? Izuku. Sure, why not? At that Koneko would start singing the next song. At the end of the song, the two would fall asleep holding hands. The next morning. Leone and Mrs. Inko would arrive at the apartment. Inko. I guess they must have already had breakfast, but they went back to sleep. Leone. Well, he has a point, but I'll go see. At that point Leone would enter Izuku's room seeing that he was sleeping with Koneko and both were hugging each other, but both were without clothes. Leone whispering. I guess they did have fun. So Leone would leave the room, closing the door without making so much noise. Inko. Are they asleep? Leone. Yes, but let's let them continue sleeping. So the two of them would be able to do other things. Chapter 14. Hero names, the internships are about to begin. 3 days after what happened in the previous chapter. At that moment Koneko was getting ready to go to UA Academy while Leone looked at her. Leone. Hey Koneko, it seems you had fun that day, huh? Hearing that, Koneko would blush as red as a tomato. Koneko blushed. This yo-yo. Leone. Don't worry, the secret is safe with me. Now hurry up, we have to go. Minutes later. In class everyone was gathered talking about how exciting it will be to have their internships, but Bakugo kept looking at Koneko very angry. While the others continued talking. But then Izawa arrived, who was no longer bandaged. Everyone would be impressed to see Izawa without being bandaged. Afterwards he would explain to them that they had to choose their hero names, and then Midnight would arrive, saying that she would be in charge of their names. The boys' hero names would be the same as the original story. Here Shinichi took the hero name Parasite, while Yuma took the heroine name Rainer, her middle name, while Mattel took Gothic Angel. Afterwards only Izuku, Koneko and Leone remained. Midnight. Looks like it's just the three of you left. Then Izuku would come forward showing his hero name, which was Deku, obviously that had to be his name, and he would explain the reason for his hero name. Midnight. Okay, now it's just you two girls left. And that Leone would show that his hero name is Lionel. Midnight. And what does that name mean? Leone. Well, my hero name that I chose represents my abilities and much more. Midnight. Oh, I understand, a good reason. At that point Koneko would show that her heroine name would be Shirin. Midnight. Hey, what does your name Taoju-san mean? Koneko. Well, that's my first name, it's what my sister always called me, but she died a long time ago, that's why I would like to represent my first name, this being my hero name. So everyone would start clapping. Midnight. It's a good name, I love it. Afterwards Izawa would explain about choosing a hero agency and that they had until the weekend. As in the original story, Almight offered Izuku to go train with his master, Gran Torino, and he accepted, since Izuku wanted to master One for All to the fullest. Koneko and Leone chose the agencies they would go to, but there was still time until that day to leave. Days later. At night at Izuku's house. Koneko would wake up and go outside, more specifically to the roof, and she would be looking at the stars with a smile. Koneko. I would like you to be here, Kuroka-ni-san. I would like you to see how I have improved thanks to my training and to One for All, but I would also like the others who died with you and Issei-senpai, and I also miss Ravel-senpai. I still remember when I fought with her right in front of Issei-senpai. Flashback. End of the flashback. Koneko. Haha, seriously, she and I always fought, now I understand why we were equal. At that moment Izuku would appear and see Koneko looking at the stars, and he would approach her. Izuku. Hola Koneko-chan. Koneko. Oh hello Izuku-senpai. In that, the two would be seeing the stars. Izuku. You know I'm going to miss you when you go to your agency to do your internship. Koneko. I'm also going to miss you when you go train with the Master of All Might, but I know that we both have to get stronger and control One for All to the maximum, but still. At that Koneko would grab one of Izuku's hands and put it on one of her breasts, making Izuku blush. Koneko. Remember that our love is very strong, and despite being far away we will always be together because our love is stronger than any villain. Izuku. Yes, you're right. Thus the two would approach each other and then give each other a tender and loving kiss, to which the moon and the stars were witness. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, a girl with buns would be seen jumping. What a beautiful night, but I still can't find a cure for my loneliness, and besides that I never found the murderer of my family, but even so Toga Himiko, I'm not going to give up until I avenge my family. But the girl identified as Toga would trip over something causing her to fall. Toga. Ouch, that hurt, what the hell. In that Toga I would see that there was a girl lying on the floor. Toga. I don't think she's a hero, but I'll still take her to a place where I can talk to her. So Toga would carry the girl, taking her away. Later. It was approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, and in a warehouse a girl would begin to wake up, and this girl was none other than one of Koneko's friends who had died in the battle against the Trixa. This was none other than Ravel Phoenix, who would get up while she slowly woke up. Ravel. Where am I if I'm supposed to be dead? On that. Toga. Oh, I see you're awake. At that Ravel would turn around looking at Toga. Ravel confused. Hey, and who are you? Toga. Oh, let me introduce myself, my name is Toga Himiko. Ravel. Okay, my name is Ravel Phoenix, I am a member of the Phoenix clan, but tell me Himiko-san, where am I, or in what world am I? Toga. Hey world, aren't you from this world? Ravel. You could say yes because I'm literally supposed to be dead. Minutes later. Ravel had told Toga everything about her world and she would tell him everything about the gifts and everything else. Ravel. Hey Toga, I wanted to ask you if you have a family. At that Toga would get sad. Toga. No, but I still remember them very well. And that Toga would remember his family, but it would give him a headache, but even so he would start to sing. At that moment Toga would faint and Ravel would quickly help her. Seconds later Toga would wake up, but she was crying. Toga crying. It wasn't a hero, sniff sniff sniff, it was him, he was the one who killed my family, him and his disciple. Ravel. Hey, what are you talking about, Toga? Toga crying. When I was little, they made me believe that heroes were responsible for the death of my family, but now that I sang the song, I remembered everything. They made me see that they were heroes, but they were the ones responsible. Ravel. And what are those guys called? Toga. They are called Shigaraki Tamura and their teacher, the worst villain of all for one, they murdered my family just because they wanted their gifts. In Ravel I would hug Toga and she would reciprocate while she continued to cry. Ravel. Listen to me Toga, don't feel bad, you and I will find Shigaraki and all for one, and we will make them pay for what they did to you, you heard me. Toga. If we do. So the two girls would fall asleep. The next day everyone in class 1A was ready to leave for their internships. Izuku and Uraraka and Lita would have the same conversation as in the original story. After that everyone would start getting on their trains. Izuku. Well I have to go but see you Koneko-chan. Koneko. Take care of yourself, Izuku-senpai. So the two would give each other a tender and passionate kiss and then both would get on their respective trains and leave for their internships. Koneko. This will be exciting. Chapter 15. The internship begins, chaos in Hosu City. Previously, everyone had revealed their hero names and chosen the hero agency where they would be interning. After that, the day arrived for everyone to leave for their internships and Izuku and Koneko would leave for their internships, ready to train and become stronger. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. The train Koneko was on was about to reach its destination while she had fallen asleep, but in that moment the train had reached its destination. At that time, Koneko would get off the train, which had her briefcase where she had her hero costume, which is the Kuoh Academy uniform, and which was dressed as follows. Koneko. Well, I'm here. Minutes later. Koneko would be walking until she would see a giant building. Koneko surprised. It's huge. At that Koneko would enter and would be attended to by a receptionist. Receptionist. Oh, good afternoon miss. How can I help you? Koneko. Well, I came for the internships. I'm a student at the UA Academy. Receptionist. Oh, I see, give me a minute. After that Koneko would enter an office where one of the top 10 heroines was there, the dragon heroine Ryukyu. Ryukyu. Oh it's a pleasure to see you Koneko Taoju winner of the sports festival. Koneko. Haha it's a pleasure to meet you Ryukyu sensei. Ryukyu. Well you should be prepared since your internship is about to begin. Minutes later. Koneko was walking looking for her bedroom that Ryukyu had given her, but in that moment Koneko would bump into someone. Koneko. Oh sorry I didn't realize. Don't worry. And that the girl that Koneko collided with was none other than Nijire Hato, a third-year student at UA and a member of the UA Big 3. Nijire. Hey, you're not the winner of the UA Sports Festival. Koneko. Hey, my name is Koneko Taoju. Nijire. It's a pleasure to meet you Taoju-san, I'm Nijire Hato, a UA student but in 3rd grade and I'm also a member of the UA Big 3. Koneko. Wow I've never heard of you, but I'm glad to meet you Nijire-senpai. Nijire. Just tell me Nijire, after all we will be friends while you do your internships, right? Koneko. Heh, you're right. On that. I really don't know why the hell I have to wear this. Nijire. Oh it's your Rocket come here. At that Koneko would see that it was a raccoon in a formal suit. Rocket. I really don't know why you needed me to wear this suit. Nijire. I already told you we didn't have to welcome Koneko-san for being the winner of the sports festival. Koneko. Hey, a question, Nijire-san. Is that guy a raccoon? Why does he look strange in that formal suit? That would make Rocket angry and he would take out some weapons pointing at Koneko. Rocket. Hey, you listen to me, I'm not a raccoon, I'm someone who walks and talks, that makes me a person. Nijire. Hey calm down Rocket, don't go crazy. And that Rocket would keep his weapons. Rocket. Okay, sorry, my name is Rocket, nice to meet you Koneko. Koneko. It's a pleasure to meet you. Later. Koneko had gone out and she was wearing her Kuoh Academy uniform and she was going into an alley. Koneko. I think I could try jumping from one side to the other in this let's see. At that Koneko would activate one for all, getting ready to jump. Author's note. Pretend it's Koneko end of note. So Koneko would start jumping from one side to the other at great speed, but Nijire and Rocket were watching everything with their mouths open. Until Koneko would stop but she would be tired. Nijire. Woo-oh that was super amazing Taoju-san. Rocket. I was speechless. After that Koneko and Nijire would be looking at the stars. Nijire. Hey Koneko, I was really surprised to see what your boyfriend did at the sports festival. Koneko. Are you talking about Izuku-senpai? Nijire. That's right, I could tell that you and he truly love each other and that's really touching. Koneko. Well, thank you, Nijire-san. The next day. Meanwhile Izuku would go with Gran Torino to train him. This is how I would spend my time at the internship until I arrived in Hosu City in the afternoon. In the Shigaraki building I would have the same conversation with Stain the hero killer. Stain. I'll be the one to show you what this world is all about. But when Stain would leave something would hit Shigaraki making him step back. Shigaraki. What the hell? In that, the one who hit Shigaraki was none other than Dark Koneko, who would show a photo of Koneko. Dark Koneko. Tell me where to find her and help me kill her if you want to survive. Later near Hosu. The train where Izuku and Gran Torino were going, just like in the original story, would be attacked by a Nomu different from the one in the attack on the USJ. Well, that was happening near Hosu too. On the train were Koneko and Nijire and also Rocket, but in that the train would be attacked by a Nomu. Koneko. What the hell is another one of those things? Nijire. What is that? Rocket. That thing is scary. At that Koneko would launch an attack, throwing the Nomu far away. Koneko. This is bad. At that point everyone would see that the city of Hosu was under attack. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. I can't just stay here like nothing. One for all total flow. Out of your thoughts. At that Koneko would start running, but Nijire with her energy waves would start floating. Nijire. What are you waiting for, Rocket? We have to help Koneko-san. Rocket would just make a what the buck face. Rocket. What and why or what or what? Nijire. Why are we going to need your help? Rocket. Well then. So the two would follow Koneko. Meanwhile, in a place of Hosu, Leone was running. Leone. This is better than the modeling that heroine does. I literally don't think I could learn anything from modeling, but this is better. Thus Leone would begin to destroy Nomus. Meanwhile, somewhere in Hosu, Izuku was looking for Lita but couldn't find him. Afterwards the battle against Stain would be like in the original story. But then Stain would move again, pointing his sword at Izuku's head. Todoroki, Lita. Midoriya. Stain. You all will be responsible for the death of this bastard now. Dee. At that moment, Stain was about to kill Izuku, but a white ray appeared in front of Stain. Koneko. Osh. So with a strong punch Koneko would send Stain flying, leaving him on the ground. Lita. It's Koneko-san. Todoroki. I didn't expect to see her. At that Koneko would grab Izuku in her arms, seeing that he was somewhat hurt. Koneko. Izuku-senpai answer, it's me, I'm here with you, please wake up. And that Izuku would wake up seeing Koneko who was about to cry. Izuku. Hello Koneko-chan. Koneko. Senpai, are you okay? At that point Koneko would hug Izuku tightly and then the two would kiss. Koneko. I missed you so much, my Izuku-senpai. Izuku. I missed you a lot too. On that. Leone. Sorry to interrupt the romantic moment. Everyone would see that it was Leone and everyone would be impressed. Koneko. Hey Leone-san, you also came here to Hosu. Leone. I actually ran away since I don't think I would learn anything from modeling. He. At that moment Nijire and Rocket, who was tired, would arrive. Rocket. There are still things like that in the city. Nijire. That's true. Meanwhile in the distance Dark Koneko would see Koneko destroying the binoculars. Dark Koneko. Don't get involved in this, Tamura, that damn thing is mine. So Dark Koneko would go to where the others are. Back with everyone. Endeavor. The rest of my agency will take care of the rest for now, let's stop the chaos. Gran Torino. It's true. Thoughts on Gran Torino? Gran Torino. That white-haired girl must be the other carrier of One for All, just like Midoriya. Out of your thoughts. At that moment a flying Nomu was approaching everyone. Endeavor. That's mine. But before launching his attack, a red attack would destroy the Nomu and his body would fall to the ground, causing an explosion. Leone. Who was the one who destroyed that thing? Koneko. I have no idea. In that fire everyone would see that there was a silhouette of a girl walking. Dark Koneko. I finally found you, you damn bucking bastard. At that Koneko would throw a Delaware smash, making the fire disappear. Koneko. Who the hell? But in that Koneko would be stupefied, as well as Izuku and Leone and also Todoroki and Lita and everyone present, since they were all seeing no one more and no less than Dark Koneko, who had her typical face that had no emotions or life. Koneko scared. Are you me? Leone. More like a clone of you. Izuku. Or a copy of you. Lita. This looks bad. Todoroki. You think? And that everyone continued to see Dark Koneko and she continued to see everyone but more Koneko since she was her target. Dark Koneko. Now I will fulfill my mission that Surziches-sama and the president and the others entrusted to me, and that is eliminate you, damn it. Chapter 16. Koneko vs Dark Koneko. A brutal battle begins. Previously, the internships had begun and Koneko would meet Nijire Hato, a third-grade student at UA, at the hero agency she chose. She would also meet a raccoon named Rocket. Later, at Hosu, the city would descend into chaos until, after Stain's defeat, Dark Koneko would appear, ready to finish Koneko off. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. Everyone was looking at Dark Koneko somewhat scared since the look she had made everyone nervous, but Koneko did not believe what she was seeing. But then Dark Koneko would see them all, which would make everyone shiver from continuing to see that lifeless look. Author's note. Something like this is the look of Dark Koneko, a lifeless look and a Viandir like Konoha Katsura, end of note. Koneko. Who are you and why are you here? I didn't believe that Surziches and the girls had found a way to find me in this world, so tell me what you want. At that Dark Koneko would start laughing making everyone scared. Everyone would be scared by Dark Koneko's crazy laughter. Leone. This bitch is crazy. Rocket. You think so because we already realized that. At that Dark Koneko would stop laughing and put on a serious smile. Dark Koneko. You heard what I said, my goal is to eliminate you since Surziches-sama and the president and the others told me that I had to finish you off. Koneko. Did Surziches believe you? Dark Koneko. Using some of your remaining blood and using a large amount of energy of destruction, I was created with the purpose of making you die as you should have died on that occasion when they eliminated you. Koneko. I don't plan on dying because I have to continue with my life and neither you nor those damned people and those bitches who betrayed Issei-senpai will be able to finish me off because I won't allow them, you heard me. Everyone would be surprised by what Koneko said, but Izuku was worried since he didn't know how strong Dark Koneko was. Dark Koneko. I see if that's the case. And that Dark Koneko would disappear and then everyone would see what was in front of Izuku. Dark Koneko. I'll take away everything you love, damn it. All. Midoriya. But in that Koneko would stop Dark Koneko's blow and then make her retreat. Author's note. Listen to the epic opening 3 of Boku no Hero Academia to add excitement to this upcoming fight at the end of the article. Koneko angry. If someone tries to hurt Izuku-senpai I won't forgive Jaime. Dark Koneko. Then you're going to die. So Dark Koneko would launch a destruction attack at Koneko, but she would jump dodging the attack in addition to activating her Nekomata form with her 2 cattails, but Dark Koneko would activate her Nekomata form with her 2 cattails. Dark Koneko. Cursed fight. So starting the fight the two would be exchanging blows until both retreat, thus launching their attacks colliding. So Koneko would activate One for All at 38%, thus beginning to fight against Dark Koneko, who had her fists covered in energy of destruction. Thus, she would hit her, but Koneko would dodge it, but she would be wounded on her forehead. Dark Koneko. Take this. So Koneko would try to stop Dark Koneko's blow, but it was useless, and so she would crash into a building. Then Dark Koneko would grab Koneko by the neck. Dark Koneko. Now dee. But then Izuku would get up and then shout. Izuku. Smash. So with a smash he would make Dark Koneko retreat and then Leone would start hitting Dark Koneko in a brutal way and then Lita and Todoroki together with Nijire and Rocket would help by launching many attacks at Dark Koneko and also the rest of the heroes and also Endeavor and Gran Torino would start hitting Dark Koneko. Meanwhile Izuku helped Koneko get up so he saw how Dark Koneko was beaten. Koneko. They're doing it. Izuku. Koneko-chan, you don't have to do this alone, remember that I'm with you. So Koneko would smile. Izuku. Now let's finish her off together. Concrete. Yes. So both would activate One for All at 45% and thus start jumping from one side to the other between the buildings. Meanwhile, the others already had Dark Koneko on the ropes. Dark Koneko. Die you scum. But a fire attack from Todoroki would send her to the sky and then begin to fall, but Koneko and Izuku would appear in front of Dark Koneko. Dark Koneko. It's impossible for you to defeat me alone. Koneko. You're wrong, I'm not alone. On that. Izuku. He has me and the rest of our class. Thus the two would prepare a powerful blow. Izuku Koneko. Detroit's my ash. So Koneko would hit Dark Koneko in the face and Izuku would hit Dark Koneko on her back and then continue with a double kick ending with Todoroki who would throw a burst of fire so Izuku and Koneko would fall but they would hit each other with Todoroki's ice. Then everyone would see that Dark Koneko was lying there on the ground. Gran Torino. No one come near. And that everyone would see that Koneko was approaching Dark Koneko and everyone would see that she was crying while she had her lifeless look. Dark Koneko crying. Why don't you accept your fate, why can't you just die if you died, you could reunite with Issei-senpai and be happy, but I can't be happy since I'm just a damn monster. Koneko. You are wrong, you are not a monster, they just created you with the sole purpose of destroying me, but you can only be happy being who you decide to be. At that everyone would see that Dark Koneko was beginning to turn to ashes. Koneko would wipe Dark Koneko's tears as she looks into her eyes. Koneko. As Izuku-senpai told me when I met him, no matter what happens, keep smiling. So Koneko would smile, and then Dark Koneko would smile even with that lifeless look. Dark Koneko. Thank you so much for making me smile and thank you for letting me go in peace Koneko, and I wish you and Izuku-san to be happy. So Dark Koneko would disappear, and then everyone would see how her ashes went up to the night sky, but Koneko would shed tears upon seeing that. Koneko. You were just used by them, but still wherever you go I'm sure you'll be happy. Minutes later. The city of Hosu was already free of Nomus, but Koneko continued to see the sky, and Izuku would approach her and sit next to her. Izuku. Are you feeling okay, Koneko-chan? Koneko. I was just thinking if they were able to send a copy of me it's possible they are looking for me. Izuku. Don't worry, everyone in the class and I know what they are capable of, so if they show up, we will all support you. Koneko. Thank you, Izuku-senpai. So the two would give each other a tender kiss, but Leone would hug them tightly. Leone. I missed you lovebirds. At that point Izuku and Koneko would see that there was no one around. Leone. And tell me, lovebirds, how much of One for All have you mastered now? Izuku Koneko. Solo on 73%. Leone. Well, everyone might like to hear it. But then Ryukyu would approach them, making Koneko nervous. Koneko nerviosa. Jejujhola Ryukyu-sensei. Ryukyu. You have some problems Taoju-san, but I need to talk to you and your boyfriend and your friend, and also the rest of your classmates already know a little about the situation for which we need your help. The boys would find it strange, but they would agree to talk to Ryukyu. But from a distance Shigaraki and Kurogiri saw everything, and Shigaraki would get angry to see that Koneko was still alive. Shigaraki. Not even a copy of it could finish it. Kurogiri. Calm down Tamura. But in that Shigaraki would remember something. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, the candidates you told me are ready to join us. Kurogiri. For now we only have 2, but the other said he would look for another candidate to join us. Shigaraki. Perfect, when the time comes everyone will see that the League of Villains is stronger and that they should not underestimate us. So the two would leave. Later. At the Ryukyu agency. There were Izuku and Koneko and Leone, and there was Gran Torino. Ryukyu. Well, that's the way things are. At that Ryukyu would show on a screen the image of a strange guy. Ryukyu. He is Kai Chisaki or better known by his villain name Overhaul, and he is the leader of his organization called the Yakuzas. Gran Torino. In addition to this guy taking advantage of a little girl by taking advantage of her gift. So Ryukyu would show an image of a little girl. Koneko. Wow, she looks very cute. Leone. And pretty too. Izuku. And who is she? Ryukyu. Her name is Eri, she is a little girl who has a gift that can improve other people's gifts, increasing their powers. Koneko. So why is Overhaul taking advantage of her gift just to become stronger? Gran Torino. That's right, and now we have to be alert because Shisaki will do everything possible to get Eri back, and that will get complicated. Izuku. Then we mustn't let that happen. Leone. But if that happens, what will we do and why do they need our entire class? Ryukyu. That's why if that happens, all of you will help us fight, so I hope you do your best. So the boys would be left thinking. Thoughts of Izuku and Koneko. Izuku Koneko. We can't believe that someone would dare to take advantage of an innocent girl just because of her gift, Kai Chisaki. We won't let you continue taking advantage of that little girl. Out of your thoughts. So the boys would go to eat and then return to their agencies. Chapter 17. What happens to Ravel and Toga? Previously Koneko had to face her evil copy called Dark Koneko, but at first she was being outmatched, but then with the help of Izuku and the others, they would manage to defeat Dark Koneko, but then Ryukyu would tell Izuku and Koneko and Leone about a mission in which they would need all the members of Class 1A. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. New opening for this story. I Must Change the World, Latin Spanish cover. Singer. Ame Rodriguez. 2 days before the attack on Hosu City. Ravel and Toga would be seen in a place where they are and spend time and sleep. At that time the two girls would be in a clothing store, but luckily no one knew Toga in that place, so there was no danger. And that Toga was trying on clothes while Ravel waited for her. Ravel's thoughts. Ravel. I ask him where we can find that Shigaraki guy. I can't forgive him because he and that all-for-one guy killed Toga's family and, not content with that, they erased her memory and that also ended up turning her into a villain. Out of your thoughts. At that Ravel would see that Toga was wearing a coat. Ravel. And what do you think? Toga. Well, it's comfortable so I'll take it. Ravel. Well, it's my turn. So Ravel would enter the dressing room and then come out dressed in the following way. Ravel. And how do I look? Toga. You look pretty so you'll wear those clothes. Ravel. I think so. So Ravel would pay for the clothes they bought and then the two of them would return to the place where they always are. Later. At that moment Ravel would be sitting on the roof wearing a toga, but Ravel had a little bird on her fingers. Ravel. Hey Toga, why don't you pet the bird? Toga. A-okay. So Toga would start petting the bird even if it liked being petted. Ravel. You see he likes you. Toga. You're right. Later at night. The two girls would be lying down watching the stars. Toga. Tell me one thing Ravel, if you should be dead, how is it that you came back to life but ended up in my world? Ravel. Well, I don't know, but I still miss Issei-san and also the girls. I'm alive, but I still miss them. Toga. And why don't you move on? I'm sure that Issei wanted you to move on so you could be happy. Ravel. I don't know if I can. Toga. By the way, who is this Koneko you told me about? Ravel. Well, you see, she's a friend of mine. At first, she and I didn't get along very well. Flashback. End of flashback. Toga. So you always fought with her just to prove who of the two of you loved the boy more. Ravel. Yes, exactly, but over time we became very good friends, that's why I miss her, but she must be calm in our world. Toga. Well, I think we should go to sleep now. So Toga would fall asleep while Ravel continued to watch the sky until she fell asleep. The next day. The whole day would pass normally and Ravel and Toga spent the day chatting a little while having a great time. Later at night. The two would be talking about how they would find Shigaraki. Ravel. According to what I found out, Shigaraki attacked an academy called UA, more specifically a place called USJ, a place where some UA students were surprised by the attack. Toga. You're right, but how can we finish off Shigaraki? Ravel. Well, I understand that Shigaraki is the leader of the League of Villains, so he must be looking for new recruits for his team. Toga. Wait a minute, are you suggesting that? Ravel. Yes, let's join the League of Villains. Toga. Are you sure? Ravel. If we wait for the perfect moment and hurt Shigaraki. Toga. Well okay, it's a good plan. The next day. At night Toga was returning from buying something to eat, but she wouldn't see Ravel. Toga. How strange, where would Ravel be? But then Toga heard some small sobs, so he approached and saw that Ravel was sitting on the roof. While Ravel continued sobbing until she would stop and grab a notebook, and after a few minutes Ravel would see her notebook which had a drawing of her and Issei together. So Ravel would be looking at the drawing with a smile. Ravel. I thought I wouldn't be able to do it, but I was able to do it. At that Ravel would put the notebook to one side while looking at the sky and the stars with a sad look. Author's note. Listen to this beautiful song. End of note. Ravel. Issei-san, I really miss you, you made the fire of my love light up, but I don't know if I can go on without you, well I'm alive again, you're dead and I really miss you. Thus Ravel would begin to sing. Ravel. I woke up in the dark, still thinking about you. I followed your footprints on my pillow. I saw your face in front of me. I felt like you were still here. My whole body missed you. Toga was impressed as she listened to Ravel singing. Ravel. I can see your shadow on the moon when my memory lights up you. So Ravel would take a turn. Ravel. All words are worn out, what remains between you and me is not enough for the heart, and from my chest, your memory rings out, all that was between us are echoes of love. Oh, 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 oh. So Ravel would continue singing while dancing. Ravel. I'm losing my mind, you talk to me in every song, your name is in every word, you're so close, and yet so far I'm clinging to just a reflection, I'm losing you. So giving another turn while jumping on a box that was there. Ravel. All the words are worn out, what remains between you and me is not enough for the heart, and from my chest, your memory rings out, all that was between us are echoes of love, oh, oh, echoes of love, oh, 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 they sound more and more, they sound so much, and I can't get used to it. So Ravel would move dancing more and more, since she was connected to the song and Toga was with her jaw on the floor, watching how Ravel sang and danced. Ravel. All words are worn out, what remains between you and me is not enough for the heart, and from my chest your memory sounds everything that was between us, they are echoes of love, oh, 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 echoes of love, oh, oh, oh. So Ravel would jump and in the process would take out her wings of fire, impressing Toga as it spun around. Ravel. Echoes of love, oh, 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 echoes of love, oh, oh, oh. So Ravel would go down to the ground and she would be on the ground while too many tears came out of her face. At that moment, Toga would approach Ravel and hug her tightly, but Ravel would start to cry. Later at night. The battle against Dark Koneko had already happened just like Ryukyu had told the boys about Chisaki's. Of Toga and Ravel. Ravel had been crying a lot and Toga had seen the drawing that Ravel had made. Toga. Wow, you really did a great job making this drawing. Ravel. Sniff sniff, thanks Toga-chan. Toga. Are you feeling better? Ravel. More or less, but I already know what I'll do apart from helping you avenge the death of your family. I'm going to continue forward, it's what Issei-san would have wanted. Toga. That's how you talk, friend. Minutes later. The two girls were walking until Dabi appeared in front of them. Dabi. Wow Himiko, looks like you have a new friend. Ravel. And who is he? Toga. This is Dabi, a friend of mine, and tell me what you need. So Dabi would tell them that Shigaraki proposed him to join the League of Villains, but that he was looking for Toga to join. Toga. So Shigaraki Tamura wants me to join the League of Villains. Dabi. Yes, and your friend can join if she wants. Ravel. Excuse us for a moment, Dabi-san. So the girls would go somewhere while Dabi sat there doing nothing. Toga whispered. Do you think this is a good time to execute the plan you told me about? Ravel whispering. If it's perfect like this, then when the time is right we'll make Shigaraki pay for killing your family. Toga whispering. He is the one who did the most harm to my entire family, All for One asked him to eliminate them and then steal their gifts. Ravel whispering. So what do you say we execute the first phase of the plan? Toga whispering. Yes, let's do it. So the two would return to Dabi. Dabi. And what do they say? Toga Ravel. We accept. Dabi. Well, follow me since Shigaraki wants to see us. Later. The three would arrive at Shigaraki's hideout seeing him and Kurogiri, but Toga would be looking at Toga with great hatred for Shigaraki, but was holding back. Kurogiri. They're finally here. So Shigaraki would see Toga and Ravel and also Dabi. Shigaraki. I see we're finally complete. This is how Shuchi Iguchi, Mr. Compress and also Twice would appear. Shuchi Iguchi. I guess they are the rest that were missing. Shigaraki. That's right. Mr. Compress. You can see that the girls have potential. Twice. It's noticeable since they seem to be big villains. Toga. Well, my friend Ravel Phoenix is new to this and she almost got caught where she came from. Shigaraki. So what's your gift, girl? Ravel. Well, my gift is Phoenix Fire. Thus Ravel would show his hand and then show his fire, impressing everyone. Ravel. The fire of flames can incinerate everything in its path, these are the true flames of a phoenix. Shigaraki. Well, now that we are all gathered, our mission is to steal from Chisaki known as Overhaul the Quirk Eraser, which can erase quirks. It is like Eraserhead's quirk, but it has no disadvantages. Ravel. So we just have to steal Chisaki's gift eraser and then find the formula and produce it further. Shigaraki. Something like that, since stealing the formula from Chisaki will be difficult, so I want you to prepare because we will soon go after Chisaki. All? Yes. So everyone would go to rest while Ravel and Toga went to sleep where they always stay. Meanwhile, in the world of High School DxD. Surziches would arrive at the occult club, but the magic circle that Sona had placed was still there. Meanwhile, in the student council, Sona and Tsubaki and Serafel and the rest of the Citri clan were listening to what was going to happen. In the occult club. Surziches would come in all upset. Riaz. Brother, what's wrong? Gabriel. Something's wrong, Surziches. Why, if you're angry it's not a good sign. Surziches. I felt Dark Kaneko's energy and that damn thing managed to destroy Dark Kaneko. All in Gabriel. Wow. In the student council. Everyone would be relieved to hear that Kaneko was able to defeat her evil copy. Sona. I knew that Kaneko wouldn't be defeated even if she was a copy of herself. Serafel. You're right, Sona-chan. Tsubaki. Look, it seems they are going to say something else. Back at the occult club. Bakeno. So now the emergency plan continues. Surziches. That's right, we'll go and finish that damn thing off ourselves. So Surziches would open a portal where Akeno and Asia and Rasuius and Gabriel would begin to enter. Surziches. Well, laugh, in case we fail you will be the last option, so see you. So Surziches would enter the portal leaving Riaz, who would put on a worried face. Thoughts of Riaz. Riaz. Be careful, Kaneko. Out of your thoughts. Back at the student council. Everyone would be worried, but they would know that Kaneko could overcome the situation. Meanwhile, in the world of Boku no Hero Academia. The days would pass and like in the original story, Izuku would meet Mirio, but Kaneko would also meet Mirio, and he would know that Izuku and Kaneko are the new bearers of One for All. In addition, the two would meet Eri knowing that she can't smile, which would make them feel sad, but Kaneko more. But Chisaki would take Eri again, thus the boys of Class 1A and several professional heroes dividing into groups to face the Yakuzas. Izuku and Kaneko would go together with Kirishima. Izuku. Okay, are you ready, Kaneko-chan? Kaneko. I'm ready, love. Kirishima. Okay guys, it's time for heroes. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the League of Villains was ready to finish off Chisaki. Shigaraki. You know what you have to do. All? Yes. Meanwhile, Overhaul was making sure that Eri didn't escape. Overhaul. So they just want to kill that girl thereafter and that's it. And that behind Overhaul were Successors and Akeno and Asia and Rasuius and Gabriel. Successors? That's right, Overhaul, we're just looking to finish it off. Akeno. When we finish with that damn Koneko everything will be fine. Eri scared. What do you want to hurt Koneko-san? Asia. Oh don't worry little one, we just want to talk to her. Eri scared. No, I don't believe you, surely you want to hurt him just because everyone wants to help me. At that Asia would approach Eri making her step back in fear. Asia. It's not because they want to help you, besides, Overhaul is the one who takes care of you without using your power, but we only want to finish off Koneko, and you will continue with Overhaul, since you will never be happy. At that Eri would remember something that Koneko and Izuku told her. Flashback. Eri sad. I don't know why they want to help me if I can't smile. Izuku. You know Eri-chan it doesn't matter I know that you managed to smile. Koneko. Also remember this no matter what happens despite everything bad you should always smile. So Izuku and Koneko smiling. End of flashback. Successors. Well we're leaving. So Successors, Akeno, Asia and Rasuius would leave, leaving Gabriel with Overhaul. Outside the city, Izuku and Koneko would be looking at the place where Eri should be. Izuku Koneko. Eri-chan, hold on, we'll go save you, don't worry, we won't let anything happen to you. At that moment, Leone's voice could be heard on a walkie-talkie. Leone. Earth to Koneko are you ready to save little Eri? At that Koneko would grab the walkie-talkie. Koneko. Yes, I'm ready to save her. Leone. Good luck, change and out. So the boys would go to the city. Izuku Koneko. We won't let anything bad happen to you Eri-chan, hold on, we'll come for you. Chapter 18. Eri's rescue begins. While the rest of Class 1A watched over some professional heroes like Izuku and Koneko and Kirishima were going to help in the rescue of Eri. But for now let's go with the League of Villains. We see how Ravel and Toga were walking. Ravel. Twice said she would go ahead. Toga. Yes, but this is still so boring. On that. Listen, calm down girls, everything will get exciting. At that Ravel and Toga would turn around seeing someone they had met a few days ago. Ravel. Oh it's just you Mine-san. Thus the already identified as Mine would smile while holding her Tigu pumpkin in her hands. Mine. Of course I'm the one who's more serious. You're probably wondering how Mine is with Ravel and Toga, well to answer that question we have to ask a little bit. Flashback. We see how Ravel and Toga were healing a girl's wounds and this was none other than Mine. Ravel. It won't be long before his wounds heal. Toga. You're right, but I wonder what happened to him to make him end up like this. Ravel. I don't know, but we'll find out when she wakes up. The next day. Mine was slowly waking up, but she was confused. Mine's confused. What the hell, how am I alive? I'm supposed to be dead. What's going on? On that. Ravel Toga. Glad you woke up. And that Mine would see Ravel and Toga. Mine would quickly grab his Tigu pumpkin, pointing it at Ravel and Toga. Mine. Who the hell are you? And where am I? Ravel. Wow calm down we won't hurt you in fact we heal your wounds. Toga. True, so put down your gun. At that Mine would lower his Tigu pumpkin. Mine. If you healed my wounds I thank you, but you haven't told me who you are. Ravel. I am Ravel Phoenix and this is Toga Himiko. Toga. And where are you? I have a feeling you're not from this world like Ravel. Mine. I guess you're right that I'm not where I should be. So Mine would tell about his world surprising Ravel and Toga. Toga. Wow, that went really badly for you. Mine. Yes, but I don't understand. I was supposed to be dead. Ravel. Same with me. Toga. Hey Ravel, do you think Mine-san can help us in our mission? Mine. Hey, what are you talking about? Ravel. I'll explain. A few minutes later. Mine. I understand that this guy Shigaraki killed your family and the other one called All for One stole your family's gifts. Toga. That's right. Ravel. That's why Toga and I joined the League of Villains, so that at the perfect moment we'll give Shigaraki what he deserves. Toga. Then you can help me and Ravel. That's what I was thinking about until. Mine. I accept, I will help you with your revenge so you can count on my support, friends. So Toga would hug Mine and Ravel would join in the hug. Mine. And now what do we do? Ravel. You'll join the League of Villains to help us. Later. Shigaraki. So she can help us. Ravel. The more we enter, the better we are. Toga. Think about it, tomorrow, with Mine-san, we'll be able to defeat the Yakuzas and steal Chisaki's gift eraser. That's what Shigaraki would be thinking about until. Shigaraki. Okay you're in girl. Mine. You won't regret it tomorrow. Shigaraki. But tell me what kind of gift do you have? Mine. Well, my gift works with my pumpkin gun. If I gather a lot of spiritual energy I can make a super strong shot, but before I had the risk of dying, but now I don't. Shigaraki. It helps us, and as you said, you have experience as a sniper, so you'll watch our backs. So the three girls would return to where they were staying. End of the flashback. Mine. And now we have to do. Toga. Well, I guess we'll go where Shigaraki told us to meet twice. Ravel. Then we'd better hurry. So the three would continue on their way. Meanwhile with the rest of Class 1A. They were keeping watch with the help of the gift of Shoji. Lita. Any Shoji signs? Shoji. Fortunately, there is no sign of any villain. Meanwhile an explosive blonde was angry. Annoyed Bakugo. That idiot Deku and his stupid girlfriend are taking all the fun, that bothers me. Todoroki. Could you calm down for once? Angry Bakugo. Shut up, damn half and half. At that moment, Leone's voice could be heard on a walkie-talkie. Leone. Todoroki, how's everything going with you? Todoroki. All good. Leone. The stupid Muslim is helping. At that Todoroki would see Bakugo sitting there doing nothing. Todoroki. More or less. Leone. Pass it on to me. So Todoroki would give the walkie-talkie to Bakugo. Bakugo. What the buck do you want, stupid blonde? Leone. If you want to exploit villains so much, then be on the lookout for those Yakuza. Bakugo. TSK, I guess I have no choice. Leone. Perfect, now go book yourself, bye. So Leone would cut off communication. Leone. Stupid blonde. Quickly Bakugo would leave with his explosions. Haminari. I think he didn't listen. Jiru. Well, he's Bakugo, no one can judge him. And that everyone would see that Bakugo had fallen with them. Zero. What the hell? Lita. What happened to you, Bakugo? Annoyed Bakugo. Some bucking moron threw me back here. Momo. What is the villain like? Bakugo. I only saw that he had red hair. Out of nowhere a red circle appeared, surprising the entire class. Mina. But what is that? Toru. I don't know, but I don't think it's good. From the circle Surziches would come out together with Akeno, Asia and Rasuius. Surziches. It seems we didn't find that damn girl, but we did find some students. Akeno. Maybe they know about where Koneko is. Hearing that the class would start to think until. Haminari Jiru. You guys are. All. Those who betrayed and hurt Koneko-san. Asia. You know Koneko then. Momo. She told us what happened to her in her world. Lita. And what they did does not deserve forgiveness. Rainer Mattel Shinichi. You guys are bucking assholes. Vesuvius. Fallen angels, this is unexpected. Haminari. As Kirishima would say if he were here with us, that's not manly. Okoyami. She who fought by his side many times. Mina. And you did that to her, hurt her, and even that you three always lied to her saying that you loved the boy called Issei. Toru. Besides, you killed her. Todoroki. You guys just did the worst thing anyone could do. Surziches. Well, if you have the guts to say that, then let's see how much guts you have to do it. But before finishing, Surziches would be sent flying by an explosion from Bakugo. Bakugo annoyed. I'm tired of hearing so much stupidity. If you want to fight. Todoroki. They will have a fight. Lita. There is no other option, we have to do it for Koneko-san. Momo. Exactly. Bakugo. Listen everyone else, keep watching, meanwhile the rest of you help me and half to finish off these idiots. So Bakugo, Todoroki and the rest would launch an attack against Surziches, Akeno, Asia and Rasuius. Meanwhile, Ravel, Toga and Mine had arrived with twice to the place where they had to go. Author's note. Watch the video from the beginning to 12:57, end of note. On that. Koneko. Even if it is like that. I don't think there's any difference between Koneko and Izuku. Izuku. We won't let anyone die. And that Eri would remember the words of Koneko and Izuku. Flashback. Izuku Koneko. No matter what happens, you keep smiling. End of the flashback. At that, applause would be heard. Gabriel. Wow, it seems that I finally found you, damn Koneko. At that everyone would look up and Koneko would be surprised to see Gabriel. Koneko. It's not possible, but how? Gabriel. So you care about that girl, then watch her DEE. So Gabriel would launch an attack towards Eri, but Koneko would be hit by the attack. Eri is scared. Still blood. Izuku. Koneko-chan. Gabriel. How stupid that girl is. She must die. If she doesn't want anyone to suffer anymore, then let her die. At that Koneko would get up. Koneko. As long as I'm alive, no one will make Eri-chan suffer. I won't allow anyone to hurt her. Gabriel. Then you and your friends will die. But in that above would fall Ryukyu and Uraraka and Seiya and Najire. Minutes before that. Meanwhile with the others. The boys continued fighting against Surziches and the girls, but Rainer and Shinichi were quite injured from facing Surziches and had managed to injure him. But thanks to a plan Momo and Mina and Toru and Jiru had finished off Akeno and Asia and Rasuius. But meanwhile Bakugo and Todoroki and Kaminari and also Lita were facing Surziches and he was getting tired. Bakugo. It's time, you bastard, go to hell. So Bakugo would throw a big explosion and Todoroki would throw a blast of fire and Kaminari would throw a big lightning bolt and Surziches would fall to the ground unconscious. At that Bakugo would grab Surziches and drag him. Todoroki. Where are you going? Bakugo. This idiot must be finished by a single person while you attend to the two who are injured. So Bakugo would be holding on to Surziches. Minutes before with Ryukyu and the girls. Author's note. Watch the video from the beginning to 208, end of note. At that point Izuku and Koneko were approaching where Eri was. Izuku Koneko. Eri-chan. So the two were jumping on the rocks, but the wounds they had on their feet were hurting them. Thoughts of Izuku and Koneko. Izuku Koneko. Salvanla Izuku Midoriya Koneko Tauju Tainen K Hasurlo. Out of your thoughts. In that, Izuku and Koneko would remember how they let Eri go. Koneko. We already let you go once this time. Izuku. We won't let you go. So Eri would jump and be caught by Koneko. Eri. Still blood, Midoriya blood. Koneko. We won't let you go again. Izuku. We will never let you go. At that point Chisaki and Gabriel would begin to attack. Overhaul Gabriel. Devul Vanla. So Izuku and Koneko would start dodging and so the two would end up escaping in time. Luckily Izuku and Koneko had resisted Eri's power. Koneko. Are you okay, Eri-chan? Eri. Yes, but Tauju-san, that woman and other people want to hurt you. Izuku. Koneko-chan, Akaso-san. Koneko. There's no doubt if Gabriel is here it means that Surziches and Akeno and Asia and Rasuius are here. At that point an attack would go towards Eri, but Izuku and Koneko would get her out of there. So the two would see that Chisaki had become a giant monster and Gabriel had become a giant light monster. Overhaul. Eri has the power to rewind people, but you won't be able to withstand her power. Gabriel. So hand it over. At that Izuku would put Eri on his back and Koneko would activate her Nekomata form with two cattails. Koneko. We won't let Eri-chan suffer with someone like you, Chisaki. Izuku. Let alone someone like you. So Izuku and Koneko's power was increasing with Eri's power. Izuku Koneko. 1 for all full cowling 100%. Thus the power of 1-4 would be enhanced. Izuku Koneko. This will end here and now. Meanwhile with Ravel and Toga and mine. They had moved away since Ravel had seen Koneko, but she had hidden so that she wouldn't see her. Ravel. I still don't want Koneko to know that I'm alive, much less see that I'm with a league of villains. Toga. You're right, besides, she would think you're evil without knowing that you're helping me carry out my family's revenge. Mine. Well, let's take a break for now. So the three of them would sit down and take a break. Chapter 19. The battle ends, goodbye Night Eye, Rainer and Shinichi. Previously, Eri's rescue had begun and everyone had done their best to ensure the mission wouldn't fail. Class 1A also faced Surziches and the girls. Now, Izuku and Koneko would have to face Chisaki and Gabriel. What will happen now? Find out. Hit the new intro. Izuku and Koneko were watching Chisaki and Gabriel while they still had the 1 for all at 100%. Gabriel. They think they can beat us. Overhaul. You guys won't be able to win against us because Eri will end up killing you both. Izuku Koneko. You guys will be the ones who lose. Gabriel Overhaul. We'll see about that, damn it. So the two would attack Izuku and Koneko, but they had dodged the attack appearing in front of them. Overhaul Gabriel. But what a devil. Izuku Koneko. Smyosh. So with a strong kick, Izuku and Koneko would send Overhaul and Gabriel flying. The battle would continue as in the original story after Izuku and Koneko would launch a powerful smash and many fists would appear in the sky. So with that powerful attack Izuku and Koneko would defeat Chisaki, but Gabriel was still alive, but in that Koneko would approach Gabriel who was on the ground. At that Koneko would unleash her Nekomata fire aiming at Gabriel. Koneko. You tried to kill Eri-chan and that is unforgivable. Gabriel. You're a damned bitch. So Koneko would launch a great burst of Nekomata fire killing Gabriel. Izuku. You killed someone who hurt you. Koneko. Yes, and now I can rest easy knowing that you're with me and everything, Izuku-senpai. At that, the two would approach and then put their foreheads together while they still had 1 for all activated and Eri watched them. Izuku Koneko. T-amo. Thus the two would give each other a tender and passionate kiss. While Eri watched them. Eri. Whatever they're doing they look happy. Meanwhile Uraraka and Night Eye were watching them, even though Night Eye was hurt he would smile. Koneko. Eri-chan is trying to deactivate your quirk. So Eri would try to deactivate her gift and succeed, and so Izuku and Koneko would fall to the ground tired, just as Eri was tired. At that moment Leone would arrive approaching the three of them. Leone. They did it, lovebirds, they managed to save Eri. Then the ambulances would arrive taking away the wounded, and they would also take Eri, since she was tired and exhausted. Then that Ryukyu would approach Izuku, Koneko and Leone. Ryukyu. Thank you very much, you did a good job. Leone. That's what heroes do. Izuku. That's true. Koneko. The good thing is that it's all over. On that. Bakugo. Hey, damn Deku's girlfriend, there's someone here who has to be eliminated by you. Then that Izuku, Koneko and Leone would see that it was Bakugo who was dragging Successors. Izuku. Kaken, and who is he? Bakugo. Are you an idiot or what? He's the idiot responsible for your stupid girlfriend ending up in this world. Leone. If I remember correctly, you said his name was Successors. Koneko. Yes, it is him. Bakugo. Well idiot, I did my job so here it is. So Bakugo would throw it at Successors, and he would see that Koneko was there looking at him in a very serious way. Koneko. I haven't seen him for a long time. Successors-sama, not only Successors. Successors. Damn you, you should have died that day. Koneko. I will never die, and now it is time for you to die. I know that in this world it is forbidden to kill, but in your case it is necessary. Thus Koneko would launch a great burst of blue fire killing Successors forever, and his energy of destruction would disappear. Izuku. I guess everything is okay. On that. Doctor. Your heart rate is dropping fast. At that point the boys would see that Reiner and Shinichi were being taken to the hospital on stretchers, impressing the boys. Leone. But what the hell happened to Reiner and Shinichi? Bakugo. The red-haired idiot was accompanied by 3 girls, and these, like the red-haired one, hurt those two too much. Koneko. So you guys finished off Akeno, Asia, and Rasuius. Bakugo. In fact, it was the rest since me, the half and half, the 4 eyes, and the electric one finished off the redeed. Izuku. I think they were in a situation of extreme danger. This is how the rest of the class would arrive. Later. The following would be happening on a highway. Author's note. Watch the video from minute 8:54 to minute 10:49 end of note. At the hospital they had been informed of the situation of those who had been injured, while Izuku and Koneko would go see Night-Eye. So Night-Eye had died. Everyone was crying, but more so Koneko. Koneko crying. If only Phoenix Tears existed in this world, Mr. Night-Eye would have been saved. Izuku crying. Maybe you're right, but who knows. After Izuku and Koneko had left there, they were walking through the hospital corridors until they would meet Momo. Koneko. Yayoi Rozu-san, what are you doing here? You were supposed to be recovering from your injuries. Momo. Well, I feel better now, so don't worry. Izuku. And the others. Momo. Not all of us were hurt, but Kirishima is still recovering. Well, I don't know anything about Reiner and Shinichi. Koneko. I hope you are well. On that. Leone. Guys. And that the 3 would see that they were Leone and Todoroki. Izuku. What's going on? Todoroki. It's about Reiner and Shinichi are in critical condition. Minutes later. Author's note. Listen to this soundtrack for now end of note. Right now the entire class 1A was in the room where Reiner and Shinichi were. Mattel. Reiner-sama, Shinichi-san please have to fight. Leone. Hey Migi, can you heal Reiner and Shinichi? Migi. Unfortunately not, and I'm going to die too. Haminari. What are you talking about, old man? Migi. If Shinichi dies I will die too, so that's why I don't have much time left for me, Reiner and Shinichi. Jiru. But there has to be a way for them to be saved. Then that Reiner and Shinichi would see the others. Reiner. CC guys, Migi is right, there is no way to save us. Shinichi. That's why at least we'll die with dignity since we were able to beat up those fools. Mina. Don't talk, if you do, you'll die faster. Mineta. If you have to survive, you are not our companions. Sai. Mineta is right, for the first time in your life, you have to live. Mattel was crying while holding Reiner's hand. Mattel crying. Reiner, please don't leave me, I don't want to be alone, you promised that you would be with me despite everything, you can't leave me alone. At that Reiner would caress Mattel's head and she would see Reiner with tears in her eyes. Reiner. I'm so sorry Mattel for not being able to fulfill what I promised you, but there is no salvation for me or Shinichi. Everyone was crying as 2 of their friends were dying. Uraraka, crying. You guys have to fight, please fight. Lita crying. It is not possible that they let themselves be defeated. Shinichi. Guys, keep going, I'm sure you'll be great heroes. Toru crying. You can't abandon us, you have to be heroes too. Reiner. I don't think we can do it anymore. Then that Rainer would see Koneko, who was crying, as well as Izuku and Leone. Rainer. I'm glad we were friends, Koneko, because if you had known why I had to kill Issei, maybe we would have been great friends before, but I'm glad to be your friend being in this world. Koneko crying. I'm glad you were my friend too. Rainer. TTTT, I wish you to be very happy with Midoriya-san, after all you deserve to be happy. Koneko Lorando. Gracious Rainer-san. Eniso Rainer Viria Shinichi. Rainer. If I die, I'm glad it's with you, Shinichi Izumi, my beautiful boyfriend. Shinichi. I also love Rainer, my beautiful girlfriend. Author's note. Listen to this soundtrack for these final moments. End of note. At that, Rainer would see Mattel, who continued crying while saying the same thing. Mattel crying. Please don't leave me, please don't leave me. Rainer. Mattel, take care of yourself. I ask you to keep going. I'm sure you'll be a great heroine. I believe in you. At that, Mattel would see Rainer with tears in her eyes. Rainer. You are like a sister to me, that's why I want you to keep going and keep smiling, because you are not alone, the others are with you. At that point everyone was resisting crying, but they couldn't bear it. Rainer. Everyone take care, you will be great heroes, so don't stop, and as they say. Shinichi. Go further. At that everyone would scream. Everyone crying. Plus ultra. And that Shinichi had Rainer's hand holding until Shinichi's pulse stopped, so everyone would see that Shinichi and Migi had died. Everyone crying. Shinichi, Migi. At that everyone would see Rainer, who was holding Mattel's hand. Mattel. Please don't go, don't go. Rainer. Goodbye everyone. Everyone couldn't help but cry since Rainer was about to die. And that Rainer would see Mattel for the last time. Rainer. Goodbye little sister, remember this, I will always be in your heart. Mattel crying. Rainer-sama. Rainer. I love you. At that, Rainer would smile as she slowly closed her eyes. Rainer. Keep smiling. On that. Rainer's heart had stopped, implying that she had already died, just like Shinichi. At that point, everyone would see Mattel, who was crying. At that point, everyone would hug Mattel tightly while she burst into tears. Later. After Mattel fell asleep, the boys who had already healed would return home, while Izuku and Koneko would go see Eri, while Leone waited for them. So the boys would enter Eri's room seeing her. Izuku Koneko. Eri-chan. Eri. Oh hi. Izuku. How do you feel? Eri. I'm fine, thank you, and thank you for saving me. Koneko. You're welcome, after all you mean so much to us. Eri. Well, I have to stay here since I can't control my gift, but I hope to see you again. So Izuku and Koneko would go. Later. Izuku, Koneko, and Leone would take Mattel to her new home since she had decided to stay in the UA dorms. Koneko. We are truly sorry, Mattel, just like you, we are sad. Mattel sad. I know, but I don't have to fail him, I have to continue on my path and then I'll be a great heroine. So Mattel would hug Izuku, Koneko and Leone tightly. Mattel. Thank you, friends. So Mattel would enter his room. Izuku. Well, it's time to go home. Concrete. Yes. Leone. Come on lovebirds, it was a sad day, but we have to move on. So the three of them would leave. Meanwhile, with the League of Villains. They were celebrating that they had won, but while they were celebrating, Ravel, Toga and Mine were in a cherry tree looking at the city, although Mine had her Tigu pumpkin with her. Mine. Everything that happened was crazy. Toga. That's true, but one question, Ravel. If we see your friend again, will you tell her about our friendship? Ravel. Of course, after all, I'm glad to know that I'm not alone and that my friend is here in this world with me. On that. Dabi. Hey, Tamura is calling us, come here. So the girls would follow Dabi and then they would see a screen that would talk to them. All for one. They did a great job getting the gift eraser, but now they have another mission to do. Shigaraki. What is it about, master? All for one. A villain named Wolfram will infiltrate the famous island and I need you to look for him so that you can go with him. In case his mission fails, that's where you come in and I too. It will be the perfect time to finish off the heroes, you understand? All? Yes. Thoughts of Ravel and Toga and Mine. Ravel, Toga, Mine. This is going to get interesting, we'll see what awaits us on the island. Out of your thoughts. So the League of Villains would go to rest while Ravel and Toga and Mine went to where they always slept. Chapter 20. The Island Eye, Goodbye Almight. As in the movie, Almight had decided to take Izuku with him, but Koneko and Leone would also be on this trip. Right now the jet had landed and Izuku, Koneko and Leone had their hero costumes on. Koneko. I'm a little nervous, I've never visited a place like this. Leone. Tell me about it, I'm from a medieval world. Izuku. I'm nervous just like you. Almight. Don't get nervous young people, everything will be fine. But as soon as they arrived they had to escape from many reporters and many fans. But luckily they managed to escape. Leone. Disadvantages of being the number one hero, don't believe. Izuku Koneko. Yes. I would hear something about that. Izuku, Koneko, and Leone were left with what the buck faces. But then Melissa would see the boys. Melissa. Hey dude, who are they? Almight. Oh well, since the invitation said I could bring some guests, I brought the three of them. At that, Melissa would approach the boys. Melissa. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Melissa Shield. Leone. I'm Leone, nice to meet you. Izuku. You're the daughter of Dr. David Shield. Melissa. Hey yes. Izuku. My name is Izuku Midoriya and this is Koneko Taoju, my girlfriend. Koneko. A pleasure, Melissa senpai. So Izuku and Koneko would take off their gloves and then shake hands with Melissa, but the injuries on Izuku and Koneko are noticeable. Melissa. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. I hope we become good friends. But in that. Son of a bitch, give me back that cake. He who finds it, keeps it, screwed. At that, everyone would look confused at what appeared to be a child and a strange red creature. It's mine, hahaha, take it, damn Shippo. At that, he, already identified as Shippo, would be angry. Shippo. Damn Shoutman, give me that cake. At that, he, already identified as Shoutman, would take something out of his back and hit Shippo. Shoutman. Hahaha, 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 take it, you bastard. At that, Shippo would be grabbing his face. Shippo. Damn, that hurt so much. But then Shippo would hit Shoutman and then eat the cake. Shippo. You like that, buddy? Shoutman. No. So the two would start to give each other some good bucking until. Melissa. And I. At that, the two would look at Melissa. Shoutman. He started it. Shippo. He wasn't the one who started it. Melissa. Both of you calm down, please. Almight. Melissa, can I ask who they are? Melissa. They are my friends, they are Shoutman and Shippo. Shoutman. What's up, I'm the leader and this idiot raccoon is my subordinate. Shippo. I'm an idiot little fox. Izuku Koneko. A little fox. Leone. Oh, little thing. So Leone would hug Shippo tightly. Leone. You're too adorable. Everyone. Uncomfortable. Then what happened in the original story would happen, but unlike the original story, here Kaminari is obviously not a pervert. Afterwards, Melissa had taken Izuku and Koneko to the place where she did her things, and then like in the original story, Melissa would give Izuku the impact glove, but she would also give one to Koneko. Koneko. Thank you, Melissa senpai. So Koneko would hug Melissa tightly, and she would hug him back. Meanwhile. Then, like in the original story, everyone had enlisted and were ready, but Leone and Koneko were missing. Lita. Hey Midoriya, do you know where Leone and Koneko-san are? Izuku. They're almost here. On that. Leone. Sorry for the delay. So Izuku would see Koneko blushing since Koneko had a beautiful black dress. Koneko blushed. Ick, how I look, senpai. Izuku blushed. You look very good and very beautiful and pretty. Koneko super blushed. Hehe, thanks Izuku senpai. Meanwhile, a warehouse would be seen from a box where Shigaraki and the rest of the League of Villains would come out. Ravel. So we just have to wait for Mr. All for One to come. Shigaraki. Indeed. Mine. Well, if he's the most fearsome villain in the world, then we can wait. Meanwhile, Wolfram would be seen ready to execute his plan. Wolfram. Well, it's time to execute the plan. Author's note. Wattpad people, I'm going to skip ahead to the breaking point, the final battle against Wolfram, end of note. Wolfram had obtained the device from Professor David Shield, increasing his gift of controlling metals. Wolfram. Behold the power I possess with this power. Shoutman. You'll kill yourself, you idiot. Shippo. I agree. Then it would happen like in the original story. So Izuku and All Might had managed to defeat Wolfram, but luckily All Might would not lose his muscular form and All Might would go see Dr. David. Meanwhile, the others were celebrating the victory and Koneko would hug Izuku tightly. Koneko. You did it, senpai. Izuku nervous. Hey yes. Hiroshima. Well, it's all over. Melissa. The good thing is that my father is safe. But then something would grab Bakugo and the boys would turn around seeing the League of Villains only Ravel, Toga and mine weren't there. Shigaraki. Long time no see heroes. Leone. Shigaraki Tamura. Koneko. What are you doing here? Shigaraki. Nothing special, but they'll know in 3, 2 and 1. Then something would fall from the sky and everyone would see that it was none other than All for One. Izuku scared. Is that All for One? Leone. So he is the most fearsome villain of all. Koneko would be. So he is the All for One. All the boys were scared, but Bakugo tried to free himself, but Dabi had him held. But how in the chapter All Might appear starting to fight against All for One? Meanwhile, the boys were hiding while thinking of a plan to save Bakugo. Meanwhile the villains had Bakugo and he was going to start fighting, but out of nowhere, Toga would appear and stick his knife in his stomach, surprising everyone and even Bakugo. Abi. What the hell are you doing, Himiko? Shigaraki. Damn you, why did you do this to me? Toga. This is for my damn family, the only thing I did was join you to then avenge my family. Twice. Don't buck with me, you damn traitor. But then Dobby would throw a big blast of blue fire at Bakugo, but then another blast of fire would destroy Dobby's attack, revealing that it was Ravel. Ravel. Your turn, mine. So I would give several shots to the League of Villains. In that, like in the original story, the boys would be flying in the air. Shigaraki was going to touch Bakugo, but he would be sent flying by Ravel, and then Bakugo would propel himself with his explosions, thus grabbing Kirishima's hand. Leone. We're safe now. Koneko. We can go. Meanwhile Ravel would see that the entire League of Villains were injured. Ravel. We've concluded our goal, girls, it's time to go. Toga mine. Yees. So Ravel would grab Toga and mine and then fly away. And then everything would happen like in the original battle, the entire island and the world were watching the battle of All Might and he had lost his muscular form. Melissa. I hope Uncle Might can win. Shippo. Well, we have to wait. Then Ravel, Toga and mine would arrive. Leone. But with mine, are you alive? Mine. Haha, hello Leone. Koneko. Ravel senpai, it's really you. Ravel. Haha, yes, it's me. So the two would give each other a big hug, but then Bakugo would come closer. Bakugo. I'm not usually someone who gives thanks, but thanks for saving me from that damn Tamura. Ravel. Don't worry, after all the plan was to hurt him too much. But both would look into each other's eyes, but both would blush heavily. Bakugo's thoughts. Bakugo blushed. Wow, I'm not usually this type of idiot, but now that I look into her eyes she looks very beautiful. Out of your thoughts. Ravel blushed. Well, my name is Ravel Phoenix and you? Bakugo. Hey, my name is Katsuki Bakugo. But in that everyone would see that the battle between All Might and All for One was at its final point. So everyone had seen that All Might had managed to win the battle, so everyone would be happy. Melissa. She did it, she did it. Shoutman. All Might could have won. At that Izuku would be happy, but he would see that Koneko was not there. Izuku. Hey Koneko-chan, where are you? Meanwhile All for One would be on the ground, but then behind All Might Koneko would appear. All Might. Young lady Koneko, what are you doing here? Koneko. Mr. All Might, I need you to step aside. All Might. You know you might be in trouble. Koneko. I know this is not my world, but I can't allow All for One to stay alive, because if not sooner or later he will become a danger again, for the good of everyone, and for the good of the people I have to do it. So Koneko with all her strength would launch a great burst of Nekomata fire, killing All for One completely. Luckily the news hadn't seen that. Then everything will happen like in the movie. Dr. David was saved but he was in the hospital. Meanwhile Koneko and Leone were together with Ravel, Toga and mine watching the scenery. Koneko. So you joined the League of Villains to help Toga-san avenge her parents. Ravel. Yes, but I also knew you were here, but I was afraid you would hate me at that moment for being with the League of Villains. Mine. I thought the same thing too. Leone. How stupid you are, mine. I will never hate you, and what they did is understandable. Koneko. I would never hate my best friend, that's why I'm glad you're with me. Toga. Then I'm her friend too. Koneko Leone. Of course. That's when Izuku would arrive. Izuku. I see everything is fine with you. Ravel. I'm glad you were able to move forward and find happiness again. Koneko. Haha, that's right. Leone. I'm sure you can move on too. Ravel, you'll surely find someone special for you. So everyone would be seeing the horizon. Chapter 21. Meanwhile in the world of High School DxD. Last opening theme for this story. Chikugi, the opening theme for Saint Seiya. The Hades Saga in Latin American Spanish. Singer. Berioska. Author's note. There is also a final ending for this story, but I'll put that for the next chapter, and these will be the final opening and ending for the last two chapters. End of note. Meanwhile in the world of High School DxD. Sona, Tsubaki, Serafel, Kiba, Gasper, and Azazel would be seen looking through the magic circle at Ria's, who was in the occult club looking at a photo of Koneko. Sona. She's behaving very strangely, don't you think? Serafel. Yes, in addition, during this time that we were observing her, we have seen Ria's-chan very sad. Kiba. Could it be that the president is innocent? Asper. What are you talking about? Do you really think President Rias is innocent, knowing how she behaved? Azazel. But it's strange, we've seen her act very sad, and it also looks like she's acting in front of the others and Surziches. Asper. Well, now that I see it, it's true. Tsubaki. If we put all that together it means that Rias is innocent. Serafel. Then we need to talk to her, and fast. So quickly everyone would go to the occult club. Meanwhile at the occult club Rias was looking at a picture of Koneko while crying. Rias crying. Koneko, please forgive me, I had no other choice, if I didn't they would hurt you. That would include Sona and Serafel and Tsubaki and Kiba and Gasper and Azazel. Sona. Rias, we need to talk to you. And that Rias would look at everyone. Rias. What's going on? Azazel. We know what you did, but we want to ask you something. Kiba. President, do you regret it? Gasper. Regrets the harm he did to Koneko. At that Rias would start crying and bang his head on the desk. Rias crying. Yes, I regret it a lot, I didn't want to do it, but if I didn't do it, they would hurt Koneko, that's why I had no other choice. Azazel. Did they force you to hurt Koneko? Serafel. Rias-chan would like you to tell us everything, we need to know everything. Gasper. Please, President. So laughs would wipe away the tears. Minutes later. Tsubaki had made cups of tea and everyone had taken a seat. Sona. And you will tell us everything. Rias. Yes, but before Kiba, do you remember when I told you how I met Koneko? Kiba. Yes, he told me that you found Koneko when she was little. Rias. Yes, but I haven't told you everything. Gasper. May I ask what Koneko means to you apart from your family? Rias. It's a long story, so I'll tell you my story with Koneko and then I'll tell you what really happened that day. So Rias would take a sip of her cup of tea and then start talking. Author's note. Listen to this sad melody for this moment, end of note. Narrates. It all started many years ago when the demons were looking for Kuroka to kill her, but she left Koneko at the door of the Gremory mansion. Flashback. You would see a little Rias looking out the window, but in that, the sounds of a crying baby would get their attention. Rias. That noise is coming from the door. At that Rias would go to the main door to then open it and she is looking down seeing a baby with white hair and cat ears and a small cat tail crying. Rias. She's a baby. And that Rias would carry the baby. Rias. Who could have left you here? In that case Rias would see a note and read it. Rias. Whoever reads this, I beg you to take care of my little sister Shiranaya, I can't do it anymore, I just hope that despite being a Nekomata, you can take care of her. In that moment Rias would see the baby who had fallen asleep and was also smiling. Rias. So your name is Shiran, huh? Even though you're a Nekomata, I don't care. I'll take care of you. I just hope my parents accept you. So Rias would enter the mansion. Then Alana. Daughter, what were you doing at the door? Zudikus. And who is that baby anyway? Rias. Well, I found her at the main gate and I thought I could take care of her. But then Surziches would arrive. Surziches. But she is a Nekomata, that would be dangerous, she could kill us. Rias. She's just a girl, One-sama, besides I can help control her power and I can't leave her outside dying of cold. Surziches. Piro. Then Alana. There's nothing wrong with her staying small. Surziches. But what if? Zudikus. Surziches, you have to respect our decision so the little one can stay. Rias. Thanks mom and dad. So Rias would take the baby to her room and then the baby would wake up seeing Rias giving a tender smile. Rias. Your name is strange, how about I name you Koneko? Tell me, do you like it? So the baby would start to laugh and smile. Rias. Then from today I will call you Koneko, you will be like a sister or the daughter I wish to have in the future if I get to meet the man of my life. So the baby would start trying to walk and would begin to take a few steps so she could hug Rias and she would reciprocate the hug. Rias. I will take care of you separately, if I get my nobility you will be part of it. So Rias would start laughing along with the baby. End of the flashback. Narrates. Since I started taking care of her, she became the center of my universe. I loved her as if she were my daughter. Since then, I was taking care of her. When she grew up a little, I was able to see her memories and I realized Kuroka's memories, but at that time I didn't know that she had modified Koneko's memories, but time passed and Koneko was a little girl of 5 years old. Flashback. The little Koneko can be seen looking at the moon while Rias was by her side. Rias. Koneko, are you okay? Koneko. Senpai, can I ask you love me? Rias. Of course I love you, Koneko. Koneko. I always wondered why my sister killed her lover and why she abandoned me, maybe she didn't love me. And that Koneko would be crying but would be hugged by Rias while she put a kitten brooch on her. Koneko. Senpai, what is this? Rias. It's a gift for you and tell me you like it. Koneko. It's very nice, thank you Rias senpai, I love you very much. Rias. And I love you little Koneko. End of the flashback. Narrates. And so time passed, I met Akeno and Kiba and the years passed and it was time to introduce Koneko as my new piece in my nobility. Flashback. Rias can be seen grooming Koneko and then putting her kitten brooch on her. Rias. You look very good, Koneko. Koneko. Senpai, do you think Akeno-senpai and Kiba-senpai like you? Rias. I'm sure you'll get along very well with them, and I'm with you. So Koneko would hug Rias tightly and she would hug him back. Koneko. Thank you very much, Rias-senpai, for always being by my side since I was a child and for taking care of me. I love you very much, Rias-senpai. Rias. I love you very much too, Koneko, and I will always take care of you no matter what happens, even though you don't use your power. I'm sure you will use it one day, but for your benefit to protect yourself. Koneko. Thank you, Rias-senpai. End of the flashback. Normal narration. Everyone would be crying when they heard Ria's story. Serafel. But I don't understand, who forced you to hurt Koneko-san? Rias. Veer in time after the battle against the Trixa and the death of Issei and Zenovia and Arena and Kuroka and Ravel, we were all sad, but Akeno and Rasuius and Asia decided to forget about Issei betraying Issei-kun despite being dead. As a cell. So you were the first to know. Rias. Yes, but the one who forced me to do everything I did was my brother. I'll tell you what happened. Flashback. Rias would be seen looking at a photo of herself with Issei. Rias crying. Issei-kun, my love, I miss you so much, not only me, but Koneko misses you too much. I would like to be able to see you again and be happy. At that moment there would be a knock on the door and Rias would wipe away her tears. Rias. I passed. That's where Surziches would come in. Surziches. Sister, I want you to help me with something. Rias. What's going on? Surziches. Listen, I want you to help me kill your tower. Rias surprised. What do you want me to help you kill, Koneko? Why do you want to do that? Surziches. She's a danger and she's no longer needed, so you just have to help me finish her off. Rias. You're crazy if you think I'll let you hurt Koneko. I would never help you do that and I would never hurt Koneko. Surziches. I think it suits you since Yusaka, Lefei, and Gabriel accepted, as did Akeno, Rasuius, and Asia, but if you don't accept, I will accuse you of being an accomplice to Rizavum and being the cause of Issei, and also my guards would torture Koneko in the worst possible way, violating her. Everything that Rias heard left her terrified. She didn't want them to do that to her, Koneko, so she had no choice but to accept. Over time Rias had to be with Saji and say everything Surziches asked. End of the flashback. Rias. That day all I said was what my brother asked me to say and I had no other choice. Sona. So that's why I understand now. As a cell. It is advisable that you tell Koneko everything, since she will surely end up with Surziches and Akeno and Rasuius and Asia. But out of nowhere a crimson aura would cover Rias, confusing her. Fiba. Hey President, why did you increase your power? Rias. I don't know, my power increased out of nowhere. But then something would appear making everyone except Rias back off and they would see that it was a crimson red sphere. As a cell. Isn't that it? Serafel surprised. The energy of Surzich's destruction. At that the energy sphere would get inside Rias and she would suddenly grab her head while saying. Rias. No, leave me, I would never hurt Koneko, never, even if you tell me. Asper. What's wrong with the president? Tsubaki. I think the desire to destroy Koneko is still in the power of Surzich's Sama's destruction from what I gather. Sona. That the power of destruction of Surzich's tries to control Rias. Serafel. Rias-chan, you have to resist, you have to fight. At that moment Rias looked at everyone while a tear came out of one of his eyes. Rias. Save me. At that Rias would give a loud scream and then a big explosion would form. Then everyone would get up seeing Rias standing there and not moving. Sona. Rias, are you okay? At that, Rias would start laughing like crazy. Everyone had been scared by Rias' laughter, but then Rias would stop laughing and raise his face and his eyes were closed, but then he would start to open them. As a cell. It's late. Serafel. The energy of destruction. Sona. Has taken. Tibagasper. The president's control. Serafel. It can't be. At that point Rias would finish opening her eyes, revealing that the energy of destruction had indeed completely possessed her. At that, Rias would start laughing like crazy. Rias. Ha 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 ha, nothing will be able to stop me, I will be able to finish off that damn thing, and no one will be able to avoid it. So Rias would create a portal like that by leaving. Everyone. Let's hope Koneko can't save her. Meanwhile in the world of Boku no Hero Academia. Koneko and Izuku were training their new skill with their new gloves that Meihatsu made for them. But at that Koneko would feel a bad feeling. Izuku. Koneko-chan, is something wrong? Koneko. No, nothing senpai, I just felt a bad feeling. Izuku. Well, we have to keep training. Koneko. See Izuku senpai Piro antes de seger. At that moment Koneko would passionately kiss Izuku and he would reciprocate the kiss with a blush. so that the two of them can continue training. Chapter 22. Naboo Island, Nine's defeat. Author's note. As I said in the previous chapter, in this chapter 1 will put the last ending of this story. End of note. How in the original story Class 1A was sent to do hero activities on Naboo Island. But we don't focus on Izuku's room. He was looking at the sky from the balcony, but something would grab him. Izuku? Hey Koneko-chan, are you? But when Izuku turned around he would blush heavily upon seeing Koneko with a new style of clothing. Izuku super blushing. KKKK Koneko-chan. At that Koneko would see Izuku and then make a kitten gesture. Koneko. Naya. Izuku super blushed. Why are you wearing those clothes? Koneko. Well, I wanted to know how I looked and tell me how I look, Izuku-senpai. Izuku super blushed. Well, you look very beautiful. Koneko. Thank you, Izuku-senpai. At that point the two would begin to kiss passionately and so the two would lie down on the bed. Koneko with lust. Izuku-senpai, I want to do it with you. Izuku blushed. Are you sure? Koneko con lujuria. Yes. So the two would continue kissing passionately, but luckily Koneko was able to put anti-noise seals. Author's note. I won't write lemon, as it's clear at the end of the note. The next day. Izuku and Koneko continued sleeping while a blanket covered them. And Koneko would be sleeping peacefully while having her Nekomata features outside. But then Koneko would start to wake up and then look at Izuku. Koneko. Good morning, Izuku-senpai. But Koneko would see that Izuku was still sleeping. Koneko. Haha, I guess you got really tired if we did it for 2 hours, although I did like doing it again with you. So Koneko would go back to sleep. Hours later. Izuku had already woken up and he, like Koneko, would put on their hero costumes. Then everything would happen like in the original story until when Izuku would be looking for Kitsuma and Mahoro. But meanwhile the others would be facing the villains. Koneko and Leone would be helping Uraraka with the evacuation. But meanwhile Kitsuma and Mahoro would be running. And the following would happen. Later the boys would manage to save Izuku and Bakugo and Kitsuma and Mahoro. The boys were discussing the original story, but then Izuku arrived. And quickly Koneko would hug him. Koneko. You scared me, Izuku-senpai. I thought I had lost you. Izuku. Don't worry, thanks to Kitsuma's gift of cellular regeneration I was able to recover. On that. Bakugo. Hey kid, stop crying, all we have to do is defeat those villains. Hiroshima. Bakugo. But then Ravel would hug Bakugo tightly, surprising everyone. Ravel. Bakugo-kun, I worried too much about you. Bakugo blushed and nervous. Don't worry fire girl, I'm not someone easy to kill. Then everything would happen like in the original story, the boys fights until the final fight would begin, Izuku and Koneko and Bakugo against 9. While Kitsuma and Mahoro were hiding. The three of them would manage to deal great damage to 9 until Bakugo would give him a huge explosion, so the boys would think that they had already managed to defeat 9. But in that. 9. This isn't over yet. At that point several storm clouds would appear. 9. It can't end like this. At that point, 9 cells would turn purple. 9. With this power everything will be over. So 9 would increase his power even more, complicating things, but that's it. Kitsuma. Deku no. Hello. You're welcome. Kitsuma. No Deku no. So Izuku and Koneko and Bakugo saw Kitsuma and Mahoro who were taking care of Leone and Ravel. Kitsuma Mahoro. No cute and pretty ear. So Izuku came up with an idea. Izuku. Kaken. At that Bakugo would look at Izuku just like Koneko. Izuku. I think there is a way and it is the only way there is. At that Bakugo would open his eyes in surprise as would Koneko. Author's note. At this point Bakugo already knows about One for All as does Ravel. End of note. At that Izuku would extend his hand while remembering the words of Almight. Flashback. Almight. My gift is like a torch of power that passes from generation to generation. End of the flashback. Bakugo didn't want to hold Izuku's hand, but there was no other option. Izuku. Kaken. And that Koneko would remember All Might's words in her battle against All for One. Flashback. All Might. We heroes still have so much to protect and that's why I won't give up. End of the flashback. At that Bakugo would extend his hand. Bakugo. Deku. Remembering a few words from All Might. Flashback. All Might. Heroes overcome any adversity they face. End of the flashback. Izuku. A way to save them. Bakugo. A way to win. At that point, the two would be about to grab each other's hand. Izuku Bakugo. There is only one way. Koneko. Of triumph. So Izuku and Bakugo would be able to grab each other's hand so that One for All would transfer to Bakugo and the three of them would be able to free themselves. 9. What are they doing? At that point the three of them would be getting up. Bakugo. Tell me something, can you use it too? Izuku. I don't know but All Might was able to use it even after transferring it to Maya Koneko. Angry 9. What did they do? Izuku Koneko Bakugo. Trust one for all. So Izuku and Koneko would activate one for all at 100%. Izuku Koneko. With this we will save them. And Bakugo would do the same. Bakugo. With this we will win. So the three of them already had one for all activated to the maximum. 9. No, you won't beat me. So 9 would create a big tornado. Bakugo. Having done this your dream will end. Izuku. It doesn't matter, there's no other way. Koneko. Izuku senpai. Izuku. Also, All Might would agree that you be the one to receive it, you were the only one who shared our secret and you always admired the same person, if it's you. So Bakugo would remember how he admired All Might since he was little, and Izuku would remember how he wanted to be a hero since he was little, and Koneko would remember how All Might gave her support to be a heroine just like Izuku, and so the three would clench their fists and then shout. Bakugo. He will always win. Izuku Koneko. He will always smiley. 9. Don't make me laugh. So the three of them would prepare to then shout at the same time. Izuku Koneko Bakugo. Detrayal it's my ash. So the three would launch a Detroit smash into the sky and in the process would break their arms, but they would not give up, thus managing to destroy the 9 storm. 9. What is this? And that 9 would look at Izuku and Koneko and Bakugo. 9. What is that power? So the three would open their eyes. 9. They're not going to stop me from fulfilling my dream. At that Bakugo's arm would hurt. Izuku. Resist Kaken. Koneko. You have to resist. Bakugo. Shut up, I already told you not to give me orders. So the three would launch an attack. 9. They won't stop it. So Izuku, Koneko and Bakugo would begin to destroy each of 9's attacks, and they would not give up until Bakugo would throw a large rock using an explosion, but 9 with his shields would block the rock, and Bakugo would fly away. But he would be caught by Izuku and Koneko, so Izuku and Koneko would throw a powerful kick that would make 9 retreat, and so Izuku, Koneko and Bakugo would launch themselves into the attack, but in that Izuku would think of something. Izuku's thoughts. Izuku. This will be the last time my last osh. Out of your thoughts. So Izuku would throw a powerful kick, and then Bakugo and Koneko would launch their attacks, thus managing to destroy 9, but the three would begin to fall to the ground. Izuku's thoughts. Izuku. Goodbye one for all. Thank you. Out of your thoughts. But before falling, Koneko would hug Izuku tightly. Minutes later. How in the original story Hawks was pulling Tokoyami out of the rocks, as well as Mine and Toga and Mina who was injured. Hawks. Tokoyami and the girls are fine. And that Tokoyami, Mine and Toga would see Hawks. Tokoyami. Hawks. Mine. What are you doing here? Hawks. Well I'm just here to help and I brought good company. Meanwhile. Izuku would be waking up seeing All Might. Izuku. All Might. All Might. Young Midoriya I didn't make it on time. Izuku. Why Kaken? Why Koneko-chan? All Might. As always, worrying about others first. At that All Might turned around seeing Bakugo lying on the ground. All Might. He's hurt but he'll be fine, his life is not in danger, and as for young Koneko, see for yourself. At that moment, Izuku noticed that Koneko was hugging him and wouldn't let go. All Might. Apparently she cushioned your fall, but she's fine and in no danger. At that Izuku would caress Koneko's head. Izuku. I'm very glad, Kaken is not used to so much power yet. All Might. What do you mean? At that All Might noticed that Izuku was sad. Izuku. All Might yo-yo transferred the one for all to Kaken. All Might be surprised. You gave him the one for all. Izuku. If he hadn't used one for all, like Koneko-chan and I, we wouldn't have been able to save the people who live on this island, nor would we have defeated the villain, so I don't regret doing it. At that Izuku would be crying. Izuku crying. But I'm sorry, although you chose me as your successor just like Koneko-chan, although you told me I could become a hero I wanted to protect you all just like Koneko-chan. All Might sad. Young Midoriya. Izuku crying. Forgive me I'm sorry All Might I'm sorry I wanted. But Izuku would be unconscious. At that All Might would grab Izuku's hand. All Might. Young Midoriya, I don't regret having transferred one for all to you, just like young Koneko, you used it in the best way. And that All Might would hug Izuku and Koneko who was waking up and had heard everything. All Might. The crystallization of the power that unites the brave spirits of those who ask for help with a brave heart. On that. Koneko. Mr. All Might. And that All Might look at Koneko. All Might. Young Koneko. Koneko. Izuku senpai didn't lose the one for all, look. And that All Might would see that Izuku's body was shining because of the One for All. All Might sorprendido. One for All. And that All Might look at Bakugo. All Might. Did young Bakugo faint before the transfer was complete? It's nothing less than a gift to the one who sacrificed his life to protect others and the girl he loves and sacrificed her to win, who used One for All to win and save. So All Might look to the sky. All Might be crying. Teacher and those who came before us, thank you so much for everything you gave us. At that point, Koneko would lie down next to Izuku and then hug him tightly. Koneko. Izuku-senpai, I love you with all my heart. So Koneko would fall asleep hugging Izuku. Meanwhile the others were being treated by the professional heroes and many soldiers, while the officers took away the villains who were with 9. But Hawks was thinking of something. Hawks' thoughts. Hawks. What were you planning to do to Shigaraki? Out of your thoughts. Meanwhile, Shigaraki would be seen watching everything from a distance and then disappearing. Days later. At that, Bakugo's scream would be heard. Bakugo. It hurts. What the hell did they do to me? Then that recovery girl would heal Bakugo with her gift, while Izuku and Koneko were healed by Kitsuma. Narrates Izuku. One for All failed to transfer and Kaken doesn't remember what happened. Luckily, One for All is still a part of me and that makes me happy and I'm also glad about that. Normal narration. In the port of Nabu Island. Kitsuma and Mahara would hug their father tightly. Nara Koneko. Days later, Kitsuma and his sister Mahara reunited with their father who returned to the island, and also thanks to our efforts, they were able to protect the inhabitants of the island. In addition, there were very few injuries, and the development program for future heroes had to be suspended for the moment. We stayed a little longer on the island to help with the construction work, but thanks to our bravery, they gave us some more time here on the island. Normal narration. At night. In Izuku and Koneko's room. They were hugging each other in bed. Koneko. Senpai, what do you think will happen now? Izuku. To be honest, I don't know, but what happened doesn't matter to me as long as you and I are together. Koneko. Hehe, you're right. So they would continue to see the ceiling. Koneko. Izuku-senpai, can I ask you if you would like to have a child with me? Izuku. Well, I don't know the truth, but that would make me happy and my mom would like to be a grandmother, so I don't care what happened. I know that at some point you and I will have our family and we will be heroes. So the two would give each other a tender and loving kiss and then fall asleep. Meanwhile on the roof. Bakugo would be seen looking at the sky thoughtfully, but then Ravel would sit next to him. Ravel. Bakugo-kun, what are you doing here? Bakugo. I just think. Then that the two would get closer little by little, but no longer able to stand it, the two would kiss passionately and then separate. Ravel blushed. So you love me? Bakugo blushed. Normally I don't think about this kind of things, but since I met you, I started to feel this feeling. So Ravel Phoenix, you would like to be the girlfriend of someone like me? Ravel blushing. Of course I agree to be your girlfriend, Bakugo-kun. So the two would kiss passionately again. Meanwhile Leone and Todoroki were watching the stars from outside. Leone. And tell me, Todoroki-kun, what do you feel for me? Todoroki. Well, the truth is I don't know, since I feel something else, but I don't know what it is. Leone blushed. Well, I'll tell you this way. Thus Leone would passionately kiss Todoroki, surprising him, but he would reciprocate the kiss and then the two would separate. Todoroki. Maybe at first I didn't know it, but now I do know, and it is that I love you, Leone. Leone. I love you too, Todoroki-kun. So the two would go to sleep. But meanwhile somewhere else. From a red portal would come Ria's, which was still controlled by the power of destruction. So you would start laughing like crazy. Ria's. Ha 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 ha, when I find you, damn, I'm going to kill you and nothing will stop it, ha 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 ha. Bossy Ria's would disappear. Chapter 23 and final. The final battle, Izuku and Koneko forever. Days had passed after the events of the previous chapter. Class 1A was still on Nabu Island, but they were visited by Nijire, who had also brought Little Eerie, making Koneko and Izuku happy. But they still didn't know of the approaching danger. Current events. Koneko was on the balcony of her room watching Nabu Island, although Koneko looked sad. At that Izuku would enter the room. Izuku. Eerie-chan is already asleep, Koneko-chan. But then Izuku would see Koneko on the balcony looking at the stars, but he would be confused since he would see Koneko sad. So Izuku would approach and be next to Koneko watching the stars. Izuku. Koneko-chan, are you okay? I notice you're a little sad. Koneko. Well, it's just that I think of someone special who took care of me since I was little. Izuku. And who is that person? Koneko. That person is Ria's senpai. That would make Izuku surprised. Izuku. But no, she is one of the people who betrayed you and hurt you. Koneko. Yes, but all this time I was in this world I was thinking that Ria's senpai is innocent. Izuku. And what makes you think that? Koneko. Ria's senpai was someone who suffered from Issei senpai's death just like me, and she told me that she would never change Issei senpai for anyone else. That's why I think those words she said that day weren't true. Izuku. That's why you think she's innocent, right? Koneko. That's right, but I'd like to check it out since I don't believe that the person who took care of me since I was little is a traitor. Izuku. Well, rest for now. Later. Everyone was asleep. But Izuku had gone out for a walk while thinking about what Koneko said. Izuku. If that Rias is innocent then she must have been threatened or something. On that. Bakugo. What are you doing here, damn nerd? At that Izuku would turn around and see Bakugo. Izuku. Kaken. Bakugo. Do you want to train? Izuku. It's not just that I was thinking about what we will do if the League of Villains comes for us. Bakugo. It's just a matter of fighting and that's it. At that point Bakugo would remember something. Bakugo. By the way, nerd, I never told you how I found out about your gift and your girlfriends. Izuku. And how did you find out? So Bakugo had managed to defeat Izuku. But the battle of these two had awakened the entire class in Nijire and Eri. Hiroshima. What the hell was that? Haminari. That sounded like a Bakugo explosion. Lita. Wait a minute. Koneko-san, where is Midoriya? Koneko. I woke up and he wasn't in the room. Ravel. Same with Bakugo-kun. But then Koneko and Ravel would quickly get out of there at maximum speed. Eri. But where is Taoju-san going? Nijire. Don't worry, he just went to look for Midoriya. Todoroki. We'll go after them. Leone. I'm going with you. So everyone would go after Koneko and Ravel. Back in the fight Bakugo had Izuku on the ground. Bakugo. I won, even with the power of All Might almost controlled you can't beat me. At that Bakugo would start to cry. Izuku. Kaken. Bakugo crying. You're not the only one who had a motivation all this time, I also had my motivation, but I also have someone else who supports me just like you damn Deku. And that Bakugo would remember Ravel. Bakugo crying. Ravel is someone special to me even though I wasn't like you when you met your damn girlfriend, but when I met Ravel she became someone I had to protect with my life just like you do with your girlfriend. At that Izuku would hardly get up. Izuku. I guess you changed Kaken, but he's still a great inspiration to me since you're like All Might. That would make Bakugo surprised. Izuku. I always admired you because you had great potential and a great gift, you were someone worthy of admiration, and you are also my best friend Kaken. At that Bakugo would look at Izuku. Bakugo. Deku, the meaning of Deku is you can do it right. Izuku. Yes. Bakugo. Then you can always do it Deku, you are always someone different from everyone else, but you are characterized by saving everyone with a smile, and I tell you one thing, I am glad to be your best friend. So Izuku would smile and then fall to the ground. Bakugo would just smile. Bakugo. I guess we deserve a break after all, Deku. Thus Bakugo would fall to the ground, becoming unconscious. The next day. Izuku would wake up next to Koneko who would wake up and then hit Izuku on the head. Izuku. Oh damn, that hurt a lot. Koneko. You're a fool, Izuku-senpai. You worried me too much. I thought Bakugo had killed you. Izuku. Haha, sorry. In that, Eri would appear with a new style of clothing. Eri. How do I look? Koneko. You look very good, Eri-chan. So Eri would hug Izuku and Koneko tightly. Eri nervous. I can tell them mom and dad. So both of them would be very happy. Koneko. Of course my little Eri-chan. At that Izuku would be crying comically. Izuku crying comically. Nothing's wrong, you can tell us like that. So Eri would smile happily. Then everyone would be watching Eri playing with Leone. Koneko. Nijire-senpai, can I ask where Rocket is? Nijire. Well, he decided to stay at the agency helping. Koneko. I understand. At that Bakugo would be somewhat confused and thoughtful. Ravel. Bakugo-kun, are you okay? Bakugo. Yeah, I'm fine, I was just a little confused and thoughtful. Izuku. What were you thinking Kaken? Bakugo. Well, remember the day the red-haired idiot appeared? Koneko. You mean Surzich's Sama. Bakugo. Yeah, anyway, I was thinking what happened to his power since it's impossible for his power to have disappeared. Koneko. You have a point, but the only one who could inherit the power of destruction would be Ria-senpai, and she is not in this world. Afterwards everyone would go to do their hero work. But meanwhile somewhere else. Shigaraki. The broadcast is almost ready. Mister. I hope that transmission works so those brats see us and know that we're coming there to finish them off. Abi. Good plan of yours, Ria's Gremory. In those shadows, Ria's would come out with a psychopathic smile. Later. Everyone had returned from their hero activities. But they would see a super annoying Bakugo at the entrance. Bakugo annoyed. Where the hell were the extras? Ravel. Bakugo-kun, what's going on? Bakugo annoyed. What happens is that the horn brat is kind of sick. Izuku Koneko surprised. It seems that Eri-chan is sick. So quickly Izuku and Koneko would enter going towards Eri's room. In the room. Midoriya was taking care of Eri, whose little horn was hurting. That would include Izuku and Koneko. Midoriya, Midoriya and Koneko. And that the two would come closer. Koneko. My little one that you have. Eri. My little horn hurts too much. Izuku. It's normal that that happened to you. Eri. It's not the first time this has happened to me and it hurts a lot. So Eri would be crying, but Koneko would carry her. Koneko. Calm down my little one, you just need to sleep and I have the song you need to sleep. Midoriya. Do you know a lullaby, Koneko-san? Koneko. It's a song that someone sang to me when I was little. So Koneko would remember how Ria sang her a lullaby when she was a baby. This is how I would start singing the song. Author's note. This is the end of note song. And when the song ended, Eri had fallen asleep, so Koneko would lay her down on the bed and she would wipe away the tears she had. Izuku. Koneko-chan, are you feeling okay? Koneko. Yeah, it's just that that song is the song that Ria-senpai sang to me when I was a baby. Then Izuku and Koneko would leave Eri's room. Izuku. Koneko-chan, if you see that girl again, why don't you talk to her so you can find out what really happened? Koneko. You're right, senpai. Then Mattel, Toga, Mine, and Momo would arrive. Mattel. How good that we found them. Toga, Mine. That's true. Izuku. Is something wrong? Koneko. What's going on, Yayoi Rozu-san? Momo. Follow me, the others are already in the room. So the boys would arrive at the living room watching the television that apparently had a broadcast of the League of Villains. Koneko. No, those are the League of Villains. Leone. That's right, look. In that, Shigaraki would be seen on the broadcast. Shigaraki. Class 1A of the UA Academy, you have caused me many problems, including that damn Koneko Taoju, but now I will give you a warning. Right now we are heading towards Naboo Island, ready to finish you off, but we have someone who will help us with the final annihilation of you. In that shadows Rias would come out with her red eyes and a psychopathic smile, surprising Koneko. Koneko surprised. Rias-senpai. Ravel. But what the hell, why does Rias have that psychopathic face and those red eyes? In that, Rias would speak on the screen. Rias. Koneko, guess what, now my energy is inside Rias and with it I will be able to destroy you, but I will also destroy everything you love in this world so. At that, Rias would start laughing like a crazy person. Everyone got really scared when they heard Ria's laughter and the broadcast ended there. Mineta. I speak for everyone when I say that bitch is crazy. Mattel. It's strange that Rias behaved that way. Koneko. Rias-senpai, her eyes looked like she was being controlled. Ravel. Surzich's destruction energy has possibly taken control of Rias. At that Bakugo would clench his fists tightly. Bakugo annoyed. So that must have been that damn Reti's plan this whole damn time. Todoroki. Apparently his plan was to take over his sister's body. Kaminari. And what do we do now? Jiru. Kaminari is right, they are coming here, we have to stop those wretches. Lita. Listen to me, we'll split up to evacuate the entire island and take them to a safe haven. So everyone would get ready to start evacuating the entire island. Midoriya. I'll take Eri to the safe haven and stay with her. Koneko. We'll leave it to you to take care of her. So Midoriya would leave. It was already midnight. Shigaraki, Dabi, and Mr. would emerge from a grey portal. And from a magic portal would come out Rias. From a distance, Shoji, using his gift, would be able to see the League of Villains. Izuku. What do you see, Shoji? Shoji. They are here. Koneko. I'll take care of Ria-senpai and you guys take care of Tamura. Izuku. It's okay. So Koneko would go to where Rias was. While the rest of the class faced Dabi and Mr. While Izuku, Bakugo and Todoroki together with Leone and Ravel faced Shigaraki. Shigaraki. They think they can beat me. Bakugo. Of course we can beat you, damn it. Izuku. We won't let you continue with this. Todoroki. We'll finish you off. Leone. Ravel. You're dead, Tamura. So the boys would keep fighting. Meanwhile Koneko continued searching for Rias until she found her by looking more closely to see that Rias' eyes were red. Rias. Ha 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 ha, now I can kill you, damn it. Koneko. Rias-senpai listens to me, she has to fight, she doesn't let herself be controlled. Rias. It's useless, my sister is under my control and nothing can get her out of control. But then Ria's head would hurt and her eyes would return to normal. Koneko. Rias-senpai. At that Rias would look at Koneko while a tear came out. Rias crying. Please Koneko, save me please. Koneko. Ria-senpai, please resist. But then Ria's eyes would turn red again, and that's how a crazy woman would start attacking Koneko, and she couldn't defend herself until Ria's would drop Koneko on the ground and she wouldn't move. Ria's. And now I will go for your beloved Izuku and also for each of your friends. So Ria's would start laughing like crazy as she started walking. Koneko's mind. Koneko was looking at Ria's. Koneko. It's my end, I can't save Ria-senpai. Forgive me everyone. But then Koneko would appear in one of his memories. And I would see that she was playing with Ria's when she was a baby and she would pick her up. Ria's. Koneko, you will be someone strong in the future, rest assured. So Koneko would feel the pulse of her heart. Thus appearing in other memories, seeing that Issei, Zenovia and Irina were dancing. Hiroka. Look, Shirin Naya Issei Naya dances very well with Zenovia and Irina. Ravel. They seem to be carried away by the music, the moon and the stars all in one. So they would see how Issei, Zenovia and Irina continued dancing. Koneko. It's a great ability, Issei-senpai and Zenovia and Irina-senpai are amazing. And that Koneko would appear in other of her memories where she was together with Kuroka and Ravel and Zenovia and Irina. Koneko. Issei-senpai, you promise us that we will be together no matter what happens. Issei. I promised them and I will keep it, we will get married and we will be happy. All? Yes. Out of Koneko's mind. She would have opened her eyes like this by activating One for All to the maximum. Koneko. One for All full cowling 100%. Ria's. What the hell? Thus Ria's would launch many magical attacks that Koneko destroyed at maximum speed. Koneko's thoughts. Koneko. Don't stop, keep going. If you stop, I'll probably end up dead and have broken bones. Run, protect this world. Out of your thoughts. So Ria's and Koneko would continue fighting, exchanging several attacks, and Koneko would see the magic circle. Koneko. There is the gap circle, it's time to free her. Ria-senpai, even if I have to die I will do it. Thus the two would continue fighting without stopping, colliding their attacks until in the middle of the fight Izuku would appear with One for All fully activated. Koneko. Izuku-senpai. Izuku. I'll help you Koneko-chan. Thus the two would continue fighting until Ria's would rise to the heavens, thus launching a powerful magical attack towards Izuku and Koneko. Izuku-Koneko. Double Detroit it's my ash. So both of them would be making an effort despite breaking their arms, so both of them would remember why they are fighting, so they would start to take steps forward. Izuku-Koneko. Go beyond plus ultra. So the two of them would jump and manage to get to where you were. Ria's. Impossible. Izuku-Koneko. Smai ash. Thus, with a powerful Detroit smash, they would be able to defeat Ria's, freeing her from Surzich's control. Minutes later. Izuku would wake up seeing that he was hurt, but he would see Ria's, and he would be on guard. Ria's. Hey, what happened? Did Koneko actually save me? Izuku. Looks like you're okay. But in that Izuku would see Koneko on the ground even if he was going to check her, but Ria's would also go. Ria's. I think I know what to do. So Ria's would start singing the lullaby she sang to Koneko. Author's note. This is the original version of the song, end of note. And when the song ended, Koneko would wake up. Koneko. Ria-senpai, Izuku-senpai. So Izuku was crying when he saw that Koneko was okay. Izuku crying. I'm glad you're okay Koneko-chan. Ria's. Forgive me Koneko, I didn't want to hurt you, but if I didn't, they would hurt you a lot. Koneko. Don't worry, Ria-senpai forgave her. So Ria's would hug Koneko tightly. Days later. Finally it was time to go home and everyone was on the boat. Izuku. We're finally going home. Bakugo. It was about time. So the ship would start to move. Bakugo. You'll leave without saying goodbye to the brats. Izuku. There are many things I wanted to tell you, but it will still be okay. In that, like in the movie, Kitsuma and Mahara would say goodbye to the boys, everyone returning home. Some time later. Izuku is seen at an altar while he was nervous. Izuku nervous. I'm too nervous. Bakugo. Calm down Deku, the same thing happened to me at my wedding with Ravel. Hiroshima. Yes, it's true. On that. At that, everyone would watch as Koneko entered, being carried by Ria's and Leone. So Koneko would arrive at the altar. Koneko whispering. How do I look? Izuku whispering. You look very beautiful Koneko-chan. So after all the part about the rings would come. Izuku. I, Izuku Midoriya, give you this ring as a token of my love for you and that I will always be by your side. So Izuku would put the ring on Koneko. Koneko. I, Koneko Taoju, give you this ring as a token of our love and that I will always be by your side no matter what happens. Father. Now I pronounce you husband and wife, you can kiss the bride young Midoriya. So Izuku would passionately kiss Koneko, and everyone would start clapping and screaming. All. Long live the bride and groom. Afterwards Izuku and Koneko would go on their honeymoon. In that, the two would be seeing the stars. Izuku. I can't wait for the baby to be born. Koneko. I'm anxious too. Izuku. Despite everything, we were able to adopt Yuri-chan. Koneko. That's true and I'm starting to think that she looks a lot like me because of her hair. Izuku. I've never noticed. So the two would continue seeing the stars. Koneko narrates. Maybe at first I suffered a lot, but I came to this world and I met the person who helped me move forward, in addition to fighting against various adversities, no matter what I went through, and I never gave up because I had friends and people who supported me, and who am I? I am Koneko Tauju, a heroine from another world, and I will always go further plus ultra. Normal narration. And in Colorado this story is over. End. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.